Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 6 of What If I Was Reincarnated into the world of Naruto and gained the unique gamer system. Let the tale begin. Chapter 151, Tatsuma's Strategy. Tsunade, Tatsuma, are you two coming over as well? Outside the cave, Jiraiya, with a serious expression, greeted Tsunade and Tatsuma, who had heavy dark circles under their eyes, as they walked out. Without hesitation, Tsunade went up to Jiraiya and asked, "How's the situation over here?" "We have a group of 200, led by a Jonin named Zarin." "There are only 5 Jonin and just over 20 Chunin," replied Jiraiya. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade's face darkened. It seemed that the Land of Rain was convinced that Konoha wouldn't dare to make a big move against them, as they had only been engaging in small-scale harassment so far. Tsunade couldn't help but recall Danzo's ideology from before, which was to focus all their efforts on attacking the Sand Ninja, freeing up a large number of troops to directly encircle and crush the Land of Rain's ninja organization. Being constantly harassed by the Rain Ninja without fear, Tsunade was truly feeling angry and was itching to go on a killing spree. However, hunting down Rain Ninja squads on the outskirts was acceptable, as the Land of Rain couldn't find concrete evidence, and with their small numbers, the impact was minimal. But if a group of more than 200 people is killed in one go, while this might not be considered a large number in Konoha, it would be a significant force in the Land of Rain. If Konoha truly dared to do so, then restarting negotiations would be impossible. However, this is the village's order. We must hold out until negotiations with the Land of Rain resume, even if during this period, Konoha suffers some losses. From the village's perspective, this is naturally a good thing for the ninja world situation. But for frontline ninjas, it is undeniably extremely cruel, especially since the Rain Ninja, although few in number, do not hold back at all. Faced with the unrestrained Rain Ninja, how could the restrained Konoha ninjas possibly have a good outcome? At this moment, Tatsuma used a cloth soaked in alcohol to wipe the corners and areas around his eyes, preventing the accumulation of dirt from these past few days from irritating his eyes. While waiting for the alcohol to dry, he asked, "Does the village only forbid us from killing Rain Ninja in large numbers or permanently weakening them? Are you talking about poison?" Jiraiya seemed to have already known what Tatsuma wanted to say. He shook his head and looked at Tsunade. Although he didn't say anything further, everything was understood without words. It was obvious that it wasn't that he didn't want to use it, but rather Tsunade didn't want to. Tsunade didn't explain, but the dissatisfaction on her face already indicated her attitude. However, Tatsuma, with his eyes closed, didn't see it. His thoughts shifted, and he continued, "Is it because of reputation?" Although very dissatisfied, Tsunade still truthfully answered, "That's right. But it's not about my reputation, I don't care. It's just that there are too many obstacles for me to use these methods on the battlefield where I am." Tatsuma didn't quite understand Tsunade's thoughts and didn't want to delve into it. He opened his eyes and asked, "But what if it's not Konoha ninjas using poison? After all, it's not just us from Konoha fighting against the Rain Ninja. We don't use poison, but it doesn't mean that Sand Ninja don't use poison, right?" Jiraiya frowned and asked, "Are you suggesting impersonating Sand Ninja to further escalate the conflict between Rain Ninja and Sand Ninja?" Tatsuma nodded and said with a smile, "Moreover, we don't need to use other poisons. We just need to use the poisons of the Sand Ninja. Although it may imply some deliberate framing, the truth on the battlefield is not important. What matters are the reasons and the benefits." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya looked at Tsunade and asked, "Can you replicate the poisons from the hidden sand village?" "It's not difficult. I've already deciphered all of Chiyo's poisons," Tsunade replied. Tsunade also felt a bit intrigued. Medicine and poison are inseparable, and she knew what kind of poisons Chiyo used. With her medical expertise, replicating them wouldn't be difficult. The difficulty lies in the fact that the costs cannot be as low as those of the Sand Ninja. After all, Konoha does not have specialized research and production departments like the Hidden Sand Village. If they want to invest heavily in war, they would need a large amount of upfront capital. However, if the enemy is not an opponent like the five great nations and doesn't require a full-scale war, but only needs localized outbreaks, such as poisoning 100 or 200 people, then there is no need for production facilities. With Tatsuma's help, she could easily set up a small workshop. However, in that case, there would be no one to support the medical work within the camp. Originally, there were only 2 medical ninjas, and it was already extremely difficult for them to support the entire camp. Ultimately, it was because there were too few medical ninjas. At the thought of this, another idea popped into Tsunade's mind. In the past, most medical ninjas were either ninja academy students who became interested after becoming genin and sought guidance from their team leader, or they were discovered by their team leader to have talent for medical ninjutsu and were taught accordingly. The remaining small portion consisted of those who, after becoming ninjas, were not assigned to regular ninja teams but were instead requisitioned to study at the Konoha Hospital. Aside from these, there were very few who had the opportunity to learn medical ninjutsu through family tradition. However, regardless of the method used, the medical ninjas trained had many shortcomings, such as their small numbers, varying skill levels, and the need for a significant amount of familiarization with each other's working methods when cooperating. Medical ninjas should be uniformly trained. A proper system should be established, with standardized assessment and learning criteria from novices to proficient levels. Whether working alone or in coordination with others, there should be unified standards for assessment and learning. If Konoha were to train medical ninjas in this manner, then in the event of conflicts like the present, the casualty rate could be controlled lower than that of other villages, preserving more combat-ready personnel. Even in times of peace, if every ninja team were equipped with a medical ninja, the survival rate of teams and the success rate of missions would significantly increase. So many ninjas have lost battles or entire teams due to minor injuries or illnesses, rendering missions impossible to complete. The more Tsunade thought about it, the brighter her eyes became. However, standing beside her, Jiraiya began to feel uncomfortable. They had just been discussing using poison to sow discord between the Sand Ninja and the Rain Ninja, and now Tsunade was becoming increasingly excited? Could it be that Tsunade harbored a dirty heart, similar to Orochimaru's, which enjoyed manipulating enemies? The thought made Jiraiya shudder, and he cleared his throat before saying, "Tsunade, if Tatsuma's suggestion is feasible, could you go through the trouble of replicating some poisons from the hidden sand village?" Tsunade snapped back to attention, nodding first, then recalling something and saying, "All right, but this time you're in charge of the camp. Any credit for my actions will ultimately be attributed to you, so you have to promise me something." "What is it?" Hearing Tsunade's agreement, Jiraiya first felt a sense of joy, but then curiosity arose about what condition Tsunade had in mind. Tsunade realized that changing the current ninja training system would face significant resistance. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen, out of their master-disciple relationship, pushed her proposal forward, it would still need to pass through a vote in the Jonin Council. In this situation, every vote became crucial. She didn't mind giving Jiraiya some credit, but she had her eye on his vote. "I can't explain it to you clearly right now, but when I need you, you must support me once." "When you need me? Is it?" Jiraiya murmured with a strange expression. Unconsciously, he became animated, indicating that he had also considered some inappropriate thoughts. Seeing Jiraiya's expression, which she found all too familiar, Tsunade rolled her eyes and said, "Are you going to agree or not?" Jiraiya rubbed the stubble that had grown out due to not shaving for a long time. He knew that even if he disagreed, Tsunade would still go ahead with making the poison. Besides, Jiraiya couldn't think of any instance where Tsunade would actually need him. Moreover, over the years, it had always been Tsunade tricking him. Suddenly, Jiraiya felt like playing a little trick, but at this moment, Tatsuma had a serious expression on his face, and he had already guessed something. He just didn't expect that Nawaki hadn't been involved, yet Tsunade's idea still surfaced. Indeed, many times, what seems like a reason might just be the spark that ignites the fuse. Even without the reason, internal thoughts or emotions can still be triggered. Tatsuma could ignore it, as he knew that the thing Tsunade longed for was impossible to achieve, at least not at the moment. But Jiraiya-sensei, I advise you to agree. After all, there aren't many things that my sensei schemes against you for. Initially intending to tease Tsunade, Jiraiya's train of thought was interrupted by Tatsuma. Looking at Tatsuma's serious and contemplative expression, Jiraiya instinctively felt that this matter was serious. After all, that kind of demeanor wasn't typical even when discussing wars between nations. Of course, Tatsuma himself didn't know what was happening either. Ever since he gained the additional amplification of divine mind, even if he just pondered slightly, he appeared as though he was contemplating matters of great importance to the nation. Perhaps it was akin to a certain actor from a past life whose gaze was always profound, rumored to even look deeply into a toilet bowl with the same intensity. Could it be that there's something truly important that requires my assistance? Or is it that there aren't many things I could be schemed against for? My strength? No, Tsunade is not weak. Could it be my wealth? Jiraiya continued to ponder, but when he considered money, a reasonable explanation for someone else, he immediately dismissed it. After all, if Tsunade only needed money, she wouldn't resort to such methods, she could simply ask for a loan directly. Could it really be about me? Jiraiya suddenly wiped the corner of his mouth, his rough face blushing slightly. He looked at Tsunade with a smile and patted his chest, saying, Tsunade, what's our relationship? Even if it's just a small act of support, I'll support you with everything I've got. Tsunade suddenly felt a bit regretful. She and Jiraiya were too familiar with each other. Seeing Jiraiya like this, she could guess exactly what he misunderstood. However, she still needed Jiraiya's vote. She nodded and said, Jiraiya, remember what you said. Then, Tsunade couldn't be bothered to look at Jiraiya for another second. Instead, she turned to Tatsuma and said, last time, the venom you extracted using the delicate illness extraction jutsu was sealed by me. We need to replicate the original venom. However, before that, I need 2 days to set up a workshop that meets the standards. You follow the team for now, I'll leave the healing work to you. Understood, Sensei. Chapter 152, The best lie is not one spoken by yourself, but the one the other party thinks. Truly worthy of the elite among rain ninjas, tracing the trail here solely through subtle changes in terrain. Within the rainforest, a young man with a scarf covering half of his face landed on a large tree, glancing back at the hundreds of rain ninjas who were closely pursuing him, his voice tinged with a deep sense of wariness. Leading the pursuing rain ninjas was none other than Jonin Zaren, who had repeatedly harassed the Konoha camp. At this moment, he scrutinized the young man before him, noting his clothing style and the scarf that could easily cover all exposed skin, reminiscent of a sand ninja. Moreover, this person was not wearing the forehead protector of the sand ninjas, which only reinforced Zaren's suspicion that the individual before him was from the hidden sand village. However, Zaren was unsure why this sand ninja had ventured so deeply into the Land of Rain. After all, sand ninjas only had one camp in the Land of Rain, located in the southern part, far from the center of the Land of Rain. Additionally, the focus of sand ninjas had always been on Konoha's ninjas, adopting a defensive stance towards the rain ninjas. However, this sand ninja had ventured deep into the heart of the Land of Rain, and was even not far from the Konoha camp. If he hadn't been discovered in time, perhaps in another day or two, this sand ninja could have infiltrated near the Konoha camp in the heart of the Land of Rain. Although Zaren speculated that this sand ninja was most likely gathering intelligence on Konoha, he still spoke with great responsibility. Who are you? What is your purpose in coming to the Land of Rain? Everyone, your target should be the ninjas of Konoha, not me. There's no need to keep staring at me. Just consider me a lost traveler. Is that not acceptable? After the young man spoke, he gently adjusted his scarf to cover more of his facial skin. However, Zaren's expression turned discontented as he said, Sand ninjas, your war with Konoha is not something the Land of Rain wishes to meddle in. However, when you act within the borders of the Land of Rain, you must face the consequences. That means there's no room for negotiation, right? As the young man spoke, he reached into his ninja pouch at his waist. Seeing his movement, the rain ninjas became alert, wary of what the young man might pull out that could endanger them. Bang! But before the young man could retrieve anything from his pouch, a large cloud of smoke billowed from his body. Zarin furrowed his brow and warned, "It's a poison mist smoke bomb, don't touch it." With that, he skirted around the smoke and chased after the young man. As expected, the young man, who had been engulfed in the smoke, had once again escaped, moving faster than most Chunin. However, a hint of disdain appeared on Zarin's face. His body flicker jutsu had been personally instructed by Hanzo-sama himself. Chasing after such an excellent sand ninja Chunin was child's play for him. Swish! Zarin's figure flickered as he moved towards the young man. The distance between the two rapidly narrowed, but suddenly, the young man stopped and said, "Sir, do not come any closer." Zarin stopped abruptly, looking around vigilantly, as he also sensed something amiss. The young man before him spoke again, "Squad Captain Rinsho, I've been spotted. Do you have teammates?" Upon hearing the young man's words, Zarin became even more alert. Soon, a figure appeared in the rainforest, with white short hair and a large Tengu mask obscuring his face. In a deep voice, they said, "Katakuri. Why did you bring so many rain ninjas here?" "No choice, they have too many tracking methods. I'm not familiar with." "Forget it. Is Kiriyashikage back?" The young man referred to as Katakuri stopped explaining halfway through, and with his question, another slender figure descended. Obviously, this person was the Kiriyashikage he mentioned. At this moment, Zarin's face also showed a hint of seriousness. The last person to appear, Kiriyashikage, was faster than Katakuri, and Rinsho, as he was called, was even more dangerous. As Rinsho concealed himself earlier, he felt the pressure. Now that Rinsho had appeared, he felt somewhat uneasy. This ninja leading the team, Rinsho, was stronger than most Jonin. Images of sand ninjas Jonins kept surfacing in his mind, trying to make a comparison. Unfortunately, Rinsho's face was hidden, and so was most of Katakuri's. Kiriyashikage remained in the shadows without showing his face. Sand ninja ANBU? This thought crossed Zarin's mind, causing him to purse his lips. In ninja battles, lack of intelligence was the most dreaded scenario, especially when facing ninjas stronger than oneself. Without intelligence, it was akin to being at the mercy of others. Each of the 5 great shinobi villages harbored powerful ninjas unknown to the public, either with dual identities or lurking in the shadows, like the ANBU, established by Senju Tobarama and later emulated by other villages. If it was the Sand Ninja ANBU, the emergence of such a powerful ninja like Rinsho wouldn't be surprising. Moreover, Rinsho, Katakuri, and Kiriyashikage might be using aliases, especially Katakuri, who would seriously name themselves after a mushroom. And Zarin did indeed guess part of the truth. The 3 individuals were indeed using false names and identities, when in reality they were the trio of Jiraiya, Sakamoto Tatsuma, and Minato Namikaze. However, Zarin had already prejudged them as Sand Ninja, even becoming somewhat convinced that they were part of the Sand Ninjas ANBU. These powerful ninjas lurking in the darkness were the most difficult to deal with. Zarin felt a slight numbness in his hands, as if they were lacking blood flow. Fortunately, at this moment, his companions began to arrive one by one, which eased his mind somewhat. "Everyone, we just happened to stray into this place. How about we all step back a bit?" Seeing more rain ninjas arriving, Jiraiya spoke, giving Zarin some confidence. If he were alone, he might have taken this opportunity to leave discreetly, pretending he hadn't encountered these individuals. But that wasn't an option now with so many comrades around him. He gathered his courage and said, "You're Sand Ninjas, aren't you? State your purpose." Seeing their identities exposed, Jiraiya didn't deny it. He simply shrugged and said, "We're just here to gather some wild vegetables, replenish our supplies." Everyone could tell that Jiraiya was lying. Zarin's face darkened, and he sternly demanded, "State your true purpose, or stay here." With that, he signaled, and the rain ninjas quickly changed formation, semi-encircling the trio, while Tatsuma took a step closer to Jiraiya, his right hand resting on a scroll. However, Jiraiya immediately brushed his hand away and whispered, "Use ninjutsu." Tatsuma clicked his tongue discontentedly. Though the exchange was not loud, Zarin still managed to catch it. He speculated that the one called Katakuri intended to use puppet jutsu, but it seemed their leader didn't want to leave behind concrete evidence. The individual named Kirayashikage emerged from the shadow's cover, his golden slightly curled hair contrasting with a light pink cat mask, making him stand out in the surroundings. He resembled someone attending a masked ball, rather than blending in. Zarin saw the three individuals gathering and ordered, "Attack!" Bam bam bam. In an instant, kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, and ninjutsu flew continuously towards the trio. Zarin remained vigilant against their attempts to break through, but the three didn't make a move. After a round of attacks, within the smoke, came the voice of Katakuri. "Squad Captain Rincho, can we kill them?" "No, our purpose here is not to kill rain ninjas, it would hinder our subsequent actions. Use Kayasama's new creation, but control the dosage." The two of them whispered loudly, and Zarin's face darkened completely. However, he also gleaned some information. It seemed that the Sand Ninja didn't wish to engage in a full-scale war with the Rain Ninjas either. Upon realizing this, a hint of a smile tugged at Zarin's lips. So, the Sand Ninja were as hesitant as Konoha, huh? Instead of the 5 great nations, it should be the 5 great cowards. In terms of strength and deterrence, one should look to their land of rain. At this moment, as the smoke gradually dispersed, the three figures emerged unscathed. However, the surrounding land seemed to have undergone significant changes, which led Zarin to think of the hidden sand village's sand control techniques. His gaze subconsciously fell on the individual called Katakuri. After all, this person seemed the least like an ANBU and had led them Rain Ninjas to their companions without facing much reproach. Could it be, there's some big background? Combining the traces of sand control techniques, this thought crossed Zarin's mind. After all, while sand control techniques and puppet jutsu were specialties of the hidden sand village, not every sand ninja could master them. Continue. But no matter how high the sand ninja's status was, what did it matter to him, Zarin? His favorite pastime was tormenting these foreign ninjas who dared not resist, watching them struggle helplessly, then perish. At the thought of the recent battles with Konoha, a cruel smile appeared on Zarin's face. As he raised his hand, another command was issued, and more weapons and ninjutsu were directed towards the three individuals. Seeing this scene, the trio didn't resort to sand control techniques for defense, or rather, there was no sand control technique at all. They simply used the recent explosive tags explosion to disguise themselves with Earth Release, Jiraiya and Tatsuma working together. This wave of attacks had fewer explosive tags but more ninjutsu assaults. Repeating the same tactics would likely reveal their flaws. The three swiftly used body flicker to evade the attacks while simultaneously employing wind release ninjutsu to cover their tracks. Tatsuma even headed straight for Zarin, the leader of the squad. Upon seeing this, Zarin's eyes revealed a hint of disdain. He had already grasped Katakuri's skill level quite well. His speed was inferior to that of his teammate Kirayashikage, let alone the ninja called Rincho. As for other aspects, the ninjutsu he displayed just now was quite ordinary. Perhaps he had a knack for sand control techniques and puppet jutsu, but couldn't use them. With both of them hovering in midair, sand control techniques weren't as flexible. Considering all these factors, Zarin didn't believe that Katakuri could exert any pressure on him whatsoever. Boom! Zarin even countered Tatsuma's kick with his arm, but Tatsuma deliberately didn't unleash all his power. Otherwise, even Zarin might have suffered, whether he was prepared or not. After being blocked, Tatsuma was pushed back and sent flying, which suited his intentions. Unknown to others, he had already concealed several vials in his hands. As he plummeted, Tatsuma forcefully hurled the vials into the sky. Wind release. Great breakthrough. As Tatsuma descended, he formed hand seals, summoning a gust of wind. The vial shattered, and the venom rapidly transformed into poison mist, spreading outwards in all directions. Not good. Retreat from the poison mist area. Chapter 153. The fruits of diligent labor are often not as great as those of playing tricks. Seeing the spread of the poison mist, Zaren's expression turned extremely ugly. During this time, their Hanzo-sama had been engaged in battles with the warriors of the Land of Iron on the northeastern border of the Land of Rain for a long time. They hadn't seen Hanzo-sama for a while, so they had taken off their gas masks. When facing the Konoha ninjas, Konoha's straightforward and honest way of fighting, which didn't seem like that of a ninja, made them feel completely unnecessary to wear gas masks. Even in their recent missions, few of them carried gas masks. But they never expected to encounter sand ninjas today. The use of poison is one of the important tactics of the sand ninjas. However, the team led by Zaren had never fought against sand ninjas before. After all, it wasn't their mission. Therefore, they were caught off guard for a moment. Holding their breath, they rushed out of the range covered by the poison mist. Zaren took a gas mask from one of the rare subordinates who carried one, put it on, and looked extremely grim as he gazed at the center of the poison mist. That sand ninja, with half of his face covered by a scarf, seemed not to have dashed out of the poison mist. This made Zaren couldn't help but wonder whether this Katakuri wasn't afraid of the poison mist, or if his original intention was to die together with them, and now, after failing, he felt ashamed and wanted to commit suicide. You guys are indeed cautious and vigilant, but also sensitive and timid at the same time. A voice came from within the poison mist, disguised as the sand ninja Tatsuma, walked out. There were slight traces of purplish-black stains on his clothes and on the scarf, but he showed no concern at all. This appearance of his made Zaren observe him carefully. Soon, his expression turned even uglier. Those purplish-black mists, far from being poison mist, were clearly carbon powder. They were actually scared off collectively by a few tubes of carbon powder. This made many rain ninjas feel a sense of humiliation and anger, including Zaren. He drew a kunai and glared angrily at Tatsuma. Swoosh! The next moment, his figure vanished, executing an extremely skilled body flicker jutsu, appearing beside Tatsuma. The kunai thrust toward Tatsuma at lightning speed, forcing Tatsuma to slightly tilt his neck and eyes, barely keeping up with his movement. However, his body couldn't match Zaren's speed at all. Seeing the kunai getting closer and closer to Tatsuma's throat, Zaren even saw, just 1 second later, the wretched guy being killed by himself. "I'm not dead yet, isn't it a bit too much to dare touch my subordinates?" A deliberately deep voice sounded in Zaren's ear. Even in the high-speed movement of body flicker, he was unable to prevent this voice from getting closer and closer to him. Danger! Zaren wanted to retreat, but his body needed a little reaction time. However, the white-haired ninja wearing the Great Tengu mask, seemingly unwilling to give him this chance, Zaren watched helplessly as he placed his hand on Zaren's elbow. Rip! The kunai that was supposed to pierce Tatsuma's neck only brushed past his scarf, cutting through the layers of fabric. Although aware of the dangerous enemy beside him, Zaren's gaze involuntarily focused on Tatsuma's face, about to be revealed. Zaren knew that with his strength, it was highly unlikely that he could force the ninja beside him wearing the Great Tengu mask to take it off. The ninja with the cat-faced mask had disappeared without a trace. He could only focus on remembering the face of this ninja called Katakuri. If he could survive, he would have a target for revenge in the future. But when Katakuri's face was revealed in that instant, Zaren, who had witnessed countless scenes, still involuntarily froze for a second. The scar on his cheek, starting from the corner of his lips and extending to the side of his ear, twisted and sinister, as if his mouth had been torn apart forcibly, and this twisted scar was stitched up with ugly thread. Even so, one could still see the abnormality of Katakuri's mouth, those teeth like spikes deeply imprinted in Zaren's eyes. Such teeth. Zaren had only seen them on one type of person, Mist Shinobi. But the people in front of him were sand ninjas, right? Could they be Mist Shinobi disguised as sand ninjas? But there had been no reports of Mist Shinobi participating in this war. Moreover, the land of water overseas in the southeast direction of the land of fire shouldn't come to the land of rain, which is located northwest of the land of fire, if they wanted to join the war. While a squad of Mist Shinobi might come here, the Mist Shinobi Legion wouldn't. In other words, if the people in front of him were indeed Mist Shinobi disguised as sand ninjas, then they didn't come here to prepare for participation in the war in advance. So what was their purpose? Or perhaps the person in front of him wasn't a Mist Shinobi at all, just someone who resembled certain Mist Shinobi in appearance? Or were they of the same clan, but raised and trained as ninjas in the Sand Ninja Village? In an instant, various doubts and speculations flashed through Zaren's mind. But before he could make sense of it, the ninja who had grabbed his arm moved again. A fierce wind release attacked, and Zaren felt waves of coldness rushing through his body, followed by endless pain. His body was thrown backward, and most of his clothes were torn off. On his exposed skin, there were wounds oozing fresh blood continuously. Boom! Zaren's back slammed into the trunk of a towering tree. Before he could even cry out in pain, he fell unconscious, surrounded by rain ninjas who began hastily treating him. "Stop fooling around!" Jiraiya's deliberately stern voice rang out, as if reprimanding Tatsuma. Tatsuma nodded, grabbing the scattered scarf and hastily wrapping it around his face, then several test tubes appeared in his hand once again. Jiraiya's figure dashed out again, finding the other 4 rain ninja jonin, engaging them in combat. Although they were all jonin, Jiraiya was clearly much stronger than these rain ninja jonin. Therefore, even in a 4-on-1 situation, he could handle it well, even restricting their movements. At this moment, Minato, disguised as Kurashikage, who had been wandering around the rain ninjas, also returned to Tatsuma's side. The two exchanged a high five, as if passing on the baton. However, the test tubes in Tatsuma's hands suddenly flew into the air at this moment, dancing around in the sky, evading the rain ninjas' attempts to catch them. It's chakra threads. It's the technique of the Sand Ninja puppetry masters. A quick-witted rain ninja loudly reminded the others. Tatsuma let out a restrained laugh. Of course, he truly wanted to laugh, as the more convinced the rain ninjas were, the more successful their operation would be. As for why Tatsuma would use chakra threads, he wouldn't, nor would Minato. After all, this was an advanced technique that was difficult to learn even among the Sand Ninja. Just now, Minato had merely played the role of a facilitator, covering the area of the rainforest where the rain ninjas were located with the finest steel wires. This type of steel wire is already difficult to detect with the naked eye. Even in bright light, enemies can only detect it with the help of specific angles of light, let alone in the dim rainforest. Furthermore, this kind of steel wire is extremely difficult to produce even in a large country like the Land of Fire. Not all of Konoha's ninjas have seen it, let alone ninjas trained in the Land of Rain, which specializes in such effects. To complement the call-out by the ninja just now, Tatsuma intentionally raised his hands, waving and flicking his fingers, making the movement of the test tubes even more unpredictable. Finally, under Tatsuma's strange gestures, one hand forming a 6, the other a 7, the test tubes reached the positions he desired. Then, several test tubes fell from the sky, plummeting towards the ground. In an instant, almost all of the rain ninjas chose to stay away from the test tubes. Only a few rain ninjas wearing gas masks, risking their lives, rushed towards the test tubes. This was an extremely rational approach. A few individuals attempted to protect the test tubes, preventing the poison from leaking, while the majority quickly distanced themselves to avoid being harmed by the poison. Of course, the premise was that Tatsuma couldn't control these test tubes. He formed the necessary seals and chose to detonate the explosive tags wrapped around the test tube stoppers. Boom! After producing a large number of explosive tags to test Nawaki, Tatsuma's mastery of the explosive tag's power might not have increased, but when it came to reducing its power, he was undoubtedly the most skilled in controlling it. At the moment of the explosive tag explosion, the test tubes burst open. The poison inside them was rapidly atomized by the shockwave generated by the explosive tags. Those rain ninjas wearing gas masks could only watch helplessly as the poison mist engulfed them. However, they didn't panic too much, knowing they had gas masks. After all, these were precision masks capable of filtering out Hanzo-sama's poison gas. Sizzle, however, the sound of clothes tearing and the unique pain of glass shards embedding into flesh made them realize that things were not going well. At the moment when the poison mist appeared on their wounds, it infiltrated them, following the flow of their blood, infecting them. Moreover, the spread of the poison mist far exceeded the calculations of the other rain ninjas. After all, Tatsuma's recent use of wind-release ninjutsu combined with carbon powder had given them a false assumption about the speed of poison mist dispersion. Under the upheaval of the shockwave, the poison mist engulfed most of the rain ninjas. They weren't foolish enough to inhale the poison mist and instead held their breath, trying to escape. But Tatsuma, standing in place, lowered his hands, signaling like a conductor's final bow. The pulled steel wires tightened completely in that instant. As a result, the rain ninjas collided with the wires. The extremely fine steel wires couldn't withstand the force of the rain ninjas' impact and instantly snapped, but it was enough. Although the rain ninjas broke the wires, they were also lacerated by them. Between the snapping steel wires, numerous rain ninjas were cut. Thud thud snap one by one, rain ninjas invaded by the poison mist could no longer control their bodies, collapsing onto the damp, sticky ground. The few remaining ninjas who hadn't been poisoned dispersed the poison mist, covering their comrades using various means. A small amount of wind release, shockwaves from detonated explosive tags, and some special ninja tools brought winds that continuously dispersed the poison mist. However, seeing hundreds of comrades lying on the ground with their skin turning purplish-black, their expressions became extremely grim. At this moment, Jiraiya timely withdrew. The four Jonin exchanged glances, knowing that the sand ninja before them seemed to have no intention of finishing them off. They promptly ordered, "Retreat." The remaining rain ninjas who were still mobile quickly helped their poisoned comrades and headed towards their own camp. Rain ninjas excelled in using poison, so naturally, they were also skilled in antidotes. As long as they returned to the camp, there was still hope. Jiraiya and the other two didn't stop their retreat because their mission had already been a great success. Ding, stamina plus 463, speed plus 376, wisdom plus 886, ninjutsu plus 476, seals plus 268. Would you like to claim? Claim. After answering in his mind, Tatsuma glanced at his own system panel. Seeing his ninjutsu about to reach 9,000 points, and his wisdom and seals nearing 8,000 points, he couldn't help but feel amazed. Indeed, the gains from playing tricks were much greater than those from honest labor. Chapter 154, Don't Let the Food Leave Your Sight. Alright. Stop fooling around, quickly tidy up the scene. Jiraiya slapped Tatsuma on the back of his head, urging him to clean up the scene quickly. If the wires were left in place, the rain ninjas might regain consciousness and attack them, not the sand ninjas. However, those wires were difficult to detect by enemies, as well as by their own people. In order to clean up those traces, the three of them busied themselves for most of the day before confirming that everything was cleaned up. Throughout this process, Tatsuma remained vigilant of the surrounding environment to prevent others from seeing their cleanup work. After tidying up the scene, they didn't immediately return to the camp. Instead, they made a large circle, passing various rivers, to conceal and clean their tracks and scent. Their clothes and appearance changed multiple times. However, while cleaning, they accidentally left behind some extremely subtle traces. After 2 days, they approached the camp of the sand ninjas, only to change direction and move to Danzo's camp without leaving a trace. This operation involves 2 camps. If successful, the camp on the Fire Rain battlefield will suffer fewer harassments from the Rain Ninja. However, on the Wind Fire battlefield, the Sand Ninja are likely to face a strong counterattack from the Rain Ninja. Although only 3 people are executing the mission, its success depends on confirmation from both camps, preferably face-to-face. After all, whether it's letters or communication devices, they leave traces and can be intercepted. Such practices leaving vulnerabilities are naturally not allowed, so even if face-to-face communication is less efficient, it's the only method. Upon arrival at the camp, Jiraiya was summoned by Danzo. He grumbled about something and headed towards the command tent, leaving Tatsuma and Minato to enjoy a hearty lunch on the battlefield. Tatsuma and Minato didn't hold back either. After all, they had been on missions for the past few days, from luring rain ninjas to fighting and then misleading them. It had been 3 days of living in the wilderness. Although they brought plenty of clothes to conceal their tracks and washed themselves multiple times to avoid leaving any scent, their eating habits couldn't be refined. They could only gnaw on military rations pills. Finally having a hot meal today, they naturally didn't hold back. While the two of them were feasting, several figures approached cautiously. The alertness of the two, who were not yet relaxed, instantly sensed their presence. However, they didn't pay any attention, as they were all familiar faces. Rip snapped. 2 green figures tore through the tent and collapsed on the ground inside, with Inuzuka Tsum, Abdurrahim Shibi, and others pressed on top of them. Apart from Nawaki, all the others were Tatsuma's classmates. Nawaki had trained with them a lot, so he was also very familiar with them. Therefore, even when they came to this camp, they often mingled together. Hyuga Sento had gradually drifted apart from his own clan members. After all, this camp had many Hyuga clan ninjas, including the clan head, Hyuga Itsuki, and his 2 sons. Even on the battlefield, the Hyuga clan maintained strict discipline. Perhaps the previous Sento could have accepted it, having adapted to it for so many years. But since becoming part of the main family, he couldn't accept the rules of the Hyuga clan. Coupled with Nawaki leading him to follow the ninja path of restraining himself with tight-fitting clothing but then opening up to his youthful nature, he grew even more averse to the Hyuga clan's regulations. Of course, perhaps Sento also found solace in distancing himself from his kin, avoiding hearing those voices suggesting he should be grateful for the deaths of his loved ones. Minato pulled his seat towards Tatsuma, making more space, and smiled as he asked the others, "If you're not full, would you like to join us?" Nawaki and Sento, pinned to the ground, nodded eagerly, especially Sento. Being unable to get up due to everyone's weight pressing down on him, he was growing desperate. If he hadn't only recently learned about revolving heaven and hadn't yet mastered it, he might have resorted to using it. Most supplies at the camp, especially food, were distributed in fixed amounts. It wasn't permissible for everyone to eat freely until full, which was easily accepted by adult ninjas who needed to control their weight and had already adapted to this way of distribution. But for teenage ninjas who are still growing, it's quite cruel. After all, children at this stage need a large amount of nutrients to aid their development, and their appetite and food intake are often larger than many adults. Minato and Tatsuma were very familiar with such situations. It wasn't because they were gluttonous like these people, but because on the Fire Rain camp side, there was also someone similar, Akimichi Choza. Back in the village, he never went hungry, and every meal was a feast. But when he came to the battlefield? Eating military rations pills along the way was one thing, but upon arriving at the camp, he found that the food here was rationed. Even though Shikaku repeatedly explained to him that it wasn't directed at him personally, but rather a necessity for better control and calculation of remaining supplies, Choza couldn't accept it. After all, he was genuinely hungry every day. What Choza did most frequently in the camp was to approach those ninjas or kunoichi who looked thin and petite during meal times, asking them if they could finish an entire box of food. If the other party said they couldn't eat or could only eat a little, he would show a pitiful look, hoping these ninjas could spare him some food. With this trick, Choza indeed managed to trick quite a bit of food out of others. However, after Tsunade discovered one time that he was tricking injured soldiers out of their meals, she mercilessly beat him up, and he never dared to play tricks again. Here, although there wasn't someone like Choza with an oversized appetite, ninjas like Nawaki and Sento, practitioners of taijutsu, also had astonishing appetites. Nawaki was a bit better off since he could mooch off his sensei a bit. Unable to go to the battlefield and helping Nawaki with practice every day in the camp, Sento couldn't stand it anymore. So when he accidentally caught sight of Tatsuma and Minato enjoying such a lavish meal during Soma practice today, he brought his little buddies over. Sento struggled continuously, wanting to rush to the table as soon as possible. But pinned down by everyone else, he could only watch helplessly as his classmates crawled off him and ran to the table. Even Aburame Shibi, who was also unable to get up, used his insects to help him secure a plate of food. With the insects present, others selectively gave up on that dish. As Aburame Shibi slowly rose from the ground, he wore a satisfied smile. He still had a trick up his sleeve. If these classmates didn't let him have the food, he would have his insects lay eggs on it. Let's see if they could still eat it. When Nawaki and Sento broke free from the crowd and arrived at the table, besides Tatsuma foreseeing everything and serving himself and Minato food from the bowl, there was only half a pot of rice, some soup, and a dish full of insects left. Although both were resentful, they still scooped up the remaining rice with the soup. Even if there was only plain rice left, youth didn't allow for wasting food. Before long, except for Tatsuma, Minato, and Aburame Shibi, who were still leisurely eating, everyone else was either sitting or lying on the ground resting. Inuzuka Tsum, who rarely had a chance to eat a full meal, rubbed her dog's head, which was also lying belly up and full, and said to Tatsuma and Minato, "Why did you two come here today?" "No, that's not right. I shouldn't say it like that. Can you come again tomorrow? It would be best if you could come every day. If we come every day, we won't get treated like this today. After all, this is like a reward." Tatsuma swallowed his food before saying to Inuzuka Tsum. Hearing this, a tinge of regret flashed across everyone's faces. Sento, now satiated and with his brain refueled with energy, quickly realized something. A reward? What task did you complete? Upon hearing this, everyone showed curiosity and envy. After all, coming here for them meant either doing laundry and cooking or delivering various documents and supplies, making it even more boring than school. Nawaki's battlefield experiences became their rare entertainment. However, Nawaki's stories were too monotonous, as if he only went to the battlefield for one thing, landmine clearance. After listening to it several times, they became tired of it. Now, with Tatsuma and Minato here, they wanted to hear different battlefield stories. Tatsuma, with a slight frown, appeared to be deep in thought, his youthful face filled with stories. Just when everyone thought he was about to share some thrilling battlefield experiences, Tatsuma said softly, "Classified mission, can't disclose." Tisk! Sigh, if you're not going to tell, then don't. What's so great about it anyway? Although they were all pouting, their envy couldn't be concealed. After all, executing classified missions, defeating powerful enemies, and encountering beautiful or handsome foreign ninjas were the most attractive contents in ninja folklore. However, they also understood what classified missions meant. Seeing that Tatsuma and Minato couldn't say anything, they stopped asking and instead began to complain about the dullness of the camp. Minato occasionally chimed in on their topics, but Tatsuma remained silent. After all, he had never experienced the dullness of camp life. The first time he came to the camp, he was immediately drafted as a medical ninja. Then he juggled between combat and medical duties, occasionally providing ideas to open up the leaders' minds. Dull? His dark circles and his left shoulder, scarred from numerous hardships, disagreed entirely. However, Tatsuma didn't complain. After all, everything was his own choice. If he wanted to join the Konoha Hospital or the sealing team, he could even avoid coming to the front lines altogether, just like Kushina, who was assigned to the sealing team right after graduation. Since it was his chosen path, there was no need to complain about the hardships he had experienced. Don't be like someone who took shortcuts and still claimed their path was the most difficult, like a player who constantly insists they've had the toughest journey. While everyone was chatting, Jiraiya, stomach grumbling and throat dry, finally finished his debriefing work and was about to make do with a meal of leftovers. Hey, where's my food? What happened to that big table full of food? Chapter 155, Danzo's Greed. Incredibly audacious. Truly audacious. In the midst of the Rain Ninja camp, Hanzo rushed back, looking at his subordinates tormented by toxins, his exposed half-face flushed with anger. As a master of poisons, he was actually tricked with poison by someone. Beside him, rain ninjas, also wearing gas masks, bowed their heads in silence. After all, this was too shameful. After simmering in anger for a while, Hanzo asked discontentedly, "Who exactly did this? Have you found out?" Upon hearing the question, a rain ninja nodded and presented a document, saying, according to the returning ninjas, they encountered 3 suspected sand ninja ANBU, one of whom seems to be skilled in puppet jutsu and controlling sand techniques. After examining the poison ninjas and testing their blood samples, we found some components extremely similar to the poison used by sand ninjas, but there wasn't a complete match. We suspect it's a new type of poison developed by sand ninja. Hanzo took the report and began to read. Ever since the transplantation of the venom sac, he hadn't stopped his research on poisons, for both his own sake and those around him. Thus, he naturally understood these professional reports. The report not only analyzed this particular toxin but also compared it with other known toxins. After reading it, Hanzo concluded that the poison afflicting his subordinates was from the same series as the one used by Hidden Sand Village's Chiyo. This was inevitable for every poison master. Each generation of poisons was a refinement of previous works, and in the eyes of professionals, many connections could naturally be seen. What's the reaction from Konoha? After reading the report, Hanzo's anger had subsided somewhat. In response, a rain ninja said, "Konoha seems to have also gathered intelligence on this incident. They sent us an invitation for talks again yesterday." Upon hearing that Konoha wasn't intending to take advantage of the situation, Hanzo breathed a sigh of relief. After all, within the Rain Ninja Village, he was the only one capable of confronting the power of the great nations and their elders. However, he couldn't conduct truly simultaneous operations. The route to the east was blocked by the warriors of the Land of Iron, and despite leading his forces against Mifyun's warrior group for a long time, they hadn't truly overcome them. It wasn't because the warriors of the Land of Iron were truly formidable, but rather, these conservative warriors had unbelievably sought aid from Konoha. After suffering significant losses in the initial battle due to being unfamiliar with ninja combat, the warriors swiftly adjusted their strategic approach. While Mifyun was responsible for overall coordination, on-site command was handed over to Konoha's ninja. Simultaneously, the ninjas from Konoha who provided support were largely medical ninja, greatly reducing the warriors' casualties. The Waterfall Ninja Village, originally powerless to stop the Rain Ninjas' eastward expansion, also managed to staunchly halt their advance with the assistance of the warriors and Konoha ninjas. This setback deeply frustrated Hanzo. After all, the absorption of territories and expansion was the only path for the rise of the Land of Rain. However, despite his ambitions, he wouldn't truly occupy the lands adjacent to him, such as the Land of Earth, Land of Fire, and Land of Wind. Moreover, faced with the trilateral alliance of the Waterfall Ninja Village, Land of Iron, and Konoha, Hanzo had no way to condemn them. After all, he had initiated hostilities against the Land of Iron and Land of Fire. As for the Waterfall Ninja Village, if the Rain Ninja ventured onto others' territories, could they really expect no resistance? But the prolonged inability to conquer filled Hanzo with frustration and impatience. He stared at the report in his hand and then said, "Gather 1,000 ninja. We're going to attack the Sand Ninjas." Hanzo-sama, but the Sand Ninjas haven't. One of his subordinates was about to advise Hanzo, but noticing Hanzo's dangerous gaze, he promptly shut his mouth. Attacking the Sand Ninjas now is indeed not a wise move. However, the prolonged inability to make headway on the northeastern front and Konoha's refusal to engage with the Sand Ninjas, opting instead for defense, means there's been no opportunity for engagement, even if desired. The only remaining option that could potentially change the situation for the Land of Rain is the Sand Ninjas, who have repeatedly suffered defeats in their battles against Konoha. Moreover, their current large-scale attack on the Sand Ninjas is a well-known move. However, despite the Sand Ninjas' repeated losses in their wars with Konoha, they are still a major village of a great nation, with resources that the Rain Ninjas cannot match. The fact that they have maintained their ability to wage war against Konoha after over a year of defeats speaks volumes. Konoha continues to deploy ninjas from various regions, urging the Ninja Academy to produce ninjas quickly, ensuring a steady stream of reinforcements to join the battlefield. They simultaneously open up battles against the Sand Ninjas, resist attacks from the Cloud Ninjas, support the Land of Iron, and even delve deep into the Land of Rain to seek opportunities for negotiations. Although the Hidden Sand Village may not compare to Konoha in some aspects, their battlefield is more concentrated, focusing solely on the Land of Rain. They also have reserves of power in the rear, including the unutilized force of the tailed beasts. Why is the Land of Rain so eager to expand eastward? Apart from resources like land and population, they also covet the tailed beasts of the Waterfall Ninja Village. Only by mastering the power of the tailed beasts can they maintain the confidence to engage in real wars with the great nations. While the 5 great ninja villages have varying degrees of control over their respective tailed beasts, they undoubtedly possess the power to utilize them in warfare. However, until the final moment, no village will unleash their tailed beasts. Hanzo firmly believes in his own judgment and is not yet willing to provoke the Hidden Sand Village to deploy their tailed beasts. Therefore, he has decided to attack the Sand Ninja forces at this time. Hanzo can be considered the sole authority figure of the Land of Rain Ninja group, and his orders were quickly carried out. Within a short day, 1,000 ninja were formed into battalions. Mobilizing 1,000 ninja in the Land of Rain is on an entirely different level of difficulty compared to Konoha's mobilization of the same number. In the Great Nations, deploying 1,000 ninja constitutes a medium-sized military operation, but in the Land of Rain, it's considered a large-scale military operation. The Land of Rain's actions immediately alerted the spies of other hidden villages embedded in the Land of Rain. In no time, news of this reached Hidden Sand Village, Konoha, and even the elders of Iwagakure. In the command tent of Konoha's camp, upon receiving this news, Danzo rarely displayed a smile. Orochimaru wore an expression of slight astonishment, occasionally glancing at the jovial Jiraiya. While Jiraiya's actions were impressive, Orochimaru didn't believe this was Jiraiya's plan. The most likely orchestrator was Tatsuma. Last time it was trapping the lords, this time it's driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. Tatsuma, you're truly giving me more surprises, Orochimaru inwardly sighed. It seemed that Tatsuma, that lad, not only increasingly resembled second Hokage-sama in appearance but also in methods. Could it be that talent runs in the bloodline? As the instigator of rumors, Orochimaru now doubted whether he had inadvertently revealed the truth in the form of gossip. This is our chance, a golden opportunity for Konoha. We must seize it, concentrate our forces, and strike them while the Rain Ninja are engaged with the Sand Ninja, Danzo declared. At that moment, Shima's eyes sparkled as he looked towards Danzo. However, upon hearing this, Orochimaru and Jiraiya furrowed their brows, and even Hyuga Itsuki couldn't help but purse his lips. Such actions were too hasty and short-sighted. Konoha's best course of action now was to refrain from involvement. Regardless of which side emerged victorious in the conflict, Konoha would secure a greater advantage by staying out of it. However, Danzo's expression betrayed a hint of eagerness. Since establishing his development policy for the next decade, Danzo understood what he needed: recognition and glory. While observing from the sidelines might ensure the village's stability, it offered him no personal benefit. Therefore, he spoke up, saying, "I also intend to participate. What are your opinions?" With that, he looked towards the furrowed brows of Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Jiraiya simply waved his hand, saying, "I'm about to head back to Tsunade's side. I won't be involved in or express opinions on matters here." Hearing Jiraiya's words, Danzo felt somewhat disgruntled. After all, this was the time to concentrate forces and accomplish great deeds. Although he looked down on Jiraiya as a person, he had to admit Jiraiya's role on the battlefield. However, if Jiraiya wanted to leave, Danzo had no reason or excuse to stop him. After all, Jiraiya's current status on the battlefield was on par with Danzo's, both serving as commanders on different fronts. Moreover, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade didn't care about who held the actual command authority. Therefore, they could easily hand over command to one another without causing much disruption. Even if one or two of them left the camp, Jiraiya's reluctance to participate led Danzo to turn his attention to Orochimaru. As for the attitudes of other elders in the camp, such as Hyuga Itsuki, Danzo didn't care much because he had the authority to command and mobilize them. What he desired was more power, whether from Jiraiya or Orochimaru. It would be best if they stayed together, but since Jiraiya was unwilling, he could only look to Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru shook his head, facing Danzo's darkening expression as he said, "I've only stayed here for a while to let Nawaki gain battlefield experience. Now that he's adapted quite well, I should report back." "Are you disregarding the village's interests? How did Hiruzen teach you?" Before Danzo could speak, another person in the tent, Rima, who also had Senju blood, questioned them both. Seeing someone speak up for him, Danzo didn't feel the need to rush to respond. He had previously spoken to these two individuals. As descendants of the Senju, Rima and Shima naturally sided with Danzo in the interest of reigniting Konoha's rise. Faced with Rima's interrogation, while Jiraiya wanted to explain, Orochimaru stopped him. Then he spoke, "Senpais, advancing for the village's benefit and holding our ground are both for the village's sake. I'm not unwilling to see Konoha gain an advantage. It's just that Jiraiya and I have our own battlefield and tasks that belong to us." Upon hearing this, Rima's expression soured, and Shima spoke up, saying, "If you choose to go back, can't we at least keep Tsunade's disciple here? We need his medical abilities." "I'm sorry, but I don't think Tsunade would agree to that." Orochimaru continued to refuse. Rima slammed the table, saying, "What? Are we not even allowed to command a single Chunin now?" Rima's chakra erupted at that moment, making the atmosphere in the command tent extremely tense. However, Orochimaru showed no signs of fear. Instead, he became even more resolute compared to his previous gentleness. He looked at Rima, then at Shima, and said, "Senpais, I don't know if you're aware, but Miyo-sama has already approved Tatsuma as the successor to second Hokage-sama. Forgive my bluntness, but you truly have no authority to command or mobilize Tatsuma anymore." Chapter 156, Talent can grow in hardship, but hardship does not create talent. Seeing Orochimaru bringing out Uzumaki Mito, Rima, and Shima, those still wearing displeased expressions, no longer said anything. Their identities and positions were there, and they had no choice but to comply. In fact, they had to be the ones in the village most obedient to Uzumaki Mito's opinions because the blood flowing in their veins destined them to follow the advice of Uzumaki Mito, the wife of Senju Hashirama, and even had to vigorously support it. Danzo's face was also full of gloom at this time because he dared not refute Orochimaru. There was only one person in the village whom he dared not touch. If it were anyone else, even Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife, Sarutobi Biwako, when it came time for real combat, Danzo wouldn't give his old friend face, but Uzumaki Mito was an exception. If he dared to oppose, perhaps Shima and Rima, who still held significant influence among the dispersed Senju clan, would immediately turn against him and ignore the unanimous decision they had reached before. "Since that's the case, then you all should go back to Tsunade's side. The victory on this battlefield will be enjoyed by us few," Danzo said. Orochimaru softened his previous tough stance and said with a slightly cryptic tone, "Congratulations in advance to all of you. However, there are some things I'd like to advise in advance. It's good to strive for victory, but if as a result, some individuals who shouldn't be on the battlefield end up there, when the village investigates later, it won't be easy for any of you to escape responsibility." Orochimaru's indication, of course, referred to those Ninja Academy graduates who had recently arrived at the camp. Although these graduates were already genin and theoretically could be deployed to the battlefield, this group of genin was quite special. After graduation, they were not assigned to ninja teams, which meant their practical combat abilities on the battlefield were not strong. After all, much of what they learned in school was outdated and too upright. Without experienced ninja leading them and teaching them newer, perhaps more unscrupulous methods, the knowledge base of Ninja Academy students was completely inadequate to deal with enemies. In the eyes of Danzo and his combat faction, these issues were not problems at all, because they might firmly believe in a viewpoint that wasn't entirely correct, that talent would continuously emerge from the mud. For the sake of victory in war, they were willing to send batches of children into the mire, allowing them to struggle and then singling out the one plant untainted by the mud for praise and widespread promotion. They became another classic example in their law of growth. As for those who sank into the mud, were buried, or even rotted away, they didn't care. Considering Danzo's character, he was undoubtedly the one who would throw those children into the mud. To be honest, Orochimaru didn't care much about the lives of those children either. But he knew that if Danzo did so, and if any accidents occurred, it would be his sensei who would face criticism. If those children died on the battlefield, his sensei's reputation among civilians and status within the ninja community would undoubtedly plummet by more than one level. Orochimaru didn't want Danzo's power-hungry actions to ultimately be paid for by his sensei, so he brought up this topic directly. The people in the tent would serve as evidence later to reduce his sensei's responsibility. Danzo had a deep understanding of these political maneuvers, so he instantly grasped Orochimaru's intention. He just grunted and remained silent. At this point, whatever he said wouldn't be good. If he insisted on sending those children to the battlefield, tomorrow Sarutobi Hiruzen would receive requests from various ninja clans to replace the frontline commanders. If he claimed he wouldn't allow those children on the battlefield, they were still ninjas. If they didn't fight on the front lines, should they just sit in the rear and eat? Therefore, he could only remain silent. He would temporarily refrain from deploying those graduates, but if the battlefield required them, as a final decision, he would not hesitate to send them. However, whatever his response, it was irrelevant to Orochimaru at the moment. He just needed to steer the conversation, then stood up, grabbed Jiraiya by the back of his neck, and said, "I and Jiraiya won't linger any longer. What's about to be discussed here is confidential, and it's not convenient for us to listen." "Goodbye," Orochimaru said. "All right, goodbye," replied Danzo. Jiraiya casually bowed and bounced out of the tent. "Stinky Snake, I didn't expect you to be so rational sometimes." "I thought you'd join them in their antics," Jiraiya remarked as they left the tent. Once outside, Jiraiya draped his arm around Orochimaru's shoulder. Orochimaru squirmed his graceful snake-like waist a couple of times but didn't shake him off or pay him any mind. Looking at Jiraiya, Orochimaru said, "Hanzo's actions this time won't be an ambush. They will surely give Hidden Sand Village enough time. In that case, if we make a move, Konoha might fall into Hidden Sand Village's trap." "Why?" "Hidden Sand Village doesn't know about our poisoning of the rain ninjas. They're probably still guessing what Hanzo's gathering of ninja is all about." Jiraiya looked puzzled, and Orochimaru rolled his eyes at him, saying, "Rain ninja have never launched large-scale attacks on Sand ninja. Why do you think that is?" Because we from Konoha have been taking care of Sand ninja?" Jiraiya guessed. "Yes, but not entirely," Orochimaru replied. Initially, Jiraiya's face lit up when he heard Orochimaru's agreement, but the latter part of his statement caused his expression to fall. He pounded Orochimaru's chest with his other hand and demanded, "Come on, stop pretending to be profound. It's because Sand Ninja have never truly provoked Hanzo, or rather, Rain Ninja's motives are unknown," Orochimaru explained. Disdainfully, Orochimaru brushed aside Jiraiya's hand still resting on his chest and continued, "Sand ninja were driven here by us from Konoha. Of course, they came half-willingly, but it's enough for them to claim that entering the Land of Rain wasn't their desire." Jiraiya nodded. He knew the previous conversation's context, and what Orochimaru said was indeed the excuse Sand Ninja had used at the time. Jiraiya also knew that this was just Orochimaru laying the groundwork for his words. Sure enough, Orochimaru continued, "Think about why we are being attacked by Rain Ninja in force. Because we killed civilians in the Land of Rain?" Jiraiya ventured. Jiraiya began to grasp the idea, but his brow furrowed as he continued, "But what about those smaller countries? Can Hanzo, along with all the Rain Ninja, defeat Konoha?" Orochimaru asked. "No, they can't," Jiraiya admitted. Can Hanzo, along with all the rain ninja, defeat Hidden Sand Village? Orochimaru posed another question. Still, they can't, Jiraiya replied. So, can Hanzo, along with all the rain ninja, defeat those few smaller countries? If they're not united? Orochimaru pressed. Jiraiya slapped his forehead. This time, he fully understood and said, when facing the strong, one needs to reason with them, stand on the moral high ground, condemn them, and then negotiate terms, demanding compensation. When facing the weak, all you need is to show your fist. Then take what you need. Orochimaru casually responded, then continued, the moral high ground, interesting. Looks like what you've been saying these past few years wasn't just talk. Aha! That's right. When has Jiraiya ever lied? Jiraiya suddenly became very excited, but Orochimaru noticed something amiss and asked, who told you about the concept of the moral high ground? Tatsuma, Jiraiya replied. Ah, Tatsuma again. He's quite interesting. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, then looked at Jiraiya and said, so, do you understand now? Why I feel our plan against the Sand Ninja won't succeed? Yes, Jiraiya replied, returning to seriousness. He withdrew the hand he had on Orochimaru's shoulder and said, if nothing unexpected happens, Hanzo will strongly condemn Hidden Sand Village's actions and demand compensation. Hidden Sand Village probably won't pay. Even if this action wasn't their doing, they wouldn't compensate a small country for war losses, even if they were responsible. After a verbal tug-of-war, Hidden Sand Village would make the necessary preparations and deployments. It would simply involve sending an additional team capable of confronting the Rain Ninja. No matter how impoverished Hidden Sand Village might be, they could still muster such a team. Hanzo's goal isn't really to defeat Sand Ninja but to vie for interests. Therefore, the confrontation between the two sides would likely leave room for maneuvering, much like how Rain Ninja behaves towards our Konoha. Despite their aggressive attacks, each loss inflicted is within Konoha's acceptable range. We should continue maintaining the mindset that there is still a chance for negotiation, waiting for an opportunity for peace talks. Exactly, and the incident where the Root organization disrupted the morale of the grassroots Sand Ninja forces has brought to light numerous hidden dangers lurking within Hidden Sand Village, which have been eradicated. The secrecy level of Sand Ninja's future actions will undoubtedly be classified as confidential or even top secret. Consequently, there are too many variables that cannot be predicted. If, at this time, we were to attack Sand Ninja, and Sand Ninja were to reluctantly concede benefits to Rain Ninja and divert teams to support the camp, it would likely lead to a replay of the story of Hyuga Miyako and Hyuga Kai. The more effort we put in from Konoha, the quicker Sand Ninja will compromise, and Rain Ninja will gain more benefits. In the end, it will only be Konoha that loses, while Rain Ninja and Sand Ninja each gain. By remaining idle and watching from afar, letting Sand Ninja and Rain Ninja wear each other down, even if both sides suffer minimal losses, it's a gain for us in Konoha. Orochimaru acknowledged Jiraiya's words and added some points. Jiraiya's expression became very serious. He glanced back at the direction of the command tent and said, then why don't you tell Danzo and the others about this? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru stared at Jiraiya. It took him a while to formulate his response. Finally, he said, imagine you did extensive reconnaissance work at a bathhouse, and one day, while you were at the best observation point with binoculars, someone tells you that the girls won't be bathing today, only some old ladies. Would you believe it? Or would you think they're just trying to get you to leave so they can take over your observation point? Jiraiya was left speechless, now understanding why Orochimaru didn't try to convince those people. It was futile. He shook his head, trying to dispel the image of naked old ladies that had inexplicably popped into his mind, before asking, so what do we do now? We preserve more combat strength for Konoha while also persuading Sensei to convince Mifune to apply pressure on Rain Ninja outside the Land of Rain, hoping to force Hanzo to abandon his plans, Orochimaru replied. Taking a break on the battlefield? Is that really appropriate? Jiraiya questioned. Would you rather go and get yourself killed? Orochimaru retorted. I'll go talk to Tsunade about heading back immediately, Jiraiya decided. Chapter 157, Hesitation leads to defeat, decisiveness results in giving away for free. Within the camp, it was quiet. Despite housing over 2,000 ninjas, there was not even the slightest sound, as if even their breaths were deliberately suppressed. The cause of this phenomenon was the news from another camp, another battlefield. 2 days ago, Danzo led a legion of ninjas to launch a sudden attack on the Sand Ninja camp, engaging in a major battle with the original frontline teams from Hidden Sand Village and the support teams led by Ebizo. The Konoha Ninja Legion was pinned down by the Sand Ninjas and unable to retreat. Meanwhile, on another front, during negotiations in the midst of the war between the Wind and Rain countries, Chiyo agreed to the war reparations demanded by Hanzo. After concluding the brief war with Rain ninjas led by Hanzo, Chiyo led over 1,000 Sand ninjas to reinforce. Danzo's team was caught in a pincer attack from the front and rear. Undoubtedly, within a mere day, the Konoha Ninja Legion suffered a crushing defeat. However, if it were just one defeat, even an extremely severe one, it would not excessively affect the current camp where Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were stationed and commanding. The reason for the silence in this camp is the crushing defeat of the Konoha Ninja Legion led by Danzo. In order to allow other ninjas to retreat, a large number of Konoha ninjas stayed behind to cover the retreat. Until now, the remnants led by Danzo have already retreated, but there has been no word from those ninjas who stayed behind. You guessed it right, Jiraiya, stationed at the communication center, looked at Orochimaru, who was also waiting for news, and said with a complicated tone. Orochimaru found it difficult to maintain his usual composure. His brows furrowed, lips tightly pressed together. Instead of immediately responding to Jiraiya, it took him a while before he spoke with a hoarse voice, Senju. Perhaps only they, with such fervent and sincere love for the village, are willing to sacrifice for it. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya couldn't help but nod. In Konoha and even in various ninja villages, there are fearless ninjas willing to sacrifice for the village. But to say which ninja clan would take this belief as the faith of the entire clan and adhere to it? Only the Senju clan. Even if the Senju clan is dispersed, even if the surname of Senju is revoked and they no longer carry the Senju name, their love for the village and the spirit of willingness to sacrifice for the village have not been taken away. It's just that there are too many. In this battle, almost all the Senju clan members who were dispersed and their descendants with combat capability have sacrificed. Even though the final intelligence hasn't come back yet, both Jiraiya and Orochimaru know they won't return. Jiraiya looked up at the small workshop that had not been set up for long in the camp and said, "Who's going to check on Tsunade's condition?" Although he said so, his hands were already on his knees, ready to get up. Jiraiya knew it wasn't the right time to approach Tsunade because, given her temperament, she would likely lash out at others. But someone had to check on her. Besides, Jiraiya felt he had gotten used to Tsunade's punches. What did it matter if he got seriously injured again? "I'll go." At that moment, a voice, also somewhat hoarse but with the characteristic hoarseness of a boy going through puberty, rang out. It was Nawaki, clad in a tight-fitting suit. There was no longer the previous foolishness on his face, but a seriousness. He said, "After all, she's my sister, and this is also a family matter." Seeing his disciple suddenly exude a bit of maturity, Orochimaru was somewhat stunned. For a moment, he didn't know whether to agree or oppose his disciple's decision. "Aren't you being ridiculous?" "What Tsunade least wants to hear right now is any mention of the clan's existence," Jiraiya said, grabbing Nawaki who was about to walk away. Nawaki was about to say something when a young ninja with blonde hair exclaimed, "Sensei, it's Tatsuma." "Tatsuma? What happened to Tatsuma?" Jiraiya quickly looked to where Tatsuma had been, but there was no one there. His heart raced, and he looked towards the poison workshop, only to see Tatsuma already reaching for the door handle. Gulp. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Nawaki, and Minato all involuntarily swallowed. It was too late to stop Tatsuma now. They could only hope that Tatsuma's body could withstand it. Inside the poison workshop, Tsunade sat at the workbench, her face devoid of any emotional fluctuations. It was as if it were the most uninteresting day, doing the most uninteresting thing imaginable. It was calm, or rather, numb like a factory worker on an assembly line. Click as Tatsuma entered the poison workshop and gently closed the door, the faint sound seemed to awaken Tsunade. She turned to see Tatsuma and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Sensei, you haven't assigned me any tasks today, and there haven't been any wounded or sick in the camp recently. I came to ask if there's anything I can do?" Tatsuma's expression was also calm, as if he hadn't heard any news today. His calmness surprised Tsunade. Her mouth and chin twitched unnaturally for a few moments, and she clenched her teeth, not answering immediately. After a while, Tsunade seemed to suppress the inexplicable surge of emotions. "First," she sighed, then said, "prepare all the poisons we previously researched." "Okay." Tatsuma didn't say anything extra. He took out tools like mortars, beakers, measuring cups, test tubes, etc., from the toolbox, and various materials from the storage cabinet to begin material processing. Tsunade glanced at the materials Tatsuma was handling, then got up and took out some more refined equipment from her own toolbox. Once Tatsuma finished handling the materials, he handed them over to Tsunade, who began refining and extracting. Outside the poison workshop, Jiraiya and the others anxiously waited, anticipating the sound of smashing or seeing the walls break and Tatsuma flying out. However, it wasn't until noon that Tatsuma appeared. Moreover, he didn't come out beaten or thrown out. Instead, he walked out through the door, without any signs of injury. "Tatsuma? Are you okay?" Jiraiya quickly approached Tatsuma, squeezing his shoulders and arms. Tatsuma struggled a bit and said, "I was fine, until you started squeezing me, now I might have internal injuries." Relieved to hear Tatsuma's joking tone, Jiraiya sighed and asked, "What were you doing in there? And how's Tsunade?" "Working, preparing poisons." "Sensei is fine, but I need to hurry to prepare lunch." "Sensei is waiting," Tatsuma replied. Without further explanation, Tatsuma headed towards the mess hall. Jiraiya, still skeptical, lingered near the poison workshop, wanting to check the situation inside. However, the workshop was sealed and opaque, with only a ventilation hole and a wastewater pipe. Soon, Tatsuma returned from preparing lunch and found Jiraiya, who was like a large toad, squatting by the door, seemingly trying to peek inside through the gap. As one of the assemblers of the poison workshop, Tatsuma understood its sealing properties well. "If you want to see, just boldly open the door." "Or is Jiraiya-sensei also afraid?" Tatsuma chuckled and then, after asking Jiraiya to step aside, he walked into the workshop. Before Jiraiya could see what was inside, Tatsuma closed the door, leaving Jiraiya hopping madly at the door. "Humph. Am I afraid?" "I'm not afraid at all." Jiraiya muttered to himself outside the poison workshop for a long time, seemingly trying to psych himself up. Finally, he gathered his courage, his face set with determination, and reached out for the door handle of the poison workshop. At the same time, Orochimaru, who was also watching, immediately pulled Nawaki and Minato away from the area. Seeing Orochimaru's demeanor, which resembled preparing for a major battle, Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat. His hand hesitated on the door handle, but eventually, Jiraiya summoned his courage once again, twisted the handle of the poison workshop door, and put on a greasy smile. He said, "Tsu. Get lost." "Okay." Thud. Jiraiya closed the door, looking disheveled and puzzled. How did Tatsuma go in without any trouble, while he encountered this right after opening the door? Not far away, Nawaki also puzzledly remarked, "Why did sister get mad at Jiraiya instead of Tatsuma?" Nawaki rarely used honorifics with Jiraiya. After all, as Tsunade's brother, he had grown up watching Jiraiya being submissive to his sister and often getting beaten up. It was hard for him to feel respect for Jiraiya. Orochimaru was also pondering. Although Tsunade's attitude towards Jiraiya was usually not good, most of the time it was because of Jiraiya's own actions. When it came to important matters, Tsunade rarely made things difficult for Jiraiya and even defended him several times. Just like the last time they were surrounded by Iwane. Today, in Orochimaru's view, Jiraiya's actions were not a problem. After all, as teammates, it was natural to visit in such a significant situation. Considering Tatsuma's situation, Tsunade probably hadn't reached the point of losing her rationality yet. Why then did she? Minato rubbed his chin and said, "Sensei hesitated too much." With Tsunade-sensei's strength and sensory abilities, she must have known that he lingered at the door for a long time. Once a girl knows that a guy has hesitated about her, she'll resist, or even get angry, let alone hesitation in action. Going straight through the door, like Tatsuma did, is the best solution. Is that so? Jiraiya, who returned dejectedly, heard his disciple's words and appeared defeated. Seeing Jiraiya looking downcast, Minato quickly waved his hand and said, "Sensei, it's just my personal speculation, don't take it seriously." "Minato, you understand all this, I get it. But why does that little bastard Tatsuma understand it too?" Jiraiya said somewhat impatiently. After all, he had heard that Tatsuma didn't even receive a Valentine's Day chocolate when he was in the Ninja Academy. While Jiraiya might not have received as many as Orochimaru back then, he still got some. Although it was from an old lady I helped on the way to school. Ah, well. Minato didn't know how to respond, but Orochimaru chimed in, "It's normal for Tatsuma to understand these things given his talent and intelligence. Of course, it's also normal for someone as talented and intelligent as you not to understand." You snake! Chapter 158, If the gift is refused, don't expect to receive it again. Sensei, the analysis reports for these poisons are all done, and we've already got production plans for the antidotes. What do we do next? 3 days later, in the poison mixing room, Tatsuma, with dark circles under his eyes again, arrived with a stack of analysis reports to Tsunade's side. Tsunade seemed to be in much better condition. After all, Tatsuma, the assistant, had been doing both the laborious work and subsequent analysis, giving Tsunade some time to rest while Tatsuma had none. After 3 days of mixing poisons, Tsunade's mood seemed to have improved somewhat. Upon hearing Tatsuma's words, she didn't immediately respond, but instead gestured to another breakfast on the table. Tatsuma nodded and set the reports aside, starting to eat breakfast. Suddenly, Tsunade said, "The village is going to convene a Jonin meeting, and I must go back as a representative." Upon hearing this, Tatsuma understood what being a representative meant. Although the Senju clan had been disbanded, the Jonin meeting still reserved a seat for the clan, rather than dividing it into several Jonin seats. Previously, Tsunade was unwilling to take on the position of representing the Senju, because among the descendants of the Senju, there were still Jonin who could fulfill this position, but now there aren't any. Apart from some elderly, weak, sick, or pregnant individuals, there were those who couldn't easily step into the limelight or had positions they couldn't leave. Now, the person most capable of representing the Senju is only Tsunade. Moreover, judging by her current situation, it's evident that she has already decided to accept it, perhaps she has come to terms with it herself, or perhaps someone in the village has persuaded her. Tatsuma was also somewhat curious about this. He looked at Tsunade and asked, "Sensei, why did you take on this position?" Upon hearing Tatsuma's question, Tsunade's expression became very complicated. Obviously there were too many reasons, but she didn't choose to blurt them all out. In fact, Tsunade didn't like expressing her emotions to others, except for anger. Excluding anger, Tsunade would keep many other emotions or thoughts to herself. In this process, they might transform into anger and then be directed towards others. But this time, she didn't do that. After thinking for a moment, Tsunade chose one of her reasons and said, "As the representative of the clan, I have the authority to directly submit proposals without the initial review of the Hokage and advisors. It seems, Sensei, you already know your ideas won't be well received by others. I don't care whether they'll be well received or not, or whether they'll be approved. Anyway, this is the final statement of the Senju clan. Tsunade said indifferently. She wasn't doubtful that Tatsuma knew her thoughts. Firstly, Tatsuma was smart enough, and secondly, during these 3 days, she wasn't just mixing poisons. In her spare time, she also started drafting proposals, and there was no reason Tatsuma, who worked with her, wouldn't have noticed. Although she knew that the village wouldn't be able to allocate a large amount of funds to support her plan given the heavy losses suffered in the recent defeat, she still had to seize this opportunity to propose it. Because this was the last chance for the Senju clan. If she missed it, the influence of the Senju clan in the village would decline rapidly in the future. If, leveraging the guilt brought upon the village elders by the massive sacrifices of the Senju descendants, they still cannot agree, it will be difficult to have another opportunity in the future. When are we going back? Tatsuma also understood Tsunade's meaning and didn't oppose or explicitly agree because Tsunade didn't need him to. Tsunade stood up, glanced at Tatsuma, who had almost finished his breakfast, and said, "We leave the day after tomorrow, but today, I need to do something. Will you dare to follow me?" Upon hearing this, Tatsuma glanced at the rows of test tubes on the workbench and the venom inside, roughly guessing what Tsunade wanted to do. He nodded and said, "No problem, but is it enough with just the two of us?" Tsunade smiled confidently, took off her forehead protector, revealing her forehead. There was a faintly visible rhombus-shaped seal on her forehead. She pointed to the seal and said, "Ein seal. It can store excess chakra. Although it's only been a few months since the last depletion and it hasn't reached its optimal storage, it should be enough if it's just for a big fuss." Tatsuma withdrew his gaze, clenched his fist, and due to the lack of sleep for a long time, his body had slight swelling, obviously not in the best condition. Nevertheless, he still nodded and said, "I'll take care of setting up traps." "Sensei, you attract their hatred to make them fall into the traps?" "Yes, that's settled." After Tsunade finished speaking, she took out one sealing scroll after another. Although the quantity of reagents could be stored in one sealing scroll, it was necessary to be generous with sealing scrolls for the sake of convenient distribution during combat. Tatsuma, on the other hand, began to refine chakra with his hands clasped together. With the deepening study of chakra transformation and nature transformation, Tatsuma no longer needed specific seals like the seal of confrontation or others to refine or manipulate chakra. Any hand seal capable of stirring internal chakra could serve as a key to invoke chakra. Clasping both hands together was indeed a hand seal, and it was a very significant one with extremely broad applications. Although it seemed like clapping both hands together, it was actually forming the Buddhist gesture of clasping hands together, symbolizing the unification of all realms in one body. Whether it was internal chakra or external energy, it could be manipulated by this hand seal. However, it's difficult for beginners to use this hand seal because the types of forces invoked by the clasped hands gesture are too diverse. For beginners, it's like finding a long grain rice among a pile of pearls. Tatsuma didn't learn the technique of using this hand seal from Tobarama's notes. Instead, Jiraiya taught him. During this period, Jiraiya had been studying a new power that required the indication of external energy, so he often practiced it. Naturally, Minato and Tatsuma also benefited from learning it. Learning this hand seal only through written explanations would be difficult, but with Jiraiya as their sensei, Tatsuma and Minato were able to master it. By forming the hand seal, Tatsuma refined chakra, simultaneously stimulating his muscles, nerves, and certain specific organs with chakra. Soon, the extremely subtle swelling on Tatsuma's hands and face faded away, and the dark circles under his eyes also became lighter. Although it cost a bit of chakra, for Tatsuma, it was very worthwhile to adjust his physical condition to the best. Seeing this scene, Tsunade said, "Use less of the technique of applying chakra to cells in the future. If you really want to learn, I do have a corresponding ninjutsu that I could teach you in the future. However, that technique requires a large amount of chakra. Even for me now, it's just been developed, and the risks are high. It's up to you to decide." Tatsuma guessed what technique she was referring to. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be the creation rebirth jutsu, a technique that forcibly accelerates cell division, heals bodily injuries, and allows the user to maintain optimal physical condition continuously. For Tsunade to use this technique, several other jutsu are needed for assistance. Firstly, the Yin Seal Jutsu is used to store a large amount of chakra. Then, the Yin Seal Release is used to release the stored chakra in the body, which is necessary to use the Creation Rebirth Jutsu. Moreover, just by combining these three jutsu, it still wouldn't achieve the effect of no seal regeneration in combat like the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. To achieve this effect, another technique is needed, the Strength of 100 technique. The combination of multiple techniques allows Tsunade to maintain her optimal physical condition even during high-intensity battles, akin to the no-seal regeneration effect of Senju Hashirama. The risk of this technique lies in its lack of control. Generally, ninjas in combat do not use large amounts of chakra to heal injuries that do not affect their condition or are minor. Instead, they ignore or handle them simply to preserve more chakra for combat. However, after using this series of ninjutsu, even injuries as minor as a mosquito bite will trigger the body to automatically mobilize chakra to heal the entire body, resulting in a significant consumption of unnecessary chakra. At the same time, the number of times human cells can divide is limited. Once the limit is reached, even the strongest body will collapse. This series of ninjutsu can be considered a low-efficiency ninjutsu with high expenditure and moderate gain. However, on the battlefield or in combat, the present is more important than the future. Moreover, this technique was created by Tsunade, who stands at the pinnacle of medical ninjutsu, and the user is also her student, which enables them to mitigate many risks. Upon hearing Tsunade's suggestion, Tatsuma nodded slightly without a clear reply. Because if he had a choice, this technique would not be his first choice. He wanted to know the differences and the respective advantages and disadvantages between Senju Hashirama's no-seal regeneration and Tsunade's creation rebirth. After comparing the two, then making a decision. Of course, even in Konoha, even as Hashirama's granddaughter, Tsunade actually knows very little about Senju Hashirama's no-seal regeneration. In his past life, Tatsuma had also seen some speculations. There are roughly two directions regarding the origin of Senju Hashirama's no-seal regeneration. One is the effect brought about by Sage Mode and Sage Art, and the other is the uniqueness of Senju Hashirama's body. If it's the former, Tatsuma still has a chance to pursue it. However, if it's the latter, the only way would be to attempt transplantation of Hashirama's cells. However, those who have had Hashirama's cells transplanted haven't shown the ability of no-seal regeneration either. Seeing Tatsuma's lack of enthusiasm, Tsunade became furious. She had been wanting to teach this kid a lesson for a long time. There isn't much that she can impart to Tatsuma, and yet he isn't even interested. This makes her, as his sensei, feel like she hasn't achieved anything. Previously, Tsunade had discovered Tatsuma's talent for enhanced strength and had taught him the techniques for a while. However, Tatsuma learned too quickly. His deep research into chakra control and chakra transformation was remarkable before Tsunade could fully explain. Tatsuma claimed to have mastered it already, even leaving a remark like as easy to understand as the 8 trigrams gentle fist. Tatsuma also noticed the veins popping on Tsunade's forehead. Without the cover of her forehead protector, her killing intent became very apparent. Tatsuma trembled and hastily said, "Sensei, I'm actually very interested in that technique for storing chakra. Go learn it from your grandmother. We're leaving now." All right. Chapter 159, Tsunade attacks. Chiyo-sama. Ebizo-sama. Tsunade from Konoha is attacking our camp. Within the Sand Ninja camp, Chiyo and her brother, who were tallying the losses and gains of the battle, instantly stood up upon hearing the report from their subordinate. Ebizo nervously asked, "How many people from Konoha are coming?" The attack by Tsunade leading the Konoha ninjas was something they had anticipated, considering Tsunade's blood ties to those ninjas who had fallen at the hands of their Sand Ninja. However, for 3 consecutive days, Konoha had shown no response, and Tsunade had not appeared within their surveillance. Just when they started to ease their worries, Tsunade led the Konoha ninjas in an attack. Upon hearing Ebizo's question, the sand ninja who reported hesitated for a moment, then quickly shook his head and explained, "Only Tsunade herself. For the moment, we haven't detected anyone else." Upon hearing this, the expressions on Chiyo and Ebizo's faces fell. Chiyo said darkly, "Tsunade? Humph. Does she really think that the hidden sand village would hesitate to kill her because of her status?" Although they said this, the siblings had no intention of moving to stop her. After all, words were words, and thoughts were thoughts. They had to consider Tsunade's status. Tsunade was after all a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, she was the granddaughter of the shinobi world's god and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Even though Senju Hashirama had passed away, Uzumaki Mito still lived well in Konoha. Boom! Boom rumble. Just as the siblings hesitated, the ground suddenly shook with a series of vibrations. This kind of power caused Chiyo's expression to change once again. She knew Tsunade's strength very well, as they had fought more than once last year. And to cause such a large shock, Tsunade definitely had no intention of holding back. If Tsunade continued like this, the sand ninjas would surely suffer heavy casualties. Although Chiyo and Ebizo were not particularly afraid of Tsunade's strength, the other sand ninjas were scared. "I'll go stop her," Ebizo said, looking at his sister's grim expression. He then walked out on his own initiative. Chiyo nodded, not stopping him. In the current situation, indeed, it required someone sufficiently powerful to intervene. However, she wondered if her brother could stop Tsunade, who seemed to have gone mad. Seeing his sister's approval, Ebizo no longer hesitated. He quickly headed outside the tent. At this moment, within the camp, numerous sand ninjas formed layers of encirclement, while in the center of the encirclement, Tsunade continued to unleash her power. Heavily kick of pain. With a kick to the ground, Tsunade barely missed the sand ninja who tried to evade, causing him to fall directly into the crack in the earth. Then, amidst the tremors, he was crushed. The cracked earth resembled a grinding mill on both sides, grinding the fallen sand ninja into pulp amidst the shaking. Seeing such brutality, the attacking rhythm of the sand ninjas momentarily faltered. They dared not approach further. However, Tsunade paid no attention and, without using body flicker jutsu or ninjutsu, relying solely on her enhanced strength, swiftly charged into the crowd. The most savage taijutsu techniques, but with the blessing of enhanced strength, they were like the strength of giants, launching the most brutal attacks against the sand ninja. Boom, boom, boom. Struck by fists or kicked, the sand ninjas were sent flying instantly, knocking down rows upon rows of their comrades. The first few comrades who were affected by the impact of the immense force died on the spot. Attack with ninja tools. A sand ninja jonin finally couldn't help but give the order. Even though Tsunade was amidst the crowd, using ninja tools to attack her could very likely injure allies. However, if Tsunade wasn't stopped soon, those around her would be killed one by one. Swish, swish. Countless sand ninja pulled out shuriken or kunai and threw them towards Tsunade. Tsunade looked up at the ninja tools flying towards her, without dodging or avoiding. With a stomp on the ground, a surge of chakra erupted. The bursting chakra stirred up countless grains of sand and stones, impacting the flying ninja tools, altering their flight paths, and directing them towards the sand ninjas near Tsunade. Sizzle. However, many ninja tools remained unchanged in direction. Tsunade didn't pay too much attention to them, she simply avoided vital points. The armor on her body blocked the ninja tools and knocked them away, and some scratched her arms and legs. Direct hit. She won't last much longer. As users of poisons, their ninja tools were all coated with poison. Seeing Tsunade hit by poison ninja tools, the surrounding sand ninjas showed expressions of surprise. No matter how strong Tsunade was, being poisoned would still weaken her. Humph. Tsunade snorted angrily, ignoring the wounds on her body and the toxins invading her system, continuing to attack the sand ninjas. The skin around her wounds began to turn purple-black, but she didn't stop. At this moment, Ebizo finally arrived and stood in front of Tsunade. When Tsunade's fist came crashing down, he spread his hands apart, and Tsunade's fist paused midair as if suspended. However, upon closer inspection, there were traces of indentation on her hands. Tsunade also noticed Ebizo at this moment and said, "Ebizo?" A technique of puppet jutsu. Stepping back, Ebizo swallowed hard, suppressing the surging blood within him. Although he had just blocked Tsunade's fist, the transmission of that force still caused hidden injuries in his body. "Lady Tsunade, lead now, and I won't pursue today's ambush by Konoha." After calming down for a moment, Ebizo said to Tsunade. Hearing his respectful tone, the surrounding sand ninjas looked puzzled. After all, Tsunade had come to their camp today and killed so many people. The fact that the elders were letting Tsunade go was incomprehensible. Could it be that, in the eyes of the elders, the lives of these grassroots ninjas were so worthless? After Ebizo finished speaking, he also felt some regret. As an elder of the village, he was accustomed to superficial work. Even if he felt unhappy with the ninjas of his village, he would still use respectful language to save face. However, diplomacy is diplomacy, and war is war. Using respectful language to enemies on the battlefield is a very morale-damaging act. Ebizo hadn't been on the battlefield for too long. Since the beginning of this war, he had only been on the battlefield once as part of a support team. Therefore, his habits hadn't changed yet. However, if one or two respectful terms could reduce Tsunade's anger slightly, it wouldn't be a loss. But Tsunade had no intention of backing down. A disdainful expression crossed her face as she said, "Why should I? Besides, I didn't come here today as a Konoha ninja." As she spoke, she pointed her right thumb at her forehead, where she wasn't wearing the headband of Konoha. Upon hearing Tsunade forcefully claim that today's actions were personal and unrelated to the village, Ebizo's face darkened. If she really wanted to disassociate herself from Konoha, not wearing the headband wasn't convincing enough, she needed to make a mark on it. Ebizo took a deep breath, intending to continue negotiating, but Tsunade didn't give him the chance. She kicked him straight out without hesitation. Heavily kick of pain. With a terrifying burst of enhanced strength, even though Ebizo had used chakra threads to block, he was still sent flying by a kick. In such a short time, he didn't have the chance to unseal the scroll and use puppetry. Seeing the disturbing disappearance of Ebizo, Tsunade looked at the sand ninjas whose faces became even more solemn and angry. The disdain on her face didn't disappear, and a blue-green chakra glow emitted from the wounds on her body. The toxins that had been spreading continuously were now trapped in place. Tsunade moved again, bursting forward once more, charging into the crowd and sending a large group of sand ninjas flying. "Tsunade, you're going too far." At this moment, Chiyo couldn't help but join the battlefield, shouting loudly. Compared to Ebizo's refined words, Chiyo's speech style was clearly more battlefield-oriented. Upon hearing the command from the camp's leader, the sand ninjas were revitalized. Tsunade glanced at Chiyo, who seemed frustrated, but showed no hesitation in her movements, let alone stopping. Boom, boom, boom. Another burst of enhanced strength, knocking down one sand ninja after another. Chiyo's face grew so grim that it seemed water could drip from it. She reached for scrolls, swiftly unfolded them, and then tossed them towards Tsunade. Sealing Jutsu, Lion Closing Roar. Boom! The sealing jutsu unfolded, revealing a gigantic white lion's head. It bit down on Tsunade, crashing her into nearby rocks. The sealing jutsu continued to expand, firmly pressing Tsunade against the rocks. Chiyo-sama is truly remarkable. Seeing Tsunade sealed, the sand ninjas cheered. Chiyo looked at Tsunade and said, "Tsunade, did you think we wouldn't dare to kill you?" "It's not that you wouldn't dare, it's that you simply can't." Although Tsunade's hands and torso were sealed, her feet could still move. She lifted her leg and stomped on the ground, causing it to crack, and cracks also appeared on the rocks behind her. However, under the effect of the sealing jutsu, even the shattered rocks would not disperse. They continued to lock Tsunade in place. Just as the sand ninjas were about to mock Tsunade's futile efforts, Chiyo and the reappeared Ebizo's faces changed. Ebizo even exclaimed, "Be careful. Defend!" Boom! A large amount of chakra emanated from Tsunade's body. Despite her extremely limited mobility, she unleashed an immense strength. The sealing jutsu was torn apart by her chakra and enhanced strength. Swish, swish, the shattered rocks could no longer maintain their form and completely exploded. Countless fragments, like sharp ninja tools, pierced towards the nearby sand ninjas. In an instant, the fragments entered the bodies of the sand ninjas. The irregular fragments, after entering the body, encountered resistance and began to move irregularly, leaving behind fatal cavities in the bodies of the sand ninja. But Tsunade, after completing all this, didn't look too good either. Her lips were faintly pale, not only because of the excessive chakra consumption but also due to the wounds on her body and the toxins around her, which were rapidly spreading inside her body. Seeing Tsunade's neck starting to show dark purple veins, Chiyo snorted and then said, "Tsunade, you've already lost. Stop struggling." "Lost? Haha. Who do you think I am? I am Tsunade of the Senju clan." With those words, Tsunade's body emitted a large amount of chakra again. The diamond-shaped mark on her forehead also faintly glowed. She formed hand seals, and around the diamond-shaped mark, a strange black jutsu appeared. In seal, release. Ninja art. Creation rebirth. Chapter 160, Tsunade's power. Drip drip. Hiss. Dark blood dripped from Tsunade's wound, while above the wound, wisps of steam appeared. The sliced skin and muscle quickly closed and healed at this moment. Watching this scene unfold, Chiyo's mouth hung open in astonishment. She had only heard of one person possessing such self-healing ability, Senju Hashirama. She had never heard that Tsunade also had such power. Although the scene before her was very shocking, Chiyo, who had experienced countless storms, quickly calmed down. She looked at the technique on Tsunade's forehead and the faintly glowing seal. "How many times can you use this seal's self-healing ability?" Chiyo's tone became calm, and Ebizo also reacted after Chiyo spoke, restraining the surprise on his face and the unease in his heart. Indeed, such self-healing ability is very magical, but how many times can Tsunade use it? If Tsunade really has unlimited usage, even if her proficiency in the 5 elements escape jutsu is limited, relying on enhanced strength and this self-healing ability, she could surpass the entire shinobi world. But that's not the case. Although among the new generation, compared to the young ninjas from all over the shinobi world, Tsunade is considered powerful, but compared to those truly strong in the shinobi world, Tsunade still falls short. Not to mention the seasoned strong ones, even Tsukumo Hatake, who belongs to the same generation as Konoha's trio, is far superior to them. Seeing the calm expressions of these siblings and those sand ninjas gradually calming down, Tsunade's face lifted with a confident smile and said, "Give it a try, see if I kill you first, or you kill me." Chiyo raised her hand and ordered, "Attack." The sand ninjas around Tsunade had already been killed or retreated in the recent wave of scattered stones, so there were no sand ninjas around her, and she didn't need to worry about accidentally injuring her comrades like before. Not only kunai and shuriken but also a large number of ninjutsu were all directed towards Tsunade. Humph. Tsunade snorted lightly, and all the power under her feet burst out in an instant. Bang! Where she had originally stood, there appeared a semicircular pit with a diameter of 3 meters, and her figure had disappeared without a trace. It's impossible. With such a burst of power, she's not afraid of her body collapsing. Ebizo said incredulously, but halfway through his words, he stopped abruptly. Would Tsunade, who possesses such self-healing ability, worry about her body collapsing? The fact is, she wouldn't. Heavily kick of pain. Tsunade, who appeared among the crowd of sand ninjas, kicked up her slightly swollen right leg high and then heavily landed it on the ground. Boom! Under the burst of enhanced strength, 4 or 5 large cracks appeared on the ground centered around her, and dozens of sand ninjas instantly fell into them. The sudden ground collapse didn't even give them time to react. As several reacted by grabbing the edges of the cracks, Tsunade's kicks fell again, creating a scene reminiscent of a grinding stone crushing soybeans, even more terrifying than before. "Stay back!" Chiyo's face showed urgency as she quickly took out her own sealing scroll. Upon unsealing it, 10 bodies of puppetry appeared. White secret technique, the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets. Chakra threads appeared in Chiyo's hands as well, manipulating the 10 puppetry. Some launched ninjutsu or projectiles from a distance to attack Tsunade or block her, while others restricted Tsunade up close. Seeing Chiyo actually releasing the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets, Tsunade's face also showed a serious expression. Not only her, but even Ebizo, as Chiyo's brother, spoke softly at this moment. "Sister, didn't you say you were going to refrain from using this technique?" After the war, Chiyo's response was very calm, or rather indifferent, because the vast majority of her energy was focused on controlling the 10 puppetry. As a disciple of the second Kazekage shaman, the creation of the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets by Monzaemon Chikamatsu is particularly powerful. It can even conquer a city and can be said to be the masterpiece of puppet jutsu in the current stage of the Hidden Sand Village. However, controlling the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets is also extremely difficult. Even Chiyo, who took over this legacy after Hoshi's death, has not been able to fully demonstrate all its power. She can only use some of the functions of the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets. But Tsunade's current strength forces her to bring out the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets. After all, other puppetry would be too fragile for Tsunade. Tsunade naturally has heard of the power of the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets, so she handles it with extreme caution. However, faced with the endless means of the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets, such as close combat, sharp blades, blunt weapons, ninjutsu, and even explosive tags applied directly to her face, she still finds it somewhat overwhelming. Soon, Tsunade's body once again bore numerous wounds. Seeing a rather feminine puppet wielding 2 great swords coming at her, Tsunade roared angrily, and her enhanced strength burst out, smashing onto the great swords. Boom! Clang! The sturdy swords were struck, and along with it, the 2 small arms of the puppet flew off, embedding into the ground in the distance. The exposed blade continued to tremble, emitting a buzzing sound. At this moment, Tsunade grabbed the puppet and threw it towards the other puppets. She herself withdrew to a distance, exiting the battlefield. With hands forming seals, she once again mobilized her released and constantly dissipating chakra. Her wounds healed again at an extremely fast pace, but Chiyo noticed that the diamond-shaped seal on Tsunade's forehead seemed to dim slightly. In an instant, Chiyo guessed what was happening. With a wave of her hands, 3 puppets lined up separately, forming a triangular formation. The puppets opened their mouths, revealing the characters Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, while simultaneously unleashing a combined ninjutsu. 3 jewels suction crushing. A tornado swept forth, enveloping Tsunade. Everything around was drawn into the tornado, lifted from its original place, and propelled towards the 3 puppets, being continuously crushed. Feeling the pulling force all over her body, Tsunade gritted her teeth and grabbed onto a nearby boulder. But even the boulder began to loosen under the immense suction force. The area where Tsunade grabbed the boulder even showed cracks. At that moment, a metallic whip lashed out from afar. It was about to strike the boulder Tsunade held onto. Tsunade reacted swiftly, grabbing the metallic whip in advance and swinging it forcefully. The metallic whip didn't coil towards the distant rocks. Tsunade wasn't intending to divert it, she was aiming to attack. Ah! The metallic whip struck the distant sand ninjas. Initially, the first few were directly cut in half by the swift whip. As the force subsided slightly, the whip looped around, trapping dozens of sand ninjas. The boulder Tsunade was holding onto finally shattered. Tsunade then moved towards the 3 puppets. At that moment, she grabbed the whip with both hands and swung it again. The dozens of sand ninjas trapped by the whip were dragged into the range of the tornado, rushing towards the three puppets. Plop, plop, plop. The pressure within the tornado was immense. Even rocks and metals were flattened and crushed, let alone humans. Some of the sand ninjas caught in it had already been squeezed into blood mist, drifting out from behind the three puppets and towards Chiyo in the rear. Damn it! Chiyo's face darkened as she gave up the continued suction of the three jewel suction crushing. She hadn't fully mastered the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets yet, or else this situation wouldn't have arisen. Seeing Chiyo remove the puppets, Tsunade's eyes lit up. Seizing the last remnants of suction, she stopped resisting. Even taking advantage of the remaining suction, she leaped up and, propelled by the suction force, quickly pounced towards the direction where Chiyo and Ebizo were. The glow of chakra on Tsunade's body began to dissipate, no, rather, it gathered. Tsunade's right hand, enveloped in chakra, swung with all her might towards Chiyo. Sister! Let's block it together. After Ebizo finished speaking, he took out a scroll and began to unseal it. A puppet appeared in front of Chiyo. But before anyone could see the appearance of this puppet, it was crushed by Tsunade's fist. Tsunade's fist did not lose its momentum and struck towards Chiyo. Chiyo had already reacted by now. Between her hands flying, she and Ebizo together wove a large net using chakra threads. Puppet Jutsu, ground network defense. Bang! Crack! Tsunade's fist struck the chakra net. The net deformed severely, like a squashed balloon. But at the same time, Tsunade's right hand emitted the sound of bones cracking. The pain caused Tsunade's forehead to show veins, and her neck to the back of her ears turned abnormally red due to the pain. However, Tsunade did not retreat. Instead, she tightened her fist again, and enhanced strength erupted once more. Boom! The chakra net dispersed like a burst bubble, and the fist, with little remaining strength, landed under the joint defense of Chiyo and Ebizo. Bang! Two figures were sent flying backward. Around them, the sand ninjas let out incredulous shouts. Clearly, Tsunade seemed to have no strength left, yet she still managed to send Chiyo and Ebizo, who were prepared for defense, flying with her enhanced strength. Ah! Only then did Tsunade let out a sigh of relief. Shortly after, she cried out in pain, tightly clutching her right hand. She quickly mobilized chakra to heal her body once more, but this time, the progress was not very ideal, and the wounds did not heal as quickly. Chiyo and Ebizo, who climbed up from the ground in the distance, didn't suffer much harm. Although they looked a bit disheveled, it was also because puppetry users were not adept at close combat. Seeing the diamond-shaped seal on Tsunade's forehead disappear, along with the fading of the black markings on her, coupled with her painful appearance, Chiyo knew that Tsunade had reached her limit and could no longer reproduce the prowess she had shown earlier. Capture her! Chiyo urgently exclaimed, but due to her disheveled appearance and overly anxious tone, she gave off an impression of being frantic. However, the surrounding sand ninjas swiftly took action, attempting to surround Tsunade and capture her. Tsunade scanned her surroundings and knew she couldn't delay any longer. You better be ready. With a shout in her heart, Tsunade's agitation and anger disappeared in an instant. Using the remaining chakra, she quickly healed her right arm and simultaneously performed the body flicker jutsu, fleeing towards the outskirts of the camp. Chase after her. Don't let her escape. This time, Chiyo was truly frustrated. She had assumed Tsunade would be the one overwhelmed, but Tsunade's calm response and choice of the most suitable escape route caught her off guard. She also reluctantly pulled Ebizo along, heading towards the direction Tsunade fled. Tsunade's recent display was truly awe-inspiring, and no sand ninja dared to risk their lives to stop her. Soon, Tsunade escaped from the sand ninja camp and plunged into the rainforest. However, due to her injuries and significant chakra depletion, Tsunade's speed was not fast. Additionally, the inconvenience of her right hand caused her to stumble several times during her escape. As a result, Chiyo and the sand ninjas not only didn't lose track of her but also closed in on her. Just as Tsunade entered another section of the rainforest, exhausted, she stopped and turned around, panting heavily as she looked at Chio and the pursuers. "What's wrong?" realizing you can't escape. Chio was also a bit breathless, and the sand ninjas chasing behind her were also heavily fatigued. At that moment, Tsunade suddenly smiled. From the canopy of the rainforest, a rather youthful voice could be heard. "Impressive, the bulk of the sand ninja's forces actually managed to push my sensei to such a state of disarray. Though we're enemies, you're not bad at all." Chapter 161, Tatsuma's Trap. The sudden sound in the jungle startled Chio, Ebizo, and the others. Their first reaction was that Konoha had set up an ambush here, and once again, they fell foolishly into the trap. Once again. Chio instantly dispersed her own chakra and scanned the surroundings with sensory abilities, but the result was far beyond her expectations. There were no Konoha ninjas ambushing here, or rather, there was one. On top of a large tree, a boy with white curly hair, about 10 years old, crouched on a branch, revealing a wicked smile on his face. Konoha's dragon. Talkative Tobarama. Jewel Crusher. Among the sand ninjas, there were also voices of surprise or anger, and upon hearing these voices, Tatsuma's smile disappeared instantly, replaced by black lines on his face. "Don't waste time, are we going to let them escape?" Tsunade also spoke up, lightly moving her right hand. Although according to their plan, the operation should have been successful by now, until it's over, they absolutely cannot relax or let their guard down. She leaped as well, jumping onto a large tree. On the trunk of this tree, there was a small mark, and Tsunade glanced at it with some suspicion. Tatsuma said he could use explosive tag traps to attack all enemies within the formation circle, with only these two positions being safe. Tsunade wondered if this disciple's skills were up to par. "Sensei, you're too early." Hearing Tatsuma's first half of the sentence, Tsunade's heart sank. Could it be this kid hasn't set up the traps yet? Before she could ask, Tatsuma continued, "If you had come 10 seconds later, it would have been perfect." Boom, boom, boom sizzle at the moment the words fell, with the two of them as the center, within a fan-shaped area stretching over a kilometer ahead, sudden bursts of flames erupted, accompanied by the sound of explosions. The rushing shockwaves continuously stirred up the surrounding land, even uprooting some of the smaller trees. Tsunade grabbed onto the tree trunk, steadying herself, watching as the rainforest was engulfed by the flames. For some reason, she felt a sense of relief, as if she had finally unloaded a heavy burden. Perhaps this could be considered revenge. Although she had always followed the teachings of her grandfather, Tobarama, not to mention the Senju clan in the village anymore, not to identify herself with the Senju clan, but to see herself as a member of Konoha. However, deep down, Tsunade always remembered that she came from the Senju clan, from her ancestors and the Senju clan where her parents belonged. She could ignore it in her daily life, even deny the existence of the Senju clan. But when she truly heard about the deaths of so many of her people, she felt truly lost, as if what her grandfather, Tobarama, and her parents valued had been destroyed by her own hands. Even though she was already near the pinnacle of the ninja world, arguably the top medical ninja, Tsunade knew the limits of her abilities. She couldn't bring the dead back to life. Perhaps revenge was the only thing she could do. At this moment, Tatsuma didn't think much. He stared intently at the rainforest engulfed in flames, the shockwaves continuously pounding. His hair kept blowing backward, even the outer strands were stretched straight, fulfilling a short-lived wish. As the force of the rippling shockwaves began to diminish, Tatsuma's right hand formed a seal of confrontation. If one looked closely, they would see steel wires entwined around his fingertips. With a wave of his right hand, the previously loose steel wires were pulled taut. In an instant, amidst the constant explosions in the rainforest, the sound of triggers being pulled echoed. Sizzle sizzle in the outermost circle of the flames, countless hidden ninja traps were triggered. Innumerable shuriken and kunai flew towards the burning area, the weakening shockwaves unable to stop these ninja tools from entering the flames. "I've used enough ninja tools today to last me a lifetime, but they've all been used up today." Sensei, you owe me a big favor, Tatsuma said, looking at Tsunade. Tsunade snorted, as if she had anticipated this, and said, "We're not on a mission for Konoha. Do you see me wearing a Konoha headband?" Hearing his sensei's words, Tatsuma showed no sadness or anger on his face, but calmly pointed to the headband on his left arm and said, "I am wearing a headband. And as your disciple, I kindly helped you put yours on." With that, Tatsuma lightly pulled back the headband on his left arm, revealing another headband underneath. "Let's talk about it when we get back." Tsunade's face fell. She said angrily. Tatsuma made an okay gesture and looked towards the rainforest where the sand ninjas were. By now, the flames had gradually died down, and the rain of the monsoon season was quickly extinguishing the remaining flames. The miserable sight of the sand ninjas was revealed before everyone. Almost all of the over 1,000 rain ninja who had pursued them were lying on the ground, covered in charred black and blood red, many with ninja tools stuck in them, constantly groaning and rolling, some even unresponsive. Chiyo and Ebizo, protected by the exposed 10 puppets, barely preserved their bodies, but the white robes covering the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets had completely disappeared. Many parts were now directly exposed to the air, open for others to scrutinize. At this moment, calling the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets the white secret technique seemed inappropriate. It should be called the naked secret technique. Chiyo removed a kunai from her arm, glancing at it to find it wasn't poisoned, which eased her mind a bit. She realized she had been overly cautious. After all, passing through such flames, even if the kunai had been poisoned in advance, it would have been completely burned. Not to mention poison, the kunai in her hand were subtly deformed. The wounds on her arms were charred black, indicating they had not only been pierced but also burned. "Tsunade, do you think with just your meager skills, you can defeat us sand ninjas?" Chiyo said angrily, but Tsunade remained silent. Although many sand ninjas had died by now, and even those who could keep up with her speed to pursue them here were at least elite among Chunin, they were not so easily defeated. They had only experienced the first and second rounds of attacks. Tatsuma shook his head and honestly said, "Facing elite forces like yours, a few explosive tags and ninja tools naturally can't harm you." "A few?" Hearing Tatsuma's response, Chiyo clenched her teeth. Just now, through the flames, she saw a sky full of ninja tools flying, and the explosive tags that could severely damage over 1,000 sand ninja. The quantity couldn't possibly be just a few. Moreover, this kid had just clearly stated that he had put in enough ninja tools to last a lifetime. But Chiyo's anger didn't last long. After a brief outburst, she realized that the attacks with explosive tags and ninja tools were not the endgame. "Sensei, how are you recovering?" Tatsuma also arrived by Tsunade's side at this moment, asking in a low voice. Tsunade shook her head slightly and said, "Not enough." "Then you take cover." Tatsuma nodded. Then he looked up at the rainwater that had gradually increased due to the fire. The monsoon rain was already abundant, let alone encountering such high local temperatures. Almost all the rainwater around them was concentrated here. Seeing the master and disciple whispering to each other, Chiyo felt something was amiss. When she saw Tatsuma looking up at the sky, both Chiyo and Ebizo instinctively followed suit. "It's now!" Just then, Tsunade shouted loudly, jumped down from the tree, and rushed towards Chiyo and Ebizo. Tsunade's sudden attack momentarily startled Chiyo and Ebizo, but Chiyo quickly reacted and countered with the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets. Tatsuma wasted no time either. He tore off his backpack, and a few sealing scrolls fell into his hands. Quickly forming seals, the scrolls suddenly expanded as the sealing jutsu was released, eager to release the sealed items. Swoosh one by one, Tatsuma threw scrolls into the sky. With his enhanced strength, the trembling sealing scrolls resembled grenades as they exploded into the air. "Ebizo!" Sensing the danger, Chiyo quickly shouted. Ebizo had a handful of kunai in his hand. With his exceptional skill in ninja tool throwing, several kunai were thrown into the sky. Sizzle, however, he seemed to underestimate the speed at which Tatsuma threw the sealing scrolls. Even the closest one only passed by in a flash. Bang, bang, bang above the sky, the poor bindings of the sealing scrolls couldn't hold back the urge to unravel. They snapped one by one, and the scrolls unfurled, activating the sealing jutsu already inscribed on them, rapidly releasing the sealed items. One test tube after another appeared in the air, then plummeted towards the ground. Seeing the pitch-black liquid inside the test tubes, Ebizo instantly realized that they were all poison. He manifested chakra threads, intending to bind and restrain the poisons, but Tatsuma had already formed seals. Explode! Boom, boom, boom. Once again, explosions without visible flames occurred. The poison inside the test tubes turned into patches of poison mist, enveloping the area above. Don't forget, your sensei is also here, Ebizo exclaimed in shock and anger. Tsunade also struggled free from the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets' entanglement and returned to Tatsuma's side. However, the spreading poison mist dispersed into the surroundings, some merging with the rainwater and dripping onto the wounded. Even Tsunade's skin inadvertently came into contact with some. The poison swiftly invaded her body through the wounds. Tsunade staggered and almost fell, but Tatsuma quickly supported her. At this moment, Chiyo watched helplessly as over 1,000 subordinates, each tainted with toxins, turned their reddened eyes towards Tsunade. She understood. Those rain ninja! Did you also do this? Supporting herself on Tatsuma's body to stand, Tsunade managed a smile and said, So what? Chiyo's anger had now surpassed its limit. She extended her trembling hand, pointing at Tsunade. Last time, the rain ninjas had declared war without reason. To quickly deal with them, the sand ninjas compensated with a large sum of war reparations. Despite severely damaging the Konoha team, the sand ninjas didn't gain anything. Even that sum of war reparations displeased the daimyo greatly, who even expressed a desire to cease hostilities towards the village. However, now wasn't the time to investigate the last time Konoha had been blamed. Chiyo reluctantly regained her composure and said, The information from last time has been handed over to the sand ninjas. With this kind of poison, we can soon find an antidote. Unlike remnants like you in the ninja world, I won't reuse the same poison. You want an antidote? Tsunade reached out to Tatsuma, who, like an excellent assistant, handed her a syringe. Tsunade injected the antidote into herself, and the purplish-black color on her body began to fade away. Bang! Immediately, Tsunade crushed the syringe in her hand. Chiyo gritted her teeth and said, Then I'll take you back. If you don't reveal the antidote formula, I'll make you wish you were dead. With that, the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets sprung into action. Obviously, Chiyo had no intention of paying attention to the injured and poisoned sand ninjas. Instead, she wanted to capture Tsunade as quickly as possible. Seeing this scene, Tsunade's eyelids twitched. In her current state, she couldn't beat Chiyo and Ebizo. As for Tatsuma, his skills were still lacking to be of much help. Chiyo, withdraw now. With your medical skills and those of the hidden sand village, you can easily save the lives of these thousands of comrades. If you want to delay, it won't be so simple. At this moment, a hoarse voice sounded. Orochimaru and Jiraiya appeared behind Tsunade and Tatsuma, but Tsunade's face showed surprise. She and Tatsuma hadn't told anyone about their actions. Orochimaru noticed Tsunade's expression and looked at Jiraiya, saying, The day you prepared the poison, Jiraiya guessed your intentions. At his words, Tsunade cast a complicated look at Jiraiya. She hadn't expected someone to figure out her thoughts. She felt touched, but why did it have to be Jiraiya of all people? With just the two of you, what can you do? Even if I can't take Tsunade away, I can still kill her here. A grimace appeared on Chiyo's face. She knew Orochimaru's suggestion just now was very reasonable, but if they retreated like this, her position within the hidden sand village would plummet, dragging her already low reputation into the abyss. But just then, Chiyo felt a chill down her spine, followed by a tangible coldness around her neck. If they're not enough, then count me in. Sakumo Hataki. Chapter 162, Claiming plus 10,000 Attributes. This was Tatsuma's first time seeing Sakumo Hatake on the battlefield. At this moment, Sakumo Hatake stood behind Chiyo, with a short sword, white fang, held in reverse against Chiyo's neck. There was not the slightest fluctuation on his face, not even in his eyes, which seemed calm to the point of lacking any killing intent. But to Tatsuma, who was observing from the sidelines and was also on the same side, Sakumo felt utterly chilling. A hint of admiration uncontrollably appeared on Tatsuma's face. Even though he knew this true Konoha's white fang was formidable, witnessing his demeanor at this moment, even Tatsuma couldn't help but want to shout out, "So handsome!" Not to mention Tatsuma, even Jiraiya and the other two looked at Sakumo Hatake with eyes shining, as if they were beholding an idol. "Sakumo Hatake, what do you intend to do? Do you wish to incite a war of annihilation between two nations? If you dare to act, you will become a criminal in the eyes of the entire shinobi world." Seeing Sakumo Hatake holding a blade against his sister's neck, Ebizo questioned him fervently, but he didn't dare to approach Sakumo Hatake. It wasn't that he feared Sakumo Hatake, but rather feared what Sakumo Hatake might do to Chiyo. At this moment, Chiyo seemed to have lost all ability to resist. The Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets had been dispatched to attack Tsunade and had not returned to her side. The other scrolls remained sealed because the opponent was an enhanced strength female like Tsunade. As for taijutsu or puppetry techniques, they couldn't even cause a ripple in front of Sakumo Hatake. Sakumo Hatake had complete control over Chiyo's life and death. With just a thought, he could end Chiyo's life in an instant. "I do not wish to incite the so-called war of annihilation, nor do I intend to become a criminal in the eyes of the entire shinobi world. In fact, if possible, I do not wish for the outbreak of war. So, let's settle this. I will arrange for negotiations. How about that?" Sakumo Hatake didn't seem to have any intention of acting. 3 days ago, he had received a plea for help from Jiraiya. Just as he had handed over the camp to the Uchiha and returned to the village from the north, he hurriedly arrived at this battlefield. Before departing, Sarutobi Hiruzen had also emphasized to him the importance of pushing for negotiations between the 2 or even 3 parties. Although he was currently holding Chiyo hostage, he didn't wish to resort to violence. Of course, if Chiyo insisted on resisting, he couldn't simply allow her to break free and escalate the situation further. Chiyo clenched her teeth tightly at this moment. Although she didn't see Sakumo Hatake before her, her eyes were filled with the image of the one who had killed her son and daughter-in-law. Chiyo even felt the urge to resist recklessly, just to gain an opportunity for revenge. However, she also understood that if she died on the battlefield, the wind and fire countries would move toward what Ebizo referred to as a war of annihilation. Both sides might even deploy Kage and tailed beasts, leading to a truly relentless battle with no end in sight. Sakumo Hatake said he didn't want to become this criminal, and Chiyo felt the same. But could they simply give up the chance for revenge? Seeing hatred and anger once again appear on Chiyo's face, Ebizo spoke in a low voice, "Sister, think of Sasori." At the mention of that name, Chiyo suddenly stumbled. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, Sakumo might have accidentally killed Chiyo. In that moment, Chiyo seemed to age decades, losing the grace of a shinobi flower. Her face, now worn and defeated, twitched occasionally, and the sound of grinding teeth could be heard between her clenched jaws. Her eyelids drooped slowly, her eyes dimmed, resembling those of a withering person nearing death. "I will." She paused after uttering just 2 words. Her voice was so hoarse and low that she hardly recognized it herself, and the constriction in her throat prevented her from continuing. After a moment's pause, Chiyo continued, "I will lead the Sand Ninjas to withdraw from the battlefield and will not participate in any further conflicts in the shinobi world. However, I cannot guarantee whether the Hidden Sand Village will deploy troops again. As long as the Sand Ninjas retreat to the Land of Wind, the antidote formula will be delivered immediately." Sakumo Hatake's calm and firm voice made Chiyo bow her head even lower. But suddenly, she lifted her head again and said with hatred, "However, Sakumo Hatake, I will not let you off. If I find an opportunity, I will kill you, regardless of the village, regardless of the shinobi world, regardless of anyone else. This is personal vengeance. Upon hearing Chiyo speak such words at this moment, Jiraiya and the others showed displeasure on their faces. Ebizo became tense once again. However, Sakumo Hatake was not provoked. He simply said calmly, I understand. If it doesn't involve others, I am willing to witness all of Chiyo's methods. At this moment, other sand ninjas from the camp had also arrived at the battlefield. Seeing this scene, they dared not act rashly. But for Chiyo, none of it mattered anymore. No matter how many people came, it wouldn't make a difference because she no longer had the heart to fight, nor the desire for war, nor even for the affairs of the village. She also knew that after this return, she would probably need to retire. The village would give her the last bit of dignity. The words about not letting Sakumo Hatake off were just a belief to give herself a little more reason to live. From now on, her remaining life would probably be just Sasori. Sakumo Hatake slowly retracted the short sword white fang from Chiyo's neck. Seeing Chiyo no longer restrained, the surrounding sand ninjas began to stir restlessly. All of you! Retreat! Leave the land of rain and return to the village. However, Chiyo's command left them somewhat puzzled. Ebizo didn't explain but continued to direct the supporting sand ninjas to move the injured and poisoned ones affected by explosive tags and kunai. Chiyo didn't turn around but instead addressed Tsunade and the others nearby, saying, White Fang, Princess Tsunade, Konoha's dragon, you've won. Ding, Strength plus 925, Wisdom plus 8886, Ninjutsu plus 1075, Seals plus 1263, would you like to claim? Claim! Tatsuma finally heard the system's announcement. In an instant, his talent value soared to the highest, activating the option for additional enhancement. His talents in ninjutsu and seals were also approaching 10,000 points, just one step away from the minimum requirement for a Jonin talent. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly at how easily talent could increase. Before going to the battlefield, he thought gaining nearly 100 points a day was already good enough. But once on the battlefield, he discovered a faster way to improve his talent through real combat. However, he now realized that the real benefits came from commanding in battle. Unfortunately, he didn't have the strength or qualifications to truly command operations. His unconventional command this time was only because he encountered a sensei like Tsunade, who was unreliable yet listened to his plans. Moreover, he didn't use ninjutsu for his marching formations but resources. However, this battle had depleted all of his resources, and he wouldn't encounter a similar situation in the future to allow him to harvest abundantly again. Watching the sand ninjas leave, Sakumo Hatake's face didn't show a smile. Instead, he looked at Tsunade and the others, gesturing. They nodded in response and quickly followed Sakumo Hatake towards the direction of the camp. As they traveled in a straight line, it didn't take them too long to return to the camp, only half a day. However, they didn't immediately enter the camp. Sakumo Hatake stopped outside the camp, took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and a look of anger appeared on his face. Pointing at the 4 individuals who had bowed their heads, he said, You lot. Acting recklessly. Showing such audacity. Do you still respect me as your sensei? Do you still respect me as your Hokage? Huh? The few individuals who were bowing their heads in apology suddenly noticed something was amiss. They lifted their heads and found that Sakumo Hatake's face was no longer angry but had returned to calmness. He said lightly, That line I just said was specifically instructed by Hokage-sama. I practiced it for a long time on the way here just to imitate Hokage-sama's expression. My cheeks even got sore. Seeing Sakumo Hatake actually starting to massage his own face, the Orochimaru trio, along with Tatsuma, a total of 4 people, their mouths began to twitch. Wasn't he just a handsome Konoha's white fang? Did he lose it on the way here? Could it be that his cold and stoic demeanor on the battlefield was because his facial muscles were stiff and unable to change expressions? After finishing massaging his face, Sakumo Hatake stretched lazily and said, Now, on to business. Hokage-sama instructed me to supervise you back to the village to prevent you from causing trouble again. The main forces will also withdraw from the Land of Rain. Meanwhile, the Land of Iron will work even harder to restrain Hanzo and the Rain Ninja, giving us time to convene a meeting. Of course, these are plans to be implemented after your successful mission. Clearly, you've succeeded. With that, Sakumo Hatake pointed at Tsunade. Tsunade was surprised. She originally thought that besides Tatsuma, no one would know what she was planning. But unexpectedly, Jiraiya figured it out. Moreover, not only that, Jiraiya obviously reported to the village, and what's more surprising is that the village has taken a series of measures. As Sakumo Hatake mentioned, the village must have already prepared 2 or even more sets of plans to deal with the situation of Tsunade's plan succeeding, failing, or any other circumstances. Now that her plan has succeeded, and with Sakumo Hatake's assistance, the Sand Ninjas will retreat to the Land of Wind, significantly easing the pressure on the battlefield. Perhaps the Hidden Sand Village will adopt other strategies next, sending other ninja teams to initiate another war in the Land of Fire. However, in the war between the Wind and Fire countries, the banner of victory clearly leans towards the Land of Fire. Therefore, Konoha's subsequent responses and attitudes naturally need to change accordingly, all of which will need to be decided through a meeting. After some thought, Tsunade nodded. This victory will greatly enhance her reputation, although she doesn't care much about reputation. But considering her plan, reputation is still needed at this time. Seeing Tsunade nod in agreement, Jiraiya and Orochimaru naturally had no objections, and as for Tatsuma, his other ideas were of no use. In that case, go back and rest for a while, and depart as soon as possible. All right. For after the 4 replied, they headed towards the camp together, and Tatsuma also began to read the additional enhancement options he could activate. Chapter 163, Wisdom Talent. Wisdom, 3,847 out of 17,993, additional amplification, to be activated, additional amplification options, strategist, upon activation, it enhances the breadth of thinking, gradually increasing with the progress of this talent, capable of multitasking and drawing parallels, with additional benefits for chakra refining. Strong memory, upon activation, it enhances memory capacity, gradually increasing with the progress of this talent, capable of photographic memory and mastery of complex situations, with additional benefits for chakra refining. Compared to the extra amplification in the physical direction, the effect of the wisdom value is not astonishing. However, the fact that both have a promoting effect on chakra refining is what piqued Tatsuma's interest. Chakra refining can be understood as the increase in chakra quantity or the acceleration of chakra refining speed. The former is easy to understand since chakra is a special energy composed of physical and spiritual, mental, energies mixed together. Pure physical strength alone cannot refine enough chakra. Only when spiritual energy matches it can one maximize the refinement of their chakra. Therefore, improving the talent of wisdom that's related to the spiritual, mental aspect can increase chakra quantity, which is easy to understand. As for the latter, it is more about the level of skill and chakra refining techniques. For example, when Tatsuma entered school, he needed to concentrate diligently to find the feeling of refining chakra. But now, he can refine and call upon chakra continuously with just a clap of his hands, multiplying the speed of chakra refining several times over. Of course, it doesn't matter if he doesn't know the specific bonuses, as both amplification directions have the same chakra refining bonus. Choosing either direction will grant this bonus. As for the amplification directions themselves, one is the multitasking that Tatsuma has been longing for, while the other is memory enhancement. Honestly, Tatsuma isn't particularly concerned about the latter. After all, his memory is really good. Although it hasn't reached the level of photographic memory, it's still top-notch. Moreover, simply enhancing memory alone cannot reach the level of copying others' ninjutsu or taijutsu like the Uchiha, as that is the bonus of Kekkei Jinkai. So Tatsuma doesn't particularly value strong memory. Although he has an entire study's worth of books to digest, he believes his memory is already sufficient, and he can just spend a little more time if needed. Therefore, after a very brief consideration, Tatsuma chose strategist as the additional amplification direction. As he activated the amplification, Tatsuma suddenly felt it. It wasn't a clarity of mind, but rather a chilling sensation in his limbs, with sweat continuously pouring out of his body, as if he were lacking oxygen and glucose. Almost all the energy stored in his bloodstream, oxygen, and even within his cells rushed towards his brain. He had almost no energy left to control his body, and he watched helplessly as he got closer and closer to the ground. Meanwhile, in his mind, he saw the speed at which he was falling, and he calculated how long it would take for him to drown in the small puddle where he would land. Even in his mind, he began to calculate the rainfall during the current rainy season in the land of rain, how long it would take for the ground to become saturated with water, considering the evaporation rate and infiltration speed, and whether the small puddle would enlarge or shrink in the coming days. Thud snap, following behind Sakamoto Tatsuma and the others. Tatsuma, heading towards the camp, suddenly collapsed on the ground. Tatsuma! Tatsuma! Sakamoto Tatsuma, the first to react, quickly turned back to lift Tatsuma, preventing him from drowning in the shallow puddle, while Tsunade hurriedly approached Tatsuma, full of concern. Tsunade quickly examined Tatsuma's condition. Orochimaru furrowed his brows and asked, "Could it be poison?" Upon hearing this, Jiraiya, somewhat flustered, took out a scroll, saying, "I have antidotes for all Sand Ninja's poisons here. Tsunade, take a look and see what poison it is." Tsunade, having completed the initial examination, shook her head, somewhat puzzled, and said, "No, he just collapsed from exhaustion." But why? He wasn't even involved in the fight. After a moment's thought, Orochimaru said, "Don't forget, Tatsuma-kun spent 3 days and 3 nights with you dealing with poisons. While you were resting, he was working. He's just a 10-year-old child after all. In addition to today's battlefield traps, Tatsuma-kun set them up too, right? With all this going back and forth, none of you have rested. Mental exertion sometimes consumes more energy than physical activity." This was the only fitting explanation Orochimaru could think of. What Tatsuma has been doing these past few days is too intense for a child. Even though Tatsuma's body is stronger than others his age, it's understandable that he couldn't endure it. He might not have shown it before, perhaps due to the tense battle situation, keeping his brain and body in an excited state. Now that he's had a chance to rest, collapsing from exhaustion is understandable. How could? A rare expression of guilt appeared on Tsunade's face. But upon reflection on these past few days, she realized that Tatsuma seemed to have given more than her. She rested after preparing the poisons, while Tatsuma needed to test and research them, provide antidote formulas, and then prepare the materials for the next batch of poisons. 3 days and nights, over 10 iterations of different poisons, Tsunade finally succeeded in creating a poison confident enough to render Chiyo unable to detoxify it quickly. Compared to Tatsuma, she, as his sensei, seemed like a heartless boss. But Tatsuma clearly didn't have to do this, especially since it's her, his sensei, who wants revenge. Why? Hearing Tsunade's self-questioning and guilty muttering, Sakamoto Tatsuma sighed, wiped the mud off Tatsuma's face, and said, "Why else? You're his sensei. Maybe he would think, if even he doesn't support you, then who else can? And you precisely need his support, don't you? Tsunade, you're truly lucky to have such a disciple." Tsunade didn't know what to say, lowering her head like a child who had made a mistake. Sakamoto Tatsuma shook his head, lifted Tatsuma onto his shoulders, and said, "All right, let's go back and rest." Yes. With Jiraiya's support, Tsunade also stood up. However, none of them felt the excitement and exhilaration they had just moments ago, as if they hadn't just accomplished the feat of driving the Sand Ninjas out of the land of rain. Upon returning to the camp and seeing Tatsuma being carried by Sakamoto Tatsuma, Minato, Nawaki, and the others grew nervous. Even Shikaku, who usually avoided contact with others, took the initiative to approach with Choza and Inoichi. Especially seeing Tsunade's guilty expression, Minato became extremely tense. He approached Sakumo Hatake, looking at Tatsuma, who was unconscious but safe, wanting to ask something but hesitating. At this moment, Sakumo Hatake smiled, one hand supporting Tatsuma on his shoulder to prevent him from falling, and the other ruffling Minato's hair. He said, Tsunade and Tatsuma's mission was a success. Anything during the retreat. Understood, Sakumo-sama. As Tatsuma lay down, the rise and fall of his chest became more noticeable, and there were traces of saliva on his face. The people around also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Sakumo Hatake wasn't comforting them with lies. Tsunade-sama, are you injured? Nono, who carried Tatsuma to the medical camp for rest, looked at Tsunade, who seemed somewhat unnatural in her movements, and asked with concern. Tsunade shook her head, washed her hands clean, and began searching for medication, saying, I'm fine. Help me hang in 4 drip for Tatsuma. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Nono nodded and found the necessary equipment, such as a venous needle, infusion tube, and filter. Before hanging the 4 drip, she cleaned Tatsuma's hand and roughly checked if there were any other wounds on his body. Once she confirmed that he was only unconscious without any external or internal injuries, Nono hung the glucose and saline solution for Tatsuma. She finished and turned around, only to find Tsunade hadn't left. She was about to ask if Tsunade needed help with treating the injuries, but Tsunade waved her hand and said, You go tidy up too. I'll stay with Tatsuma. All right. Nono nodded and turned to leave. Tsunade, however, was still worried and conducted a more detailed examination of Tatsuma. Despite the significant impact on his body, she insisted on doing a blood test for Tatsuma. The results relieved her, but also deepened her guilt. Even though glucose was being administered, Tatsuma's blood sugar was dangerously low, reaching critical levels. Any lower, and it could pose a threat to his life. Tsunade-sensei, let me take care of Tatsuma. You should rest. Minato, seeing Tsunade frowning over the report, attracted her attention and patted his backpack, saying, I'm ready. I've also packed Tatsuma's things. I'll take care of him. Then I'll rely on you. Tsunade thought for a moment and didn't refuse. She knew the close relationship between Tatsuma and Minato. If she didn't let Minato accompany Tatsuma, he might worry even more. Besides, she also needed to rest. Her injuries hadn't been resolved yet, and delaying could be detrimental to her health. Even though her medical skills were extremely high, she couldn't avoid some complications caused by missing the optimal treatment time. After spending some time accompanying Tatsuma, Minato decided to do something. He fetched some hot water from the logistics camp and began to wipe Tatsuma's body. After several hours of intravenous therapy, Tatsuma's condition started to improve. At least he could wake up. He opened his eyes and saw a blond man giving him a sponge bath, quite skillfully. He coughed and then said, groggily, Minato, please stop rubbing. Chapter 164, The Genius Tatsuma. Some news cannot be suppressed, such as the heroic feat of Tatsuma and others this time. Heavily striking the elite forces of the Sand Ninjas, causing thousands of Sand Ninjas to lose their combat effectiveness simultaneously, forcing Chiyo and Ebizo to withdraw their troops directly back to the Land of Wind regardless of the village's opinion. Inside the office of the Tsuchikage in the Hidden Rock Village, Inoki looked at the battle report in his hand, his face extremely solemn, his large nose and chest rising and falling together, big and small. I underestimated Sarutobi Hiruzen's 3 disciples, as well as Konoha's White Fan and Dragon. They are truly remarkable. Inoki, who has always been dismissive in his speech, surprisingly sounded somewhat admiring. Clang beside him, Kitsuchi, who was retrieving documents from a tall cabinet, accidentally bumped into a nearby low cabinet, and the ornaments on the low cabinet instantly crashed to the ground. Seeing the clumsy appearance of his own son, Inoki sighed and looked back at the report. Unconsciously, a hint of envy appeared in his eyes. That boy named Sakamoto Tatsuma, he's even younger than his son, only 10 years old, yet he's capable of scheming to trap thousands of sand ninjas. Such talent, such ability, and he's from Konoha of all places. After retrieving the documents and picking up the ornaments from the ground, Kitsuchi placed the documents on his father's desk and said somewhat indifferently, "It's not that remarkable, is it? They only heavily injured over 1,000 sand ninjas, and the ones actually killed are just over 100. Even if they were injured, even if thousands of ninja died, Hidden Sand Village could quickly adjust, no matter how impoverished, right?" Inoki glanced at his son with disappointment and said, if they had truly killed over 1,000 ninja, Hidden Sand Village could indeed adjust quickly. But by sparing their lives, that's what's truly brilliant. Ah. Kitsuchi found it somewhat difficult to understand. After all, isn't death more serious than injury? Inoki remembered that Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have a habit of smoking, and suddenly he felt like having a smoke himself. Compared to the young people of Konoha, Kitsuchi was still too mediocre. Inoki sighed and said, "For 1,000 severely injured sand ninjas, do you know how many medical ninja it takes to care for them? And the formula for the antidote, even if Konoha dares to provide it, Hidden Sand Village wouldn't dare to use it directly, it must be verified. This would require a considerable amount of time, energy, and funds. At the same time, controlling the degree of poisoning in these wounded is also a huge expense. Even if Hidden Sand Village successfully develops an antidote, after dragging it out for so long, even if they are cured, how much combat effectiveness can they regain? If their combat effectiveness does not recover well, or they are unable to continue as ninja, Hidden Sand Village still has to support them until they grow old. Do you think Konoha left the lives of over 1,000 ninja to Hidden Sand Village? No, they sent over 1,000 burdens to Hidden Sand Village. Moreover, Hidden Sand Village still has to expend resources to treat them. If they abandon these over 1,000 sand ninjas, then who will dare to become ninja for Hidden Sand Village in the future? Who will dare to sacrifice themselves for Hidden Sand Village on the battlefield?" Inoki finished in one breath, took several deep breaths in succession, and looked at his son, who was beginning to understand with widened eyes, saying, "Do you think it ends here? Konoha's schemes are not just that. Konoha heavily injured over 1,000 sand ninjas, but do you believe that Hidden Sand Village not only dares not to confront Konoha, but also has to thank them? From now on, Hidden Sand Village is probably going to be overshadowed by Konoha, and Konoha's restraint also allows them to gain a lot of reputation and recognition. After the war ends, those original small country nobles and even royal families who used to rely on Hidden Sand Village's support will no longer belong to Hidden Sand Village but will instead turn to Konoha. And after suffering such a big defeat, if Hidden Sand Village can't achieve a major victory over Konoha in a short time, plundering a large amount of land and other resources, how long do you think their daimyo can endure?" Seeing Kitsuchi dumbfounded, Inoki sighed and said, "War is not a private feud. War is not just a matter of life and death for two individuals on the battlefield, or even the survival or defeat of the two armies on the battlefield, but the clash between two nations. Military strength is just one aspect of it. Do you think why that guy and I didn't fully engage in the war? Because to join the war, one must be willing to sacrifice all accumulated assets, risking the future of an entire village or country. Both the land of earth and the land of lightning lack sufficient confidence, not ours, but the confidence of this country. Did the third Hokage really think of all this?" Kitsuchi still found it somewhat unbelievable. Even though these things sounded reasonable when spoken by his father, could they really have been foreseen before the outbreak of war? Do you believe that rumors will spread in the next period of time that this battle was fought by Konoha for its ally on the brink of destruction? And without surprise, those deceased descendants of the Senju clan will also be adorned with titles like Unforgotten Alliances and Fought to the Death in honor of pacts. These rumors won't spread through official channels but will disseminate from person to person, from low to high, from point to surface, in countless discussions among the populace. Calling this Sarutobi Hiruzen a genius wouldn't be an exaggeration. Upon hearing Inoki's words, Kitsuchi involuntarily nodded, because he had already heard some praises for Konoha and the Senju clan these past few days. Kitsuchi, realizing something, anxiously asked, If Konoha were to publicly reveal the truth about the land of whirlpools, then what about us? Where do you think this battle report came from? The land of wind. That's right. Konoha is waiting for our offer, and this battle report is willingly and even eagerly disseminated by Hidden Sand Village. Ah. Why? Because if only his village buys the news, then it's his village at a loss. But if the other 3 villages also buy the news, then Hidden Sand Village won't be at a loss. Instead, it's Konoha who earns all the profit alone. Upon hearing this, Kitsuchi nodded and asked again in puzzlement, but aren't there already rumors that the land of whirlpools was destroyed by a siege of 4 nations? Is it still useful to buy the news at this point? What would you call the people in the 4 villages killed by White Fang? Upon hearing his father's test, Kitsuchi frowned, but still insisted, they are the heroes of the villages. Wrong! They are criminals. It was they who caused the destruction of the land of whirlpools, not their villages. We, Hidden Rock Village, have never been involved in the destruction of the land of whirlpools. It was the fault of those criminals. Looking at his father's emotionless face, Kitsuchi showed an expression of disbelief. After a while, he finally said, Dad, I'm really not suitable to be such a kid. Maybe you shouldn't train me anymore. Seeing the expression on his son's face, Inoki sighed deeply. When he was young, wasn't he also someone like Kitsuchi, who saw things in black and white? But where is there a world of only black and white? So, are we just going to honestly pay Konoha for the cost of buying the news? Seeing his father's melancholic appearance, Kitsuchi quickly changed the subject. Inoki touched his weathered nose and said, Don't you think that Sakamoto Tatsuma is being wronged in Konoha? After all, since the beginning of the war until now, this kid has done more than just this one thing. But Konoha keeps denying it, even intentionally controlling the information. As I grow older, my heart becomes softer. I can't bear to see young people being wronged. Dad, are you suggesting bringing Sakamoto Tatsuma to our Wabikure? Kitsuchi suddenly leaned forward, looking very interested. He knew his father admired Sakamoto Tatsuma. If he could become a member of Hidden Rock Village, maybe he wouldn't have to be groomed as such a kid anymore. Smack! Inoki leaped up and gave Kitsuchi a smack, saying, Would I dare to use someone like that, whom Konoha dares to give? Ah! What do you mean by that? Konoha suppresses such extraordinary geniuses. Can't we help spread the word for them? I want him to become the future god of the ninja world. Then we'll just wait and see if he can hold on to the future. Watching his father's demeanor, Kitsuchi held back for a long time but couldn't keep it in. He bluntly said, Dad, your heart is truly dirty. You ungrateful child. Watch my earth release. Rock fist. Hearing his son's assessment, Inoki's face turned as red as ripe strawberries from anger. He raised his fist, earth and rock gathering on it, just as he was about to swing it towards Kitsuchi. Click-ah! My back! Konoha. After being summoned back to the village following a major defeat, Shimura Danzo, who had spent several days reflecting, arrived at the Hokage's office today holding a battle report. Smack! Danzo slammed the battle report onto Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk and exclaimed loudly, Sarutobi, send Tatsuma to my route. Sarutobi Hiruzen, lighting his pipe and taking a deep puff, glanced up at Danzo and then calmly said, No. Sarutobi. This boy possesses the same talent and potential as Sensei, as well as the same courage and darkness. In my route, he can undoubtedly grow into a ninja as outstanding as Sensei, or even surpass him. Causing a pitfall that trapped thousands of sand ninjas, forcing them to withdraw from the battlefield, this is something that others have struggled to achieve for an entire year. Under your command, he cannot truly grow. Danzo persisted, but Sarutobi Hiruzen took another puff of his pipe and continued nonchalantly, The talent and potential you admire in this boy have been unearthed under my training policy. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words weren't particularly angering, but his tone made Danzo's blood boil, his face turning purplish-black as he angrily exclaimed, Sarutobi, you're too weak. you'll hinder his growth. Danzo, I am the Hokage. You, Sarutobi, will regret this. With a wave of his hand, Danzo turned to leave the Hokage's office, intending to slam the disagreeable door shut. But just as his hand reached the door, ready to forcefully close it, Sarutobi spoke up, Danzo. Hearing his old friend's call, Danzo halted. Though not slamming the door left him somewhat dissatisfied, he still looked at Sarutobi, waiting for his next words. Sarutobi Hiruzen leisurely took another puff of his cigarette amidst the swirling smoke and said, Danzo, you won't be attending this meeting, and you'll temporarily cease your activities. I'll have Sakumo take over the data and personnel of your route during this war and continue the operations. Impossible. If you continue to show yourself or be active, even I won't be able to suppress some voices in the village. You're betraying Sensei's Senju clan. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Danzo couldn't help but tighten his grip on the door handle, cracks appearing around it. Gritting his teeth, Danzo remained silent for a while before finally saying, I understand. With that said, Danzo turned and left. He didn't bother slamming the door shut as he had intended. Watching his retreating figure, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, Get through this period. After the war ends, the route will still be yours. Chapter 165, Beware of those who like to praise enemies. Tatsuma, what are you constantly looking at on the map? As they approached Konoha and took their final rest, Sakumo Hatake appeared behind Tatsuma, looking at the ninja world map in her hands with curiosity written all over his face. He quickly noticed the marks and writings on the map, crouching down and pointing to the corners above, asking, Why did you circle the land of earth and the land of lightning? Tatsuma, who had been lost in thought, snapped out of it and replied, I just heard some strange rumors these past few days, and it made me feel uneasy. What's so strange about it? Sakumo Hatake handed a half-eaten grilled fish to Tatsuma. It was slightly burnt, but he didn't want to waste it, which was also why he came to find Tatsuma. Without looking, Tatsuma took it and took a bite. Even without paying attention to the taste of the grilled fish, Tatsuma chewed a few times and swallowed. The Hidden Cloud Village ceased its harassment of the northern front lines. Previously, they would occasionally send ninja teams through the ports to probe and harass the northern camps. Friction had been ongoing, but the Cloud Ninja repeatedly denied involvement in the conflict, even when presented with evidence of their intrusion, claiming they had gotten lost and had nothing to do with the Hidden Cloud Village. Initially, it was thought that the Hidden Cloud Village, like a pesky mouse dropping, would continue to cause trouble and tie down Konoha's ninja forces. However, in recent days, they had swiftly withdrawn, and even the ports along the coast of the Land of Lightning showed no signs of Cloud Ninja presence. Tatsuma felt something was amiss with this behavior. Perhaps it was his ingrained bias against the brutish Cloud Ninjas, but this situation was definitely abnormal. Pointing to the map, Tatsuma said, From the border of the Land of Lightning to the Hidden Cloud Village, it shouldn't take more than 3 days. Yet, 3,000 Cloud Ninjas still haven't returned to the village. Konoha has deployed spies in other countries and ninja villages. While they might not notice important confidential operations, major movements cannot be concealed. Upon hearing Tatsuma's question, Sakumo Hatake rubbed his stubbled chin and said, Large troop movements naturally take longer than smaller teams or individuals. It's understandable for them not to return to the village in 3 days. Tatsuma shook his head, drawing lines on the Land of Lightning area of the map, and said, 3,000 Cloud Ninjas, active at the border in these 4 ports. The nearest port to the Hidden Cloud Village is less than a 30-hour journey on foot, a result of the decreased speed of a large troop. Moreover, with 4 ports and border patrols, if they were returning to the village, their route would cover an extensive area. It's impossible to conceal without anyone noticing. However, our scouts in the villages and towns surrounding the Hidden Cloud Village have not spotted their presence. Upon hearing this, Sakumo Hatake frowned, and Orochimaru, who had appeared behind them at some point, also listened to Tatsuma's explanation while peering at the map. Just as he was about to hear Tatsuma's reasoning, Tatsuma abruptly stopped and started eating the burnt grilled fish, quickly taking a few bites to fill his stomach. Then Tatsuma said, I speculate that after the Cloud Ninjas cease their harassment of our northern front, their next destination is not to return to the hidden Cloud Village, but rather here. As he spoke, Tatsuma's pen swiftly crossed the map, creating several intersecting lines that soon formed a focal point. Reiko Ridge, murmured Sakumo Hatake. Tatsuma nodded. This was a high ridge that blocked the cold currents from the Land of Frost, essentially part of the border. Although Sakumo Hatake knew of this location, he didn't understand why Tatsuma would make such an inference. Orochimaru, now squatting down as well, said, this place could be attacked any time to reach the Land of Iron. The sudden voice startled Tatsuma. He turned his head and met Orochimaru's excessively pale face. Tatsuma took a few deep breaths before nodding and saying, Orochimaru-sama's thoughts align with mine. But why would the Land of Lightning be interested in attacking the Land of Iron? There's the Land of Frost in between. Are they planning to engulf these two icy territories? Sakumo Hatake furrowed his brow, looking at the two who seemed to have figured it out, wondering if he wasn't smart enough. Tatsuma, let me guess your view. The hidden Cloud Village feigns an attack on the Land of Iron to lure Mifune into defense, diverting forces from the battle against the Rain Ninjas, allowing Hanzo to escape more quickly and continue expanding to the east. But the hidden Cloud Village shouldn't actually attack, as they only seek to stir up trouble for other countries and villages. If others suffer losses, it's equivalent to their gain, right? After Orochimaru finished speaking, Tatsuma nodded and drew a line from the Waterfall Ninja Village to the Land of Iron, saying, Mifune withdrawing his troops means this defensive line has been breached. Hanzo extorted war reparations from the Hidden Sand Village, which replenished their losses during this period. They could continue expanding east without needing to rest. At the same time, the Sand Ninjas withdrawing from the Land of Rain, along with us from Konoha, relieved Hanzo of any worries. The last thing Konoha wants to see is this situation. Therefore, once Mifune returns to defend, we from Konoha must send troops to these countries to block the Rain Ninjas' eastward expansion. In this way, the war reparations Hanzo received from the Hidden Sand Village will be depleted, and we, forced to reinforce the fight, will also be depleted. Only the Hidden Cloud Village, needing only one large-scale and convincing feint attack, can weaken us and the Rain Ninjas. After listening to Orochimaru and Tatsuma's explanations, Sakumo Hatake's face darkened. He said, the Hidden Cloud Village, how dare they? Because, Sakumo-sama, you've left. The Uchiha clan doesn't have anyone to control the situation right now, Tatsuma said solemnly. Orochimaru, however, didn't engage in this topic but instead pointed to another location on the map and said, what about here? The daimyo of the Land of Earth has allocated funds again, but this time it's not for war but for economic development. Considering the situation in the Hidden Rock Village, what economic development could they achieve during wartime? Unless it's exporting things others need. Ninja tools, Orochimaru's train of thought was perfectly in sync with Tatsuma's. As soon as Tatsuma finished speaking, he continued the topic, saying, exactly. Hanzo has received a large sum of money with nowhere to spend it. The Hidden Rock Village receives money from the daimyo to produce ninja tools, and the Land of Rain pays money to the Hidden Rock Village to purchase ninja tools. With money flowing back and forth, this profit is what they call economic development. Are they really not afraid of the war escalating further? Sakumo Hatake stared at the map, that icy, stern feeling resurfacing. Tatsuma shifted slightly away from Sakumo Hatake, his expression grave as he said, clearly, they know what they're doing. Moreover, in such a short time, the Hidden Rock Village can also limit the quantity of each batch of supplies under the pretext of insufficient production capacity. They don't want the war to escalate, they just want it to continue. They don't want the war in Konoha to stop. Sakumo Hatake stood up and said, no, I can't let them succeed. At the very least, we must hold the line in the north. Even if it means passing through the Land of Frost, we must stop the Hidden Cloud Village. Ah! Tatsuma sighed, shaking his head. Sakumo-sama, if you return to the northern camp now, can you still command the camp? Orochimaru, unable to remain calm at this moment, showed anxiety on his face and whispered 2 words, Uchiha clan. After the Uchiha clan finally completed the handover and obtained the position of camp commander from Sakamoto Tatsuma, it was impossible for them to give it up. The village elders would also never allow such a thing to happen. If such an order were truly given, it's likely that the camp there would revolt, and without the ninja corps led by Sakamoto Tatsuma, they wouldn't be able to stop the Cloud Ninjas. Sakamoto Tatsuma, along with the ninja corps, is the reason why the Hidden Cloud Village refrains from major actions. However, the Hidden Cloud Village isn't afraid of Sakamoto Tatsuma or the ninja corps alone. Sakamoto Tatsuma's immense strength, combined with his extraordinary on-the-spot command abilities, is what enables him to counterbalance the Cloud Ninja's large forces. His political acumen is lacking, unable to swiftly integrate various pieces of information and analyze hidden plans like Orochimaru and the current Tatsuma. But on the battlefield, Sakamoto Tatsuma, the new generation of Konoha, is undoubtedly the top commander. However, Sakamoto Tatsuma is currently unable to command the ninja corps in the northern camp. With this, his threat is greatly diminished, and naturally, the Hidden Cloud Village begins to act recklessly. Tatsuma, do you have any ideas? Orochimaru, feeling a bit disoriented, looked to Tatsuma. Tatsuma sighed once again and said, "There's no way to avoid casualties." "Go on, there's no war without casualties, right?" Orochimaru encouraged, and Tatsuma nodded. He drew a double arrow at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning across the sea, saying, "Just as the Hidden Cloud Village's ninja can get lost, not all of our Konoha ninja necessarily know the way." Finishing his statement, Orochimaru and Sakamoto Tatsuma both lit up with excitement. Before either of them could praise or begin discussing, Tatsuma's hand moved towards the direction of the Hidden Rock Village, saying, "As for here. I heard that yesterday, the esteemed 3rd Tsuchikage-sama, at the Ninja Academy graduation ceremony, praised me, and even implied that the entire Hidden Rock Village couldn't find a young genius like me. Such a generous gesture, we can't let it go unreciprocated." We could also successfully praise Tsuchikage-sama's benevolence, supporting the Land of Rain, and promoting the rise of the 6th great nation. Then, we could successfully praise Tsuchikage-sama's strength. With him around, even if there's one more neighboring great nation, the people of the Land of Earth can still feel safe and secure. Moreover, with Tsuchikage-sama's strong support for the Land of Rain, the people of the Land of Rain should also remember Tsuchikage-sama's contributions. Without Tsuchikage-sama's support, how could the Land of Rain have any hope of advancing towards becoming the 6th great nation? The support of the Land of Earth for the Land of Rain is like that of a foster parent raising a child. Although not biologically related, the Land of Rain is like the adopted son of the Land of Earth. Upon hearing Tatsuma's sarcastic remarks, Orochimaru's expression became extremely astute. This kid. He might appear pure on the outside, but if you were to cut him open, would even his blood and heart be black? Furthermore, even after death, the soul entering the Pure Land would likely be pitch black, wouldn't it? Indeed, those who like to praise their enemies, no matter how sincere they may seem on the surface, are actually internally filthy. However, it must be admitted that this kid's 2 schemes, employing the same tactics against them, are indeed effective. Orochimaru spoke up, saying, "When we return, come with me to report back, and bring your map with you." Chapter 166, Empty Houses Age Faster Than Those Often Disturbed. Shurkato, what's your take on this? Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, along with advisors Yudate Koharu and Mitokado Hamura, strategist Shurkato Nara, and the recently returned Sakamoto Tatsuma, all wore solemn expressions. After listening to Tatsuma's analysis and the proposed response plan, Shurkato let out a long breath upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's question. He looked at Tatsuma with some surprise and admiration in his eyes. If the village could have a Hokage like this, perhaps he, as a strategist, wouldn't be so exhausted? Maybe he won't have the chance to work under Tatsuma, but if his son Shikaku became a strategist. He probably had a laborious life, but maybe his son could really face a lighter burden? Though his mind was filled with various thoughts, he still reserved a portion of his mental capacity to review what had just been discussed. He nodded and said, "Hokage-sama, I believe Tatsuma's reasoning is sound. I will allocate additional manpower to investigate the movements of both Cloud Ninja and Iwa Nin, prioritizing the locations indicated by Tatsuma. Additionally, I will coordinate with Mifune and the Land of Frost to prevent them from making irrational decisions out of panic. As for other matters, I will gather more intelligence, assess the situation, and then provide you with a comprehensive report." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. The slight recovery in his mood, which had been achieved after the decisive victory following the defeat on the Land of Rain battlefield, was now completely gone. However, his admiration for Tatsuma grew stronger. At this moment, he could fully trust that Tatsuma was the most excellent individual of this generation. Previously, his talents may not have fully matched this evaluation, but now it was undeniable. Inoki, that guy, may not be good at many things, but his judgment is really quite sharp. He hasn't even interacted with Tatsuma once, but he can already see Tatsuma's promising future. No, Inoki's judgment is still lacking. Tatsuma isn't just promising for the future, he's already excellent. The more excellent Tatsuma became, the happier Sarutobi Hiruzen felt. After all, this was a talent who had risen under his educational guidance. Tatsuma had the potential to surpass Sarutobi Hiruzen's 3 disciples by a significant margin. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade each had their strengths and weaknesses. Jiraiya had decent talent, possessing both battlefield command and political acumen. However, he lacked dedication and had a history of mischief since childhood, which prevented him from gaining the respect of many elders. Orochimaru's talent was similarly high, and he had both ability and ambition. However, his inner fire was not as strong. While he might have enough light for himself, it remained uncertain if he could illuminate others. Further observation was necessary. Tsunade's talent was undeniable, and any slight shortcomings in ability could be compensated for by her status. As a top medical ninja, she had the support of the people and the respect of the elders. However, she lacked maturity and was too easily swayed by emotions. The recent attack on the Sand Ninja's forces highlighted this. Without Tatsuma's support, Jiraiya's timely discovery, and his intervention as their sensei, the situation wouldn't have been as perfect. But this kid Tatsuma's talent can be described as astonishing. Although he's only 10 years old, he's already showing the potential for greatness in the future. Regarding his abilities, others might not know, but Sarutobi Hiruzen remembers well. Last year's scheme to lure the hidden sand village into a trap was inspired by Tatsuma. And just recently, poisoning the Rain Ninja STO framed the Sand Ninjas, and being able to manipulate the entire Sand Ninjas army with just a few soldiers and supplies, such strategic talent and resourcefulness. If it weren't for his lack of strength and experience, he could probably be directly promoted to command a battlefield. As for political talent, there are no issues in his interactions with others. Although they haven't interacted much, Sarutobi Hiruzen can already see that he's a smart individual who won't disappoint anyone who approaches him with good intentions. His diplomatic and adaptable personality is more than enough internally. As for external matters, one only needs to look at the map placed prominently in the Hokage's office and Tatsuma's recent explanations to see that. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen has an idea. If none of his 3 disciples are willing or capable of succeeding him, perhaps directly promoting Tatsuma to the position might not be a bad idea. It's just unclear how long it will take for Tatsuma to grow into sufficient strength. 20 years? 15 years? Or could it be shorter? Danzo, this child, absolutely cannot be entrusted to you. Just imagining Tatsuma's future, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body and spirit, which had been somewhat weary, revived once again. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Tatsuma, with talents like yours emerging in the village, the future looks promising." Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's successful praise, Udaten Koharu and Mitokado Hamura, who had been looking down at their notes, suddenly raised their heads. They had never heard Sarutobi Hiruzen give such praise to anyone individually. There were no one praised like this among the major ninja clans, not even Sakamoto Tatsuma. Even the 3 disciples, including Orochimaru, had not received such praise. Of course, when it came to addressing individuals, Sarutobi Hiruzen had never said such words before. But when addressing groups, he would almost say similar things twice a year, once during the new student enrollment and again during the graduation ceremony. However, saying it to an individual like this, Tatsuma was definitely the first, which also showed how highly Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded him. But Tatsuma seemed unaware of this. Upon seeing him, he simply nodded with a shy smile and stepped aside. Udatin Koharu and Mitokado suddenly had a thought, perhaps this young man isn't very bright. However, there was a hint of increased admiration in Shikado's eyes. He had been watching Tatsuma closely and thus noticed that Tatsuma only revealed his shy smile after a brief moment of contemplation. This kid understood everything, he just knew it was best to feign ignorance at the moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen also nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the 2 advisors, asking, "Do you have anything to add?" Udatin Koharu and Mitokado Hamura shook their heads. They were not primarily responsible for this matter. If it were in front of others or in a large meeting, they could say a few words based on their differing information and positions. However, in this situation where Sarutobi Hiruzen was leading, their positions didn't support that, and in terms of information asymmetry, it was evident that Tatsuma and others held more information. They only had doubts in their minds and nothing to add. However, they wouldn't voice their doubts to Tatsuma. After all, they were the village's elders. Asking a child about the progress of war or the situation in the ninja world would only make them appear incompetent. So, even if they had doubts in their minds, they would wait until later to figure it out on their own. Sarutobi Hiruzen withdrew his gaze and looked at Tatsuma and the others, saying, "You've had a long journey. Rest up now. I'll inform you when there are new results or any new arrangements." "Yes, Hokage-sama, X2 yes, Sensei, X3." After bowing, the group left. Tatsuma felt a bit disappointed. He hadn't expected Sarutobi Hiruzen's stingy nature to remain unchanged. He had thought that with this mission, he could negotiate for a better reward than before. He had even planned it out. If Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, he was ready to boldly request to learn the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. But unexpectedly, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even ask a single question. It seemed that the contents of that forbidden scroll were not so easy to obtain after all. He wore a slightly crestfallen and troubled expression, which, in the eyes of others, seemed like the helpless feeling of being unable to meet expectations and deeper contemplation. Sakamoto Tatsuma rubbed his head and said, "Don't worry too much. The village will find a way. You've already done great." Clearly, Sakamoto Tatsuma thought that Tatsuma was agonizing over the matters concerning the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning. When Tatsuma snapped out of it, he nodded and was about to head towards his own home when Tsunade stopped him. "From now on, you'll live in second grandpa's old house. Of course, you'll have to take care of it yourself. Take the time to renovate the electrical circuits over there. And my place, too, needs some refurbishing." After Tsunade finished speaking, she pointed in the direction of the Senju clan's land. Tatsuma smirked slightly but still nodded. Though Senju Tobarama's house was quite old, it was spacious enough. Compared to his small one-bedroom apartment, it was obviously much better, although cleaning it would be quite a task. But when he arrived at the Senju clan's land, he unexpectedly found that the set of houses left by Senju Tobarama had already been renovated, at least judging from the doors and windows. With a sense of curiosity, he didn't immediately enter but instead followed Tsunade further into the Senju clan's territory. Soon, they arrived at Tsunade's residence, where Uzumaki Mito sat in the veranda listening to Nawaki recount his heroic deeds on the battlefield. Although such deeds were already familiar to Uzumaki Mito, having heard, seen, and even experienced them, she still listened with a smile, fully engrossed. Meanwhile, Kushina had dragged Minato to a distant place to listen to different battlefield stories, probably finding Nawaki's experiences less interesting. Seeing Tsunade and Tatsuma return, Nawaki stopped speaking. Uzumaki Mito nodded at the two entering, asking, "Are you feeling better?" "It's nothing serious, I'll be fine soon," Tsunade shook her head. Her body wasn't fully recovered yet, and she knew she couldn't hide it from her grandmother. Uzumaki Mito looked at Tatsuma, who shook his head and said, "Mito-sama, I'm fine." Tatsuma had only been unwell for a couple of days. Now, he was fine and didn't want to worry Uzumaki Mito any further. Uzumaki Mito smiled and said, "From now on, both you and Minato can call me grandmother. Using Sama feels distant, and I've never held any important position in the village, not even as a Konoha ninja. So, Sama doesn't suit me." Tatsuma smiled and corrected himself, "Grandmother Mito. I heard that you'll be living in Tobarama's house from now on. We had it cleaned up. It's been over 20 years since anyone lived there, ever since Hashirama left and Tobarama moved to the Hokage's residence. But I believe Tobarama wouldn't want to see his house left deserted like that. You can live there in peace from now on." Although she didn't actively seek out information from the outside world, Uzumaki Mito's status destined her to know many things that others didn't. Even minor matters on the battlefield would reach her ears. Therefore, Tatsuma wasn't surprised, just nodded in understanding. At this moment, Tsunade kicked Nawaki, who was squatting in front of Mito, on the butt and said to him, "Go on, I need to talk to grandmother." Nawaki, feeling a bit disgruntled, stood up and was about to leave, but Mito spoke up, "No need, Tsunade. You've done well. That's enough. Go rest for a while. Don't push yourself too hard." Upon hearing this, Tsunade fell silent for a moment before nodding. She had initially wanted to ask about the Senju lineage, but since Mito didn't want to discuss it, she decided not to bring it up. Watching Tsunade leave, Mito sighed softly and murmured, "Ah, the rise and fall of glory in the blink of an eye." Chapter 167, the diary records not only words but also the meals at Mito's household were not particularly delicious, but they were notable for their large portions. Even when there were only 6 people dining, they prepared food for over 20 people. Whether it was Tsunade, Nawaki, Kushina, or the elderly Mito, their appetites were extraordinary. Especially Nawaki, it seemed like he wanted to make up for the hunger he experienced on the battlefield, eating ferociously. Tatsuma also had a substantial appetite. Although his body had recovered, his brain was so active that he consumed much more calories than usual every day, making normal portions of food inadequate to replenish his energy. The only one with a relatively normal appetite was Minato. However, being a half-grown boy, Minato's appetite was still considerable, though compared to the others, it seemed closer to that of an average person. Watching as the younger generation finished their food completely, the smile on Mito's face couldn't fade away for a long time. There was nothing that could make her happier than this scene. The only regret was that there were still too few people. "Do you have any plans for the next few days?" Mito asked, watching Tatsuma and Minato take the initiative to clean up. Minato looked at Tatsuma, knowing that Tatsuma would be the one to answer this kind of question. Tatsuma shook his head and replied, "We'll wait for the village's orders. But it will probably take at least 2 more days. Tomorrow, Sensei and the Jonins will have a meeting, and many arrangements will be decided there." "Are we still preparing for battle?" Mito inquired. Tatsuma nodded. Currently, all of Konoha's focus was on the war. Many missions had been directly suspended, and without going to the battlefield, there were no other tasks to do. Tsunade, seeing her grandmother's gradually fading smile, said, "It might not happen so soon. The wind and fire countries will definitely need to renegotiate. The land of earth and the land of lightning are still investigating, the results may not come so quickly." Upon hearing this, Mito's expression relaxed once again, and she said, "It's better to take some more rest." Several nodded in agreement. Except for Kushina, who hadn't gone to the battlefield, she was the one among them who wanted to go to the battlefield the most. After dinner, Tatsuma invited Minato to stay at Tobarama's former residence, but Minato declined, which made Tatsuma somewhat uneasy. After all, the former residence of a prestigious forbidden jutsu master might have some formidable prohibitions. If something serious happened to him there, it would truly be an unforeseen disaster. In addition, Mito had ordered someone to repair the house, but as someone who came from the Warring States period, she didn't prioritize electrical circuits. Although the house was cleaned and repaired well, there was no electricity. Tatsuma borrowed a few candles and cautiously made his way to the bedroom. Since it had just been repaired, many old pieces of furniture had been removed, and new furniture hadn't been brought in yet, so the room was exceptionally spacious. The room was so spacious that Tatsuma's footsteps echoed. He complained inwardly about why even the moon tonight didn't show its face, being so miserly with its light. Finally, Tatsuma found a place to set the candles. After quickly lighting them and placing them in different spots to illuminate the entire room, Tatsuma finally breathed a sigh of relief. But he didn't feel the slightest bit of sleepiness in his heart. So Tatsuma began to survey the bedroom. It was large and lacked modern-style beds. Instead, neatly folded futons were arranged on the room's floor. In addition to this, there was a row of bookshelves against the wall and a desk by the window. Tatsuma raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the habits of Tobarama. No matter where he went, he never forgot these things. Even though there was a study, they still prepared these items in the bedroom. Tatsuma picked up a candle and walked over to inspect the bookshelf. Many spots were empty, but there were traces of books being placed there before. Imprints on the lacquered surface and the slight curvature of the shelves all indicated that they had been weighed down by books or scrolls, but now there was only a little left. Tatsuma casually picked up a scroll and carefully unraveled it, afraid that it might be sealed. However, unlike the study, the scrolls here were not protected. As he unrolled the scroll, the contents recorded inside invigorated Tatsuma. Speculations on the reasons for the time constraints of summoning beasts. Reading the title, Tatsuma instinctively wanted to pull out a chair to sit down, but he discovered there was only a desk nailed to the wall, without a matching chair. It was probably broken and discarded. Tatsuma didn't feel like going to the study either. After all, the corridor was really dark, and the old wooden floorboards would creak softly. It was bearable or even ignorable during the day, but at night, it was particularly grating. He decided to simply stand in front of the desk and slowly read the contents written by Senju Tobarama. Senju Tobarama's description of the state of summoned beasts after summoning was quite interesting. He used an hourglass and rubber band as analogies. When the hourglass ran out, the flipping hourglass would flick the taut rubber band. The summoned beast tethered by the rubber band would then be pulled back, and the triggering point for the hourglass to flip might be the depletion of chakra by the caster during the summoning, or perhaps some of the contractual conditions triggered during the signing of the summoning contract. For instance, when subjected to a lethal attack, the summoning would prematurely terminate. Moreover, within the notes, Senju Tobarama also conducted an experiment, which involved signing a summoning contract with inanimate objects that had time and condition constraints. The conclusion was that it didn't work. However, the summoning object he chose was the ocean. The result of the experiment was that the summoned seawater flooded his own house, and he couldn't retract the seawater by canceling the summoning, resulting in him getting scolded by his father. Seeing this, Tatsuma suddenly paused. It seemed like the year of this scroll was quite early. But there was nothing more after that. This speculation and experiment abruptly stopped here, with no follow-up. It's like starting a business only for it to collapse midway. Letting out a sigh, Tatsuma rolled up the scroll again. However, he didn't look disappointed. Instead, he became very excited because he had over a dozen scrolls like this. Taking down a few nearby scrolls, Tatsuma eagerly opened them, hoping to find further research notes. Experiment on re-signing special summoning contracts with non-living entities. Tatsuma's smile faded as he read the title. Not giving up, signed with the ocean again, disrupted the banquet where my brother was to inherit the clan head position, got scolded by father again. He's still so strong, I still need to work hard. Looking at the notes that suddenly stopped again, Tatsuma's eye twitched. The content of the first half of the notes excited Tatsuma so much that he wished he could try it himself. After all, Senju Tobarama seemed to have really discovered a method. But the results of the experiment. Tatsuma silently rolled up the scroll and opened another. Experiment on summoning the ocean repeatedly. Still not giving up. Flooded the house again. Luckily, my brother has would release. Still need to work hard. Contract with the Ocean, Part 4, Final Version. Still not giving up, didn't defeat the Uchiha, but choked my brother instead. The despicable Uchiha Madara even took the opportunity to kick my brother. Evil Uchiha. I won't experiment anymore. Might as well use chakra to make water. Senju Tobarama gave up, but Tatsuma didn't. Full of anticipation, he opened the next scroll, but unfortunately, it wasn't the final version. Senju Tobarama had completely ended this series of research. The following scrolls contain Senju Tobarama's applications of the summoning jutsu, such as delayed triggering and testing material transmission between two locations using the summoning jutsu seal. Seeing the speculations towards the end, Tatsuma regained his spirits, but ultimately, the experiments failed, leaving Tatsuma sighing and pondering if there was any way to improve. As he took out the next scroll to see if Tobarama had found a solution, the research direction changed again. Project Ocean Contract, Final Version, Revised. My brother found the Rashomon, which is truly remarkable. Despite being non-living, it can terminate summonings and recall them. Even after being destroyed, they can be summoned again, completely intact. I must find a way. Failure, damn Uchiha. As long as they exist, the crisis persists, leaving me unable to focus on research. Reverse research on the Rashomon, Part 2. After testing, regardless of any traces or damages on the Rashomon, when summoning it again, these traces cannot be found. Perhaps this is the key to summoning non-living entities. Research on the Rashomon, Part 3. My brother's frequency of encountering the detestable Uchiha Madara is increasing. My research time is repeatedly shortened. Truly, the Uchiha are evil. The Rashomon, Part 4. I have discovered the secret of the Rashomon. It conceals special techniques that await decryption. The threat from the Uchiha is growing daily. I must make good use of my time. The scrolls seem to bear the marks of time. As the experiments progressed, Senju Tobarama's language became more and more like the notes Tatsuma had seen in the study. Many informalities gradually disappeared, and the language became more formal, resembling that of the stern second Hokage. Tatsuma also faintly guessed what the ultimate outcome of this series of research would be, and he couldn't help but become excited. Despite it being midnight, he continued to read the scrolls. Summoning, Part 5. Through the study of the technique, a ninjutsu fluctuation has been discovered that has never been recorded or organized before. It awaits decryption. Uchiha Madara's eyes have mutated again. Truly, the evil Uchiha. Such immense power surely has significant side effects. I need to research this as well. Summoning, Part 6. Initial speculation suggests time and space fluctuations, requiring experimentation. Uchiha Izuna also possesses a similar power, although the appearance is different. Evil Uchiha brothers. But in this battle, both brothers' eyes are bleeding. Could it be a side effect? Summoning, Part 7. It has been confirmed, it is a space-time ninjutsu fluctuation. The Rashomon can return to its original space through space-time anchors, while also undergoing repair through the power of time. Truly fascinating power. The evil Uchiha brothers did not deactivate their Sharingan during this battle, and both before and after the battle, they only reverted to 3 Tomo. Is it impossible to deactivate, or does it require 3 Tomo to ensure that the side effects are not fully exposed? Summoning, Part 8. Another experiment with the ocean failed. Chakra techniques are difficult to maintain on shapeless flowing water. I need to inscribe them on more stable objects. But even so, what's the use of summoning non-living entities? To mimic the crude jutsu of the Land of Wind shamans? But that's not even as good as using sealing scrolls. Summoning Part 9. I found a solution. There's no need to summon non-living entities, they can summon me instead. In this case, the technique needs to be modified. Research concluded. The next study, Space-Time Body Flicker Jutsu. I am about to engage in a major battle with the evil Uchiha. I must figure this out. The Uchiha brothers' vision is severely impaired, which is the best opportunity for the Senju. At this point, Tatsuma was completely exhilarated. The horizon was tinged with rosy hues, indicating the imminent sunrise. Tatsuma felt no exhaustion from the sleepless night but instead reached out towards the bookshelf once again. Chapter 168. If you have referral channels, don't stupidly go for direct interviews. Tatsuma reached out towards the bookshelf, only to grab emptiness. His heart skipped a beat, suddenly feeling as if he were experiencing the premonition of a sudden death. He turned his head towards the bookshelf, where there were no scrolls left. Over a dozen scrolls, now either on the desk or scattered on the floor, with the one currently unfolded being the last one. Damn Uchiha! Tatsuma blurted out suddenly, realizing something was amiss. He slapped his forehead, wondering how he managed to bring out Senju Tobarama's familiar phrase from his notes. Tatsuma, are you up so early too? You truly deserve to be recognized as full of youth by Brother Due. At this moment, a verdant figure suddenly appeared by the window next to the desk. With a spring-like smile, Nawaki suddenly appeared. Seeing Nawaki, Tatsuma hurriedly asked, Nawaki, are there any more scrolls? There are plenty in the study, aren't there? No, I mean, forget it. Tatsuma shook his head. He had already guessed why there were so many scrolls missing from the bookshelf. Those were probably research notes for Space-Time Class Body Flicker Jutsu, the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Different from the research content of Summoning Jutsu, those belong to the category of forbidden techniques. Although the complete Flying Thunder God Jutsu should be recorded on forbidden scrolls, the research notes also needed to be strictly guarded and preserved. It was impossible to find them here, nor would they be in the study. Although Tatsuma hadn't finished reading all the scrolls in the study, he had organized and reclassified their contents. Running his fingers through his already somewhat messy hair due to its curls, Tatsuma sighed. Seeing this, Nawaki asked, What scrolls do you need? I'll go ask Granny to see if she has any. Tatsuma shook his head and said, No need, I'll tidy up first. If I need anything, I'll come ask. Nawaki didn't dwell on it and asked, Want to train together in the morning? Tatsuma ran his hand through his hair again. His mind was full of Tobarama's notes on summoning beasts and space-time, along with damn Uchiha. He wasn't in the mood for morning training. Tatsuma shook his head again and said, No, I have other things to do. All right. Even without sweating it out, you're already recognized as full of youth. Practice your youth in other matters. With that, Nawaki ran back home. He had come specifically to find Tatsuma, but since Tatsuma declined, he went back to his training. Tatsuma then picked up the scrolls and headed towards the study. However, seeing the study filled with scrolls with no empty space, he turned back and went to get a large amount of ink and blank paper. Over the following time, Tatsuma continuously transcribed what he had seen from Senju Tobarama's notes last night, excluding Tobarama's personal anonymity and any confirmed erroneous content, of course. Listing out key information point by point, Tatsuma resumed his analysis and incorporated many of his own insights. Soon, a stack of blank paper was filled. However, Tatsuma's mind was still highly active at this point, unwilling to cease thinking. So, he directly took up his pen and began writing on the walls and floor. Fortunately, the furniture had been moved out, leaving large canvases for Tatsuma to freely jot down his thoughts. After daybreak, Tsunade, who was to attend the Jonin meeting, returned home and glanced at what was happening, only to find her disciple completely disregarding her. Suppressing the urge to go in and give him a good thrashing, Tsunade proceeded to the Hokage building. In the afternoon, Tatsuma's absence caught the attention of Mito. She personally went to Tatsuma's current residence. When she peered through the window and saw the situation inside, even the seasoned Mito couldn't help but grimace. It wasn't because Tatsuma had written anything shocking or scandalous, it was Mito who had the house cleaned spotlessly and the walls repainted. In just a few days, Tatsuma had completely trashed it. Tatsuma's writings weren't just text, there were also numerous special symbols, formulas invented by Tobarama, seals, and summoning jutsu patterns. Plus, many areas had been altered or covered up, making it look extremely messy and chaotic. Sakamoto Tatsuma. Stop right there. Mito's voice wasn't particularly loud, but it instantly snapped Tatsuma back to reality. He looked towards the window where the angry Mito stood and quickly greeted her, "Grandma Mito. What are you doing?" Mito suppressed her anger and asked Tatsuma. Upon hearing this, Tatsuma's initial panic disappeared, replaced by a smile. He gestured towards the writings and said, "These are speculations on space-time ninjutsu derived from Lord Second's summoning notes." Upon hearing this, Mito furrowed her brow. She then looked at the content on the wall. Some of it seemed familiar to her, and Tatsuma's current state seemed oddly familiar too. Mito's anger subsided further. Nawaki and Kushina, who had followed sneakily to see if Tatsuma would get scolded, wore disappointed expressions. After all, they were eager to witness Tatsuma, who had always been the benchmark, make a mistake. Even in studying, you can't do this. And it's already noon. You haven't had breakfast or lunch. Judging by your appearance, you didn't sleep at all last night, did you? Mito's tone softened, but Kushina, with her cheeks puffed out, was actually more upset. When she, Nawaki, or even Tsunade made mistakes, Grandma Mito wasn't this lenient. Tatsuma nodded, suppressing his smile and lowering his head seriously. "I won't do it again, Grandma Mito." "Okay." Mito nodded, then added, "I've left you some food. Go eat first. And about the space-time ninjutsu, Tobarama already has it ready-made. You don't need to derive it again." Tatsuma certainly wouldn't admit he knew. He had derived it because he couldn't obtain it. He scratched his head and said, "Really? I couldn't find it. Hiruzen took it away, but if you want it, Grandma will go get it back for you," Mito said as Tatsuma climbed in through the window. Watching Tatsuma, Mito gently rubbed his swollen eyelids and then took his ink-stained hands, saying, "Go wash your hands and eat first." "Okay." Tatsuma nodded, and Mito stepped aside. Tatsuma then saw the disappointed faces of Nawaki and Kushina. Nawaki, feeling embarrassed under Tatsuma's gaze, scratched his head. Kushina snorted and headed back. Tatsuma paid her no mind and went to wash his hands for dinner. After dinner, drowsiness crept over him. However, since Tatsuma had already made a mess of Senju Tobarama's former residence under Mito's arrangement, Nawaki had to give up his room for Tatsuma to rest. When Tatsuma woke up, it was already evening. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was startled by the resentful look Nawaki was giving him. He quickly got up and asked, "Aren't you training?" Although Tatsuma could see that it was already dark outside, the clock in the room showed that it wasn't yet late into the night. At this time, Mito hadn't gone to bed yet. Normally, Nawaki would train until Mito went to sleep. If it weren't for the fear of disturbing Mito's sleep by continuing training, he might have continued. Upon hearing Tatsuma's question, Nawaki said, "Third is here, talking with Grandma about the Jonin meeting, and it seems they're also discussing my sister." "Sensei? Is she back?" "She hasn't returned. I don't know where she went." Nawaki shook his head, then remembered something and said, "Oh, Grandma left some food for you. Remember to go eat." Tatsuma raised an eyebrow and said, "But isn't Third also here?" His chakra sensory jutsu was already quite skilled, and coupled with Nawaki's awakening, he instinctively began sensing for danger. Therefore, he naturally knew that Mito and Sarutobi Hiruzen were in the hall. The dining room was adjacent to the hall, with no partition between them. If he went to eat, he would inevitably be drawn into the conversation. Nawaki shook his head and said, "How would I know?" "That's just what Grandma said." Tatsuma furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment, and roughly guessed what was going on. He nodded and walked towards the door, first freshening up, then cautiously entering Mito's living room. Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed talking to Mito, and it happened to be about Tsunade's proposal, which unsurprisingly was being rejected. Sarutobi Hiruzen was explaining the reasons for rejecting Tsunade's proposal, such as allocating all funds to military readiness and wartime efforts, maintaining the stability of the current personnel structure, and the challenges of establishing a new medical ninja training system. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen also mentioned that after the war, when funds were more abundant and personnel deployment was no longer tight, they would focus on reconsidering. Mito occasionally nodded but didn't offer her own opinion. Meanwhile, Tatsuma quietly slipped into the dining room and ate what was left of his dinner. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't mind Tatsuma's arrival. After all, he couldn't overlook the fact that Mito had intentionally brought Tatsuma over. After a while, Tatsuma finished eating, and Sarutobi Hiruzen went over the contents of today's meeting. Mito nodded and said, "Hiruzen, as the Hokage, this old lady will support your arrangements." Seeing that Mito wasn't angry about his rejection of Tsunade's proposal, Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Tsunade's ideas are indeed good, and I've read her proposal. It's very thorough and feasible. But perhaps she needs to understand the difficulties of being a sensei like me. Tsunade still has a childish nature. As her sensei, you need to be more patient. This old lady will also advise Tsunade not to act recklessly." After Mito finished speaking, she looked at Tatsuma, who had finished eating and was wiping his mouth. She waved to him and then turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, saying, "Hiruzen, you should also know that I entrusted some of Tobarama's belongings to Tatsuma. Indeed, Tatsuma is a good kid. He will surely live up to the cultivation of both you and sensei." Sarutobi Hiruzen also smiled. He had high hopes for Tatsuma and naturally wouldn't hesitate to give him praise. Mito nodded and said, "I also understand that some of Tobarama's research is too dangerous. When the village confiscated it, I supported it too. After all, it's all for the stability of the village." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized something and paused for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, "Indeed, Sensei's research is not suitable for public disclosure. Of course, there are also some studies that require talented children to inherit and develop. I have been looking for suitable candidates." Mito nodded. She understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's implication, which was that not all would be returned. On this point, Mito had no objection. After all, it was indeed better to sever some of Tobarama's techniques rather than perpetuate them. Mito just wanted to request a technique from the village for Tatsuma, so she didn't argue. Instead, she continued Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. "Tatsuma has been studying Tobarama's notes on summoning jutsu recently, and he has also delved into the space-time aspects. Why don't you transfer Tobarama's research materials in this area to Tatsuma? This way, he won't study it haphazardly on his own. What do you think?" The Flying Thunder God Jutsu? Chapter 169, Reaching a Compromise. Flying Thunder God Jutsu? Upon realizing which technique Uzumaki Mito wanted to replace what Tatsuma requested, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt relieved. His sensei had created too many forbidden techniques, ranging from completed systems to incomplete ones, with some still in development. Among them, there was a portion of techniques so dangerous that Sarutobi Hiruzen preferred they never saw the light of day again. However, among the numerous forbidden techniques, there were one or two that Sarutobi Hiruzen was willing to let spread. One of them was the multiple shadow clone jutsu, an advanced version of the shadow clone jutsu. To be more precise, it should be said that the shadow clone jutsu is a restricted version of the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Initially, his sensei had created the multiple shadow clone jutsu, but due to its extreme danger, modifications were made, resulting in the creation of the shadow clone jutsu that others could also learn. And another technique is the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. The Flying Thunder God can be said to be the most mysterious and difficult ninjutsu in this shinobi world. The concept of space-time is difficult for ordinary people to understand, let alone learn and apply. Among forbidden techniques, practitioners of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu are actually the most numerous, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and others from that generation of Hokage's guards, all attempted to learn it. However, unfortunately, none of them were able to master this technique. They couldn't even reach the entry level mentioned by their sensei for the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, so they couldn't progress. Over the years, Sarutobi Hiruzen has had chunin from the village attempt to learn this technique more than once. However, no one has ever succeeded, not even those exceptionally talented geniuses. Sarutobi Hiruzen even speculated whether Tobarama's innate space-time talent, as mentioned by their sensei, was exclusive to him alone, much like the would-release talent of the first Hokage in the past. Senju Tobarama analyzed the prerequisites for learning this technique, listing 3 major requirements. First is the space-time talent. Since him, no one has ever broken through this barrier. The second requirement is exceptional knowledge. One needs to understand the concept of space-time and integrate it into the application of chakra. The final point is having extraordinary reaction speed to adapt to the information transformed by space-time. Without this, the Flying Thunder God will only degrade into a poor ninjutsu similar to Heavenly Transfer Jutsu. Of course, the last point is Tobarama's own personal opinion. After all, in his sensei's words, throughout his life, apart from himself, he only admired the wood release of the first Hokage and the sealing jutsu of the first Hokage's wife. Besides these, in his opinion, other people's techniques are either poor or crude. Even the Uchiha's power, which could be considered godlike in the eyes of other enemies, is nothing more than inherited cheats in the eyes of his sensei and not something based on knowledge. Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded his brief reminiscence of his sensei and then slowly turned his head to look at Tatsuma. At this moment, Tatsuma had also come to stand before him and Uzumaki Mito. Seeing Tatsuma, who bore a resemblance to his sensei in looks by about 40 or 50% and shared about 70 or 80% similarity in behavior, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, "The Flying Thunder God Jutsu is unlike any other ninjutsu. It is not just a ninjutsu. It combines summoning jutsu, sealing jutsu, sensory techniques, ninja tool throwing jutsu, and even incorporates close combat and tactical formations into a system. It demands far more from its learners compared to other ninjutsu. Even within Tobarama Sensei's creations, the Flying Thunder God Jutsu stands out as one of the top techniques. It's a pity that within the shinobi world, the maximum evaluation for the difficulty of ninjutsu learning is only capped at S rank. Otherwise, the difficulty rating for learning this technique would be even higher. Since Tobarama Sensei developed the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, no one else has been able to master it. Tatsuma, do you have confidence? Even Tatsuma couldn't contain his excitement at this moment. Last night, he had spent the whole night studying Senju Tobarama's preliminary research before developing the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, and his mind was filled with countless speculations. Now, with the hope of confirming his own speculations, Tatsuma was also somewhat excited. He nodded and said, "Hokage-sama, I believe that any technique that can be developed is possible to learn. Perhaps no one has ever replicated the brilliance of second Hokage-sama, but maybe it's just a matter of suitability. Just like not every ninja can be as proficient in the 5 elements escape jutsu as you, Hokage-sama." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but smile. The frustration accumulated throughout the entire day's Jonin meeting vanished in an instant. He jokingly patted Tatsuma on the head and said, "So, will you be the child with the talent to learn the Flying Thunder God Jutsu? I think it's not just me. There must be others with the talent, but they simply haven't had the opportunity to encounter this technique, like Minato," Tatsuma replied. Tatsuma had no intention of monopolizing this ninjutsu. It wasn't about sentimentality, rather, Minato was genuinely very clever. They often studied the same ninjutsu together, and the exchange of different insights accelerated Tatsuma's understanding of ninjutsu. Moreover, He knew that Minato indeed possessed the talent to learn the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, and he had further refined and improved the system of the Flying Thunder God. From the preliminary research notes he had studied last night, Tatsuma could glimpse the difficulty of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. If he were alone, learning the Flying Thunder God Jutsu might require some additional luck. The reason Tatsuma could learn other ninjutsu in a very short time was not only because he was intelligent enough but also because other techniques had been thoroughly studied and improved by different individuals. Even when Jiraiya and Orochimaru taught him ninjutsu, they generously lent him their notes. Within the original ninjutsu scrolls, there were vague points. If he were to learn on his own, it might take a long time to figure out. However, with the summaries of predecessors, this process can be greatly shortened, avoiding going astray. But the difference with the Flying Thunder God is that no one else has succeeded in learning it, and Tobirama is the creator of this technique. His perspective differs from Tatsuma's, so what Tobirama overlooks or casually mentions might be the difficult points in the learning process. If someone ponders over it and the direction is correct, it's fine. At worst, it's just spending more time exploring and correcting mistakes. But if the overall direction is wrong, then the cost might not only be in terms of time but also encountering danger. Therefore, in learning such a technique, talent, accumulation, effort, and luck or inspiration are also crucial. However, inspiration is not something that can be obtained at the snap of one's fingers. Thus, having another person to bounce ideas off of is also very helpful. Minato? Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile on his face became even brighter. What he thought of was the friendship between the two boys that Jiraiya had mentioned to him more than once. I have ninjutsu, and I'll teach it to you because I know you'll also teach me the ninjutsu you've learned. Such bonds are extremely rare among shinobi descendants, even non-existent. They only appear among civilians. However, thinking about the matter at hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen slightly restrained his smile and said earnestly, I believe Minato has remarkable talent just like you. But you also need to understand that such forbidden techniques are not easily accessible for learning opportunities. Minato's current strength and contributions to the village are far from qualifying him to learn the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. In reality, their contributions on the surface were similar, and their completed missions were also similar. But in terms of true contribution, Tatsuma far exceeded Minato. 3 strategic plans, all of which severely damaged the enemy. The first plan, enticing the enemy deep into their territory, set the tone for the Wind and Fire Countries conflict, putting the Sand Ninjas at a disadvantage from the start. In this process, Tatsuma even killed Hoshi, a ninja with extraordinary potential in puppet jutsu. The second plan, diverting the disaster to the east, liberated one of the camps, preventing a significant number of unnecessary casualties. It also manipulated the relationship between the Wind and Rain countries, causing the Land of Wind to pay a heavy price, thus ending the skirmishes with the Land of Rain. The third time, decisive action, completely drove the Sand Ninjas out of the Land of Rain. The trauma inflicted on the Land of Wind still continued unabated, bringing continuous benefits to Konoha and the Land of Fire. What's even more satisfying to Sarutobi Hiruzen is that in the 3 strategic plans, the first credit went to Orochimaru, the second to Jiraiya, and the third to Tsunade. These 3 individuals are all his disciples. Moreover, during this process, they greatly admonished Danzo and his root organization, dispelling any inappropriate thoughts Danzo might have had. Both their external and internal contributions are immeasurable. While others may not recognize the true heroes, how could Sarutobi Hiruzen not know? Even after ending the frontline war, on the way back, Tatsuma still uncovered hidden threats to the village within the shinobi world. If Tatsuma's speculations prove to be true, it would be a great contribution to Konoha. Therefore, when Uzumaki Mito proposed that Tatsuma learn the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, the only question he considered was whether Tatsuma could learn it. As for anything else, it was not worth considering. But Minato fell short by a small margin. Although he met all the village's expectations of him, and even surpassed them in many aspects, compared to Tatsuma, he lacked some of the charisma of a leader. Of course, at this age, hardly anyone can demonstrate such talent. It's just unfortunate that Minato, who came after Tatsuma, appears somewhat ordinary in comparison. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Tatsuma couldn't help but furrow his brow, and Uzumaki Mito did the same. As Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Tatsuma deep in thought, he also recalled the village rumors. Although Orochimaru had already explained to him that it was a small scheme of Orochimaru's, at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but wonder if Orochimaru had somehow guessed the truth correctly. Perhaps it was intentionally spreading rumors, but rumors aren't necessarily false, are they? I believe that two people supporting each other and moving forward together, helping each other, is also a good story, don't you think, Hiruzen? At that moment, Uzumaki Mito's voice broke in. Sarutobi Hiruzen snapped back to reality, and a hint of dilemma appeared on his face. Of course, he could hand over the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to Minato as well. However, if this matter were to be revealed in the future, not only would it be difficult for Sarutobi Hiruzen to convince others, but Minato's reputation might also be tarnished. Furthermore, if this precedent were set, others might also try to test the limits. What should he do? Agree, and the need for the forbidden technique scroll would cease to exist. Refuse, and the reputations of those involved would be further tarnished. No one dared to openly criticize him as the Hokage, but what about Minato? Tatsuma had also finished his thoughts at this point. He glanced gratefully at Uzumaki Mito. He knew Uzumaki Mito was not ignorant of the situation. By speaking somewhat stubbornly at this moment, she was also fighting for his and Minato's interests. However, Tatsuma already had a solution in mind. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, Hokage-sama, as you said, the Flying Thunder God Jutsu is less of a ninjutsu and more of a system. So, aside from the core ninjutsu records of the Flying Thunder God, there are other contents that I need to study as well, such as second Hokage-sama's research on summoning jutsu and space-time concepts. Minato should be able to learn these too, right? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up. Apart from the core of the Flying Thunder God, there were indeed many prerequisites. Minato might not be able to learn the Flying Thunder God now, but he was certainly qualified to study these. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction and said, of course. Initially, it was to enable others to understand and learn the Flying Thunder God Jutsu that we borrowed the notes left by Tobirama-sensei. Since you and Minato are interested in this research, the village will naturally provide support. Tatsuma nodded, then asked in confusion, but I saw that second Hokage-sama's room still had many research notes. Ah, those would damage Tobirama-sensei's image. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's response, Tatsuma understood. After all, constantly saying evil Uchiha and using those non-formal expressions wouldn't be suitable as teaching materials for others, so they were left behind. However, Tatsuma, are you sure about this choice? Sarutobi Hiruzen admired the bond between the two and was satisfied with Tatsuma's decision, but he still wanted to ask. Tatsuma nodded and said, I may not be able to fully grasp those research notes in the short term, and with Minato's talent, I believe he will quickly grow to the point where he has the strength and qualifications to learn the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Besides, if necessary, I can just ask you for the Flying Thunder God Jutsu myself and then consult Minato on certain issues. If he also understands the Flying Thunder God Jutsu during this process, I don't think anyone would object, right? Haha, of course not. Although it's a forbidden technique, if one can learn it through observation and discussion, others wouldn't say anything. After all, aren't the Uchiha experts in this regard? Moreover, whether it's you, Minato, or other ninjas in the village, as long as you learn the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and have the village's best interests at heart, wouldn't that ultimately be the best contribution to the village? As you said, I will have someone send over the relevant research on the Flying Thunder God, excluding the core. You and Minato can study it more. Once you have mastered this knowledge, you can come to me at any time to exchange it for the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, Tatsuma also smiled and respectfully said, Thank you very much, Hokage-sama. Suddenly, there was a loud sound of someone forcefully pushing open the door from outside. A staggering figure entered, Tsunade, carrying several bottles of alcohol. Seeing the three in the hall, she raised the bottles and said, "Grandma, join me for a drink. Jiraiya and that guy, Dan Kato, can't hold their liquor at all. They just had a tiny bit and passed out. And even Orochimaru opposed me." As she spoke, she stumbled into the hall. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, she said, "Hey, let's play rock paper scissors. If I win, you'll agree to my proposal, okay?" Upon hearing Tsunade not even calling him sensei, both Uzumaki Mito and Sarutobi Hiruzen's faces darkened simultaneously. In an instant, chakra began swirling in the hall, causing even some tables and chairs to move. Tatsuma stood aside, feeling quite small and helpless. He couldn't afford to provoke any of these three. "Hiruzen, sorry to embarrass you. Tomorrow I'll make Tsunade come and apologize in person," Uzumaki Mito said with a cold face. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He was startled by the chakras swirling in the hall as well. He stood up and said, "Mida-sama, I should leave now. Tsunade just returned from the battlefield, it's normal for her to vent her emotions. I am her sensei as well and know this isn't her usual behavior. I hope you understand." Uzumaki Mito nodded, and Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly left. Uzumaki Mito then turned to the somewhat bewildered Tatsuma and said, "Tatsuma, why don't you help out and refine some chakra?" "Refine chakra?" Tatsuma was full of question marks. Chapter 170, Tsunade Gets Punished. Wuwu Tsunade lay on her bed, covered with Katsuyu, who was even bigger than her, like a blanket covering her. There were many medical devices in her room. At this moment, Tatsuma was at the workbench, preparing ointments. However, fear still lingered on Tatsuma's face. Tatsuma knew that Uzumaki Mito was very strong, but to what extent, Tatsuma didn't know. After all, it had not been shown in the original work. However, not long ago, he witnessed it. 5 adamantine chains, 4 of which restrained Tsunade's limbs, while the remaining chain transformed into the whip in the hands of the old woman. When it landed on Tsunade, it directly caused her flesh to tear apart. Uzumaki Mito did not hold back just because she was her granddaughter. With each whip, blood spurted out. The blood splattered by the whipping was blocked by the surrounding barriers, never contaminating the tables and chairs in the hall. Tsunade even utilized enhanced strength, but couldn't budge the adamantine chains even a bit. Moreover, Tatsuma clearly sensed that there was no hint of the Nine-Tails aura in the chakra used by Uzumaki Mito. In other words, Uzumaki Mito was completely relying on her own strength to beat Tsunade. Even though Tsunade was drunk, injured, and depleted of chakra due to the Yin seal, it was still a heart-wrenching sight. Moreover, throughout this process, Uzumaki Mito appeared extraordinarily calm, and there was no hint of the Nine-Tails within her, causing any havoc. Of course, it's also possible that the Nine-Tails thought about it and attempted to intervene, but without success. After the beating, Tsunade was completely sober, and the injuries on her body. Tatsuma felt that they were more severe than those she incurred when she single-handedly raided the Sand Ninja's camp. Tatsuma also knew the reason why Uzumaki Mito had him refine chakra. It was to summon a Katsuyu large enough to save Tsunade's life. Midway through, Tatsuma even thought about finding the Waki and Kushina to come and plead together, but unfortunately, he was also trapped within the barrier and couldn't get out. Tsunade's cries of agony couldn't penetrate the barrier either. It was only when Tsunade was nearly at death's door that she finally apologized, and it was then that Uzumaki Mito stopped. Tatsuma suspected that if Tsunade hadn't apologized, Uzumaki Mito might have continued the beating. After stopping the beating, Uzumaki Mito told Tsunade to apologize to Sarutobi Hiruzen tomorrow and then left. Tatsuma had no choice but to stop the bleeding and treat her injuries, while also cleaning up the blood that had spread across the floor due to the disappearance of the barrier. Fortunately, Tatsuma had slept during the day yesterday, otherwise, he probably wouldn't have been able to endure such exhaustion late at night. In Tsunade's room, Tatsuma finally finished preparing the ointment. He placed it on the table and said, "Sensei, this is a topical ointment. Remember to apply it, otherwise, it might leave scars." Tsunade sniffled, holding back the tears that kept flowing, and said, "Your skill in pharmacy is still something I taught you." "Alright, then I'll head back." Tatsuma didn't argue. He could tell that Tsunade was definitely feeling uneasy at the moment. First, her proposal was rejected, and then she was beaten by her only remaining family member, all in front of him, her disciple. Therefore, at this moment, it was best to give Tsunade enough space to digest her sorrow and anger alone. Any unnecessary words or comfort might reignite her sorrow and anger. Did I do something wrong? Seeing Tatsuma about to leave, Tsunade suddenly asked. Tatsuma stopped in his tracks, turned around, and asked, "Are you referring to the proposal or your attitude towards third?" "The former." Indeed, just because something isn't necessarily wrong doesn't mean it can be realized. Wrongdoings and foolish acts tend to be more popular. What about the latter? Wrong, without a doubt. Why? He could have agreed to my proposal. Tsunade suddenly became agitated. If it weren't for her injuries and being pinned down by Katsuyu, she might have confronted Tatsuma. Tatsuma sighed. He had wanted to leave early to avoid such a scene, but now there was no choice. He pulled a chair from the workbench, sat down, and said, "Grandma Mito helped me ask Third for the Flying Thunder God Jutsu today, and Third agreed, you know." "Damn it! Why does he agree to your requests with Grandma, but opposes me?" "Because what I ask for is something he has. Giving it up won't cost him anything. But what you want is something he doesn't have. To achieve it, you have to sacrifice a lot, even risk everything." Seeing Tsunade, still angry but with a hint of curiosity, Tatsuma patiently explained, "Sensei, if I said I wanted to heal more patients, to learn medical jutsu from you, would you teach me?" "Of course, I'm not him. I'm different from him." Seeing Tsunade getting worked up, Tatsuma shook his head and said, "Then, if I said I wanted to become stronger, even wanted to master would release to help the village, would you be willing to transplant cells from Senju Hashirama-sama into me?" "You're crazy. Believe me, I'll kill you." At her words, Tatsuma shrugged, saying everything and yet nothing. Tsunade also caught on, thought for a moment, and then played the rogue, saying, "That's a completely different matter. Are you trying to desecrate the dead, or my grandfather?" "I just want some money and to emphasize the training of medical ninja in the village. Sometimes money is more important than human life, let alone comparing it to corpses." "You!" Seeing Tsunade about to lose control again, Tatsuma quickly intervened, urging her to calm down. Then he asked, "Will establishing a system for training medical ninja make the village better?" "Yes." "For that, should the village contribute money and effort?" "Yes." "Then, if I transplant cells from Senju Hashirama-sama and gain stronger power, will it better protect the village?" "This is different." "Can it?" "It can." Tatsuma shrugged again and asked, "Then why are you unwilling?" Seeing Tsunade speechless, Tatsuma finally said, "That's what I mean. Not all right things can be realized. But what you're suggesting isn't right. Is better protecting the village not right? I'm talking about desecrating my grandfather's corpse." Tsunade was extremely agitated, and with the continuous treatment from Katsuyu, she gained some strength. She was about to break free when Tatsuma hastily waved his hand and said, all right, I wasn't really going to make you do that, right?" Seeing Tsunade finally stop struggling, Tatsuma breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Establishing a system for training medical ninja is the same. Is it right to invest a large amount of money and divert a large number of ninjas during such tense times of war? But this can prevent more ninjas from being injured in the future. But what about in the short term? What about the people sacrificed because of the lack of funds and personnel? Should they just die?" "Wait! Don't get agitated." Seeing Tsunade about to struggle again, Tatsuma quickly said, I know what you're trying to say. I don't even know what I want to say. Tsunade suddenly burst out, feeling uncomfortable talking to Tatsuma because she always ended up unable to argue with him. In the past, she would have used her fists to solve it, but today she found it hard to raise her fists. Hearing Tsunade interrupting him, Tatsuma almost laughed, but he shook his head, regained his seriousness, and said, "Let me help you express it. What you're thinking is to have lofty ambitions even at the cost of sacrifice, daring to change the world. But for Konoha, what is needed is to heal the immediate wounds, to cut out the heartache. If we can't ensure smoothness in the present, what can we use to secure the future? Every ninja, every penny, must serve to achieve victory in the war right now. Ninjas of my age are also on the front lines. Although they don't have to step onto the battlefield, it means the village needs them." Tsunade's eyes dimmed as she said, "But if the village doesn't agree with my proposal now, then when Senju's death no longer burdens them in the future, wouldn't there be even less hope? The village will agree. If you don't believe me, you can ask Third tomorrow. Ask him if he's willing to support you when the village achieves victory, has money, and personnel become available." Tatsuma's tone was calm but carried convincing power. Tsunade struggled to move her head slightly, nodding. Then she asked, "But after the war ends, won't the daimyo's funding be greatly reduced? Will he support us without money? Don't underestimate Third's ability to generate revenue. As long as we win this war, the village will have a steady stream of new contracts coming in. We can take on more missions then and bring more money to the village." Tsunade nodded again with determination and said, "All right. But the money from missions is still too little. Let's go to the casino tomorrow. We'll win all the money from the casino, and I'll pay for it myself." Tatsuma's mouth twitched, changing the subject. "By the way, sensei, I heard you mention Dankado. He seems to be a jonin from the village. I haven't heard you mention knowing him before." "Oh, he's someone who supported me at the meeting. You didn't see it, but he was the only one who supported me at the meeting. Even that bastard Jiraiya, who had promised me beforehand, dared only to say something like Tsunade makes sense nonsense." "So, saying that you make sense is nonsense? You scoundrel." Cough, cough. Seeing Tsunade completely forget about her sadness and gambling, Tatsuma smiled. He asked again, "What kind of person is Jonin Dankado?" Unlike some people in his previous life, Tatsuma didn't have any reservations or dislike toward Dankado. And to be honest, Dankado was definitely a good catch. After all, even after death, he still loved and protected. Such love. Tsunade rolled her eyes and said, "He's a sissy, worse at drinking than that jerk Jiraiya. He hesitates to even take a sip of alcohol, too afraid to refuse, acting like a doormat, just like Minato." Tatsuma suddenly felt something was off. Shouldn't there be some shyness after harboring secret feelings? Why did his sensei seem so disdainful? Also, what did poor Minato do to deserve your wrath? And, by the way, you managed to degrade 3 men in one sentence. Truly impressive, sensei. But, this kind of evaluation, it seems somewhat familiar. Where have I heard it before? Chapter 171, Exposing the Rasengan. The next afternoon, Tatsuma was leisurely practicing his Tai Chi to further develop his gentle fist-like taijutsu inside the Senju clan's territory. He had already fully realized today's talents, leaving only time for free training. Originally, he intended to invite Minato for a few rounds of sparring, but Minato was currently engrossed in reading Senju Tobarama's summoning notes, so Tatsuma decided not to interrupt. Tatsuma's talents in ninjutsu and seals were about to reach 10,000 points, and he would soon be able to activate new additional enhancements. However, Tatsuma was not in a hurry, or rather, not as eager as before. Because over the past year, his strength had improved too quickly, and he had learned a lot of knowledge, such as the 8 trigrams gentle fist, and the use of enhanced strength, among others. He had mastered these skills. But to integrate them with his rapidly growing power, chakra, and so on, would still require some time. If he were to add some extra power at this time, the difficulty of integration would significantly increase. Therefore, Tatsuma was happy to take out a small amount of time to solidify his foundation, such as further deepening his understanding and application of strength and taijutsu. He's leisurely punching again. I wonder who he wants to hit with those soft punches. Not far away, under a large tree, Kushina and Minato leaned against the trunk. Kushina glanced at Minato, who was engrossed in reading scrolls, and then looked at Tatsuma, who was moving as slowly as a turtle, with a frustrated expression. Upon hearing this, Minato stopped reading and looked towards Tatsuma in the distance. He smiled and said, "Tatsuma is very skilled. In fact, he has always used such moves when sparring with me, Nawaki, and even enemies. Maybe he's moving so slowly because he holds himself to very high standards, hoping to find subtle errors in his movements in the slowest motions. Why do you always think he's so amazing at everything?" Kushina said gloomily, evidently also a victim of this golden child Tatsuma. Minato shook his head and then asked curiously, "Do others feel the same way?" Indeed, Tsunade Nizan, Grandma Mito, and Uncle Takuma from the sealing team all say how amazing Tatsuma is, even though Tatsuma has never even been to the sealing team. The thought of those people always using Tatsuma to suppress her whenever she made progress made Kushina more and more angry. She didn't know if it was because of anger or the wind, but her hair kept fluttering. However, her own hated red hair seemed to give her no face, as a strand directly stuck to her face. Seeing this, Minato instinctively reached out to help Kushina move it away. As their hands met halfway, Kushina and Minato locked eyes. Suddenly, Kushina's anger disappeared without a trace. She snorted and turned her face away, refusing to look at him anymore. Meanwhile, Minato's smile became increasingly foolish, as if he had transcended reality through training, much like Nawaki after his youthful training with Due. In the corridor of the house, Uzumaki Mito, whose complexion was not particularly good today, straightened her posture and relaxed slightly upon seeing this scene. A gentle smile appeared on her face. However, she soon thought of something else, sighed softly, shook her head lightly, and looked at Tatsuma with a hint of regret. At this moment, Tatsuma's hands were infused with chakra. Chakra circulated in opposite directions in his left and right hands, causing the wind to stir around them when the chakra collided. Seeing this scene, Uzumaki Mito's relaxed shoulders tensed up again. As the collision between the two chakra masses in Tatsuma's hands intensified, suddenly, boom! The chakra exploded as if triggered, creating a circular shockwave that burst outwards. Even Tatsuma himself was thrown back, flying towards the rear. Originally, one was looking at the distant tree, and the other was watching Kushina and Minato, who had their hair moved by the wind, but they were quickly brought back to attention as they witnessed the training ground, which now resembled a plowed field, revealing expressions of surprise. He didn't seem to put in much effort at all. Kushina looked incredulous. She had just said Tatsuma's soft punches couldn't hit anyone, and now Tatsuma had caused such a commotion in an instant. After Minato's surprise, he showed admiration and said, "Truly worthy of Tatsuma." Phew! Tatsuma then got up from the ground, dusted off the dirt and grass from his body, scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly, and then extended his right hand. Buzz! Chakra overflowed in his palm and quickly started moving. A small chakra sphere appeared, but it only maintained its spherical shape for a few seconds before rapidly distorting, seemingly about to burst open. A fiery red hand suddenly reached from afar, grabbing the deformed chakra sphere and squeezing it like a deflating balloon. Tatsuma also felt a chilling and oppressive chakra lingering around him. Turning his head, he saw a fiery red chakra arm on Uzumaki Mito's shoulder on the corridor. It was the same arm that helped Tatsuma burst the chakra sphere. In fact, Tatsuma was performing Rasengan, but he had never revealed the secret of this jutsu to anyone, not even Minato. And to this day, no living person had witnessed this jutsu from him. Tatsuma didn't disclose the origin of this jutsu because he couldn't explain it, and as a must-kill technique, it was better for fewer people to know about it. However, recently, Tatsuma's chakra level had surged dramatically, and chakra could now be one of his primary techniques, no longer just a last resort. Therefore, he needed to gradually reveal this jutsu. Moreover, during this time, his mastery of chakra nature transformation had also reached a considerable level, prompting Tatsuma to attempt incorporating chakra nature transformation into Rasengan. Thus, he began to demonstrate this jutsu step by step in front of a few trusted individuals. However, Uzumaki Mito's intervention caught him off guard, as that amount of chakra wouldn't have harmed him. While Tatsuma was still wondering why Uzumaki Mito intervened, the chakra hand suddenly grabbed him and brought him in front of her. "Let this old lady take a look at that jutsu you just used." Tatsuma instantly understood. Rasengan was originally developed based on the tailed beast's bomb, and as a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Mito couldn't possibly be unfamiliar with it. However, Tatsuma didn't expect that a mere intentional display of an incomplete jutsu attempt would draw such attention from Uzumaki Mito. Nevertheless, Tatsuma wasn't worried. After all, Uzumaki Mito wasn't likely to be fixated on just one ninjutsu from him. Upon hearing her words, he raised his right hand and, using the same method as before, slowly condensed a chakra sphere destined to explode. "It shouldn't be like this." Uzumaki Mito's tone was instructive as she lifted her hand and supported Tatsuma's hand. Humming. The chakra sphere, which had started to go out of control, stabilized once again. Its size increased from that of a large marble to that of a fist at a rapid pace, and it was still expanding. Amidst the collision and rotation of chakra, it emitted a buzzing sound. As strands of fiery red chakra infused into it, the original chakra sphere seemed tainted, turning purplish black. "What kind of jutsu is that? It's so terrifying." At this moment, Kushina and Minato, who had also run over, stared in disbelief at the purplish-black chakra sphere in Tatsuma's hand. Although the chakra sphere seemed stable, it gave off a disturbing aura. The original buzzing gradually faded away, and the sphere rotated slowly. However, Tatsuma could sense beneath its slow rotation a turbulent flow of chakra akin to a raging torrent. Yet within that chaotic chakra, it seemed to reach a kind of harmony. It didn't detonate, but Tatsuma's hand began to tremble uncontrollably. The chakra sphere, now the size of a basketball, felt heavy, making Tatsuma's breath quicken. This was definitely not normal. In fact, Tatsuma had secretly attempted to change the size of Rasengan before and had reached this extent, but had never had this real sense of heaviness. This feeling was Tailed Beast's chakra. Suddenly, he remembered the sensation when Uzumaki Mito gave him the Nine Tails chakra. Tatsuma understood. What he had in his hand wasn't some altered Rasengan, it was clearly a tailed beast's bomb. "Give it a try." After Uzumaki Mito finished speaking, she released her hand. Tatsuma, now burdened with the increased weight, could barely maintain the tailed beast bomb in his hand. He turned around, gazing at the empty space before him, and swallowed hard. If it were Rasengan, even Rasengan alone would turn this training ground into ruins, let alone the fact that Tatsuma was holding a tailed beast bomb now. "Don't worry." Uzumaki Mito's voice rang out once again. At that moment, 4 chains emerged from the corners of the training ground. After winding and entangling, they formed a cage that enclosed the entire training ground. Tatsuma nodded. He trusted in Uzumaki Mito's strength. With a powerful lift, he hurled the tailed beast bomb towards the only entrance and exit of the cage, leveraging the enhanced strength that erupted within him. Tatsuma wasn't sure why he knew he could throw the tailed beast bomb, but he just had that feeling. The tailed beast bomb he threw, with tremendous speed, passed through the crack in the cage and smashed into the ground. At the same time, the cage was completely sealed off. Boom rumble suddenly, an earthquake-like tremor ensued. The cage rapidly expanded, emitting a dazzling light from within. Wind seemingly conjured out of nowhere blew away several wooden boards from the corridor, and even the doors and windows were deformed by the force of the wind. Boom boom, the sound of glass and ceramic items shattering spread around. At this point, the astonishing commotion began to subside. The chains disappeared, replaced by a massive pit that could easily be turned into a fish pond, replacing the original training ground. Just as Tatsuma, Minato, and Kushina were immersed in the power of this jutsu, panicked voices could be heard from a distance. "Grandma!" Following that was Jiraiya's voice, along with another unfamiliar but pleasant male voice. "Has the Nine Tails gone berserk? Mito-sama? Should I inform the Hokage?" At this moment, Tsunade rushed over, followed closely by Jiraiya, who was carrying bundles of large scrolls. Then came a handsome man with long flowing hair. Upon entering, the three of them saw Uzumaki Mito sitting calmly on the corridor and breathed a sigh of relief. "Grandma, are you all right?" Tsunade suddenly rushed over, her voice trembling as she said, "Is it because of what happened yesterday that you couldn't control the Nine Tails?" "I won't do it again. I won't make you angry anymore." Jiraiya and the handsome man were also filled with anxiety. Uzumaki Mito gently stroked Tsunade's head, who was leaning on her lap, nodded to the two of them with a smile, and then calmly said, "Don't worry, I was just teaching Tatsuma a technique, and it caused a bit of a commotion." Gulped. Uzumaki Mito's words didn't ease the tension of the three. They didn't believe Uzumaki Mito's explanation. They hadn't heard of any jutsu that could blast an entire area of land into oblivion. Looking at the expressions on the faces of the three, Uzumaki Mito sighed helplessly and looked at Tatsuma, saying, "You try it, show your sensei and them." "Tatsuma, huh?" "Okay." Tatsuma nodded. Rasengan was derived from the tailed beast's bomb, but just now she noticed the difference between the two. She wanted to try if she could simulate it with her own chakra. But still not a skilled chakra application, the chakra ball that appeared in his hand emitted a buzzing sound as the chakra within collided. Boom! However, the chakra ball in his hand quickly became unable to sustain itself, completely dispersing. The resulting shockwave made Jiraiya, who had been approaching with curiosity, change his expression. He quickly tossed aside the scroll in his hand and then formed hand seals. Earth release. Earth-style wall. Several earth walls rose up, blocking the shockwave, protecting the people behind the wall from harm. However, Tatsuma suffered a bit as he crashed directly into the earth wall. Fortunately, he was now considered sturdy and tough, so besides feeling some pain from the impact, he didn't sustain any serious injuries, but he was a bit frightened. Although he had used only a small amount of chakra just now, even to the point of saying very little, after failing to simulate the tailed beast's bomb, the bursting chakra displayed far more power than it should have with that amount of chakra. "Are you alright?" Removing the earth wall, Jiraiya quickly patted Tatsuma. After seeing Tatsuma nod, Jiraiya and the others looked at Uzumaki Mito with even more suspicion, although Tatsuma had caused quite a commotion. However, compared to just now, it was still far from enough, and this uncontrollable jutsu, if one wanted to achieve that kind of effect, the practitioner, Tatsuma, would probably have to die first. At this moment, Uzumaki Mito also furrowed her brows slightly, finding it somewhat difficult to understand. She could see the flow of chakra in Tatsuma's hand, and there was no mistake, but why did it fail? Tatsuma at this moment guessed the reason: it was in the chakra. The reason why it was called Tailed Beast Bomb was because it was the power of the tailed beast. Perhaps a Jinchuriki could also use it, but fundamentally, it was still the power of the tailed beast. The formation of the Tailed Beast Bomb was due to the mixing of the chakra of the tailed beast in the proportions of 82. And perhaps the human body doesn't have this kind of chakra, so without borrowing the chakra of the tailed beast, it would be impossible to use the Tailed Beast Bomb. Just now, it was Uzumaki Mito who condensed the chakra of the Nine Tails. This is probably also why, in the original story, Minato chose to develop the Rasengan instead of learning the Tailed Beast Bomb, because it was impossible to learn. Without these two types of chakra, naturally, it would be impossible to find a balance point in such turbulent chakra flow. Therefore, Rasengan would be more stable. After understanding this, Tatsuma didn't dwell on it anymore. After all, he didn't have a tailed beast to spit out tailed beast bombs for his research, so there was no need to delve too deeply into it. It's just Seeing the troubled expression on Uzumaki Mito's face and the suspicious eyes of Tsunade and others, Tatsuma sighed in his heart. He didn't want to let down Uzumaki Mito, who had helped him for so long. Since she taught him a jutsu, he would bring out this jutsu to save face for Uzumaki Mito. Raising his right hand again, chakra was once again mobilized and condensed. If it were him in the past, perhaps he would have to refine his chakra again at this point, but now he had plenty of chakra. Buzz! The buzzing sound rang out again. Uzumaki Mito frowned, about to stop Tatsuma. After all, this jutsu still carried risks. If he got injured just for trying, it wouldn't be good. Jiraiya also wanted to say a few more words to comfort Tatsuma and advise him not to rush, but in front of everyone, the buzzing sound of the chakra ball disappeared. Jiraiya leaned forward again, looking at the blue chakra ball in Tatsuma's hand, and Uzumaki Mito also opened her mouth in surprise. She was extremely sensitive to chakra. Therefore, Uzumaki Mito was the one who understood the changes in the flow of chakra in Tatsuma's chakra ball the best. Just a subtle change made the originally restless chakra ball achieve a miraculous internal stability. Just like the condensed-tailed beast's bomb, beneath its calm exterior lay a surging power. Tatsuma didn't stop, chakra was continuously infused. Soon, the Rasengan, which was only slightly larger than a marble, grew to the size of a fist. Why did the color change? Kushina asked in confusion. Not only did the color of this chakra ball change, but even that unsettling feeling you got just by looking at it disappeared. Minato's eyes began to shine, and at the moment he saw this chakra ball appear, he suddenly understood in his heart that he might have fallen in love with this jutsu. Moreover, this jutsu was just created by Tatsuma, so it probably hasn't been named yet, right? Such a handsome jutsu must be paired with a handsome name. It seems not as powerful as Grandma Mito's personally taught one. Jiraiya-sensei, can you help me test it? Tatsuma suddenly looked up, gazing at Jiraiya, who had leaned his face closer, and asked with a brilliant smile. Jiraiya instinctively nodded, but then realized and shook his head frantically. Then Jiraiya glanced at the deep pit over there, swallowed his saliva. He couldn't withstand such a jutsu. Even if Tatsuma himself said it wasn't as powerful as before, he dared not try it. After all, he was a ninja who could be called upon for village missions at any time, and he had to maintain the best condition at all times. Yes. That's right. Let me try it. At this moment, the handsome man spoke up. Uzumaki Mito looked at him and asked, "Are you Jonin Dan Kato?" "You can just call me Dan or Dan Kato, Mito-sama." Dan Kato quickly replied. Uzumaki Mito nodded and looked at him, then glanced at the excited Minato, who seemed to bear some resemblance to Dan Kato, at least in feeling. Uzumaki Mito withdrew her gaze and said to Dan Kato, "Be careful." "I will." Dan Kato nodded firmly. As a jonin in the village, he could also see the danger of the chakra ball in Tatsuma's hand. Jiraiya picked up the scattered scrolls on the ground, quickly stepped aside, and gave way to Dan Kato. Tatsuma looked at Jiraiya with frustration. How could he let another man take the spotlight in such a display of power? Although he didn't dislike Dan Kato, out of selfishness, Tatsuma naturally hoped that Jiraiya, whom he was more familiar with, could successfully compete for the stage. But Jiraiya was being so timid, and as an outsider, there was nothing he could do. Earth release. Multiple Earth-style wall. At this moment, Dan Kato completed the hand seals, pressing his hands on the ground. Walls of earth, mixed with chakra, rose up, blocking between him and Tatsuma. Tsunade had already climbed up from Uzumaki Mito's legs, shielding Minato and Kushina behind her, looking serious as she observed the chakra ball in Tatsuma's hand. It's really worthy of being the village's jonin, to be able to effortlessly perform such a powerful defensive ninjutsu like multiple earth-style wall. However, I believe my Rasengan will break through your defense, Senpai Dan Kato. Tatsuma spoke, injecting more chakra into Rasengan while there were many earth walls between him and Dan Kato, who, unaware of Tatsuma's cunning nature, nodded. He had also heard that Tatsuma was someone who liked to praise others. Although it was a bit strange to be successfully praised by a junior as a senpai, Dankado wasn't angry. After all, he was a gentle person. Minato's eyes dimmed slightly. Rasengan, is that the name of this jutsu? Tatsuma took a deep breath, then raised Rasengan and smashed it towards the earth wall in front of him. An ordinary Rasengan couldn't be thrown. Bang! Boom! Rumble! Another wave of shock spread out. At the moment Rasengan was pressed against the earth-style wall by Tatsuma, the chakra ball, maintaining its internal stability, went into a frenzy. The rampant chakra completely destroyed the earth wall. One wall after another, the flying chunks of earth were continuously intercepted by Jiraiya and Tsunade, but the stirring airwaves still distorted their faces slightly, especially Jiraiya, whose hairline was completely exposed. Bang! Compared to the Earth-style wall, the small Rasengan actually shattered the multiple Earth-style wall. But when Tatsuma's hand appeared in front of Dankado, an expression of resignation appeared on Dankado's face. Although the last two walls depleted all the chakra, they only managed to break through a small hole, but that still counted as breaking through his defense. I've heard about your talent, Tatsuma, but seeing it with my own eyes today, I realize that what outsiders say is still a bit understated. Dankado shook his head, then smiled, accepting the result of losing to a kid very calmly. Tatsuma, behind the earth wall, blushed. If he hadn't quietly increased the power before the attack, he probably wouldn't have broken through Dankado's defense. Fortunately, in the end, he only broke through a small hole in the last wall, so Dankado couldn't see his embarrassment at the moment. Ding, ninjutsu plus 15, seals plus 10, would you like to claim? Claim! Tatsuma's embarrassment disappeared in an instant. He withdrew his hand, the earth wall fell, and he looked at Dankado with satisfaction and admiration. This big brother seemed very generous. This jutsu is indeed very powerful, and it's a no-seal ninjutsu. Dankado suddenly realized at this moment. When Tatsuma tried it just now, he failed the first time, and it was only successful in the second attempt after some fluctuations. So he didn't react at first. But now, not only him, but the other people who heard his words also instantly became serious. A no-seal ninjutsu with such destructive power speaks volumes. Only Kushina, who didn't seem to care much, said, doesn't look as strong as before. Don't talk nonsense. Uzumaki Mito gestured for her to stop. After all, tailed beasts were still too special. It was fine for Kushina to say it now, but if she accidentally said it outside, it would take some effort to mitigate the impact. Tatsuma, however, didn't fall into the joy of developing a no-seal ninjutsu. After all, this jutsu wasn't really developed by him on the spot. He looked at Kushina and said seriously, I think this is still an incomplete jutsu. To reach the level of just now, it needs to be infused with other chakras. Other chakras? Dankado and Jiraiya showed curiosity, while Minato clenched his fist. This jutsu still had the potential for further development, which meant there was still a chance. Yeah, just an idea. With that, he unleashed Rasengan again. This time, he didn't need to deliberately make mistakes. In almost the blink of an eye, Rasengan condensed into existence. The next moment, he refined a strand of wind attribute chakra within his body and infused it into Rasengan. Squeak 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 stop. Chapter 173, Dan's Sorrow. When Tatsuma infused wind-released chakra into the Rasengan in his hand, everyone felt that something was wrong. Kushina's feeling of unease resurfaced once again. Emulating Tsunade's manner, she shielded Minato behind her. Minato wore a helpless expression, but at this moment, he couldn't say much. He just leaned forward, looking in Tatsuma's direction. As the person involved, Tatsuma naturally knew that things were going wrong. The Rasengan, which had finally found a balance point, now felt like a bursting dam. The piercing sound, causing severe ringing in the ears, even momentarily dazed Tatsuma. It was precisely because of this momentary lapse that he lost the best opportunity to control the Rasengan. Crackle, crackle, Crackle! A mist of blood suddenly sprayed from Tatsuma's right-hand arm, and his skin peeled off like a peeled potato, with drops of blood oozing out simultaneously. And the spilled blood was instantly shattered into a mist of blood. Tatsuma! Dan Kato frowned, swiftly performing hand seals. His spirit detached from his body and rushed towards Tatsuma. Crack! Tatsuma fell to the ground, and the flow of chakra, continuously infused to maintain the Rasengan, suddenly stopped. Without the chakra supply, the Rasengan, already heavily distorted, reluctantly dissipated. As Tatsuma regained consciousness, he grabbed his right forearm with his left hand, gritting his teeth. The pain, seemingly affecting every single cell, was unbearable even for him, who had undergone years of training. Summoning Jutsu! Seeing the Rasengan disappear, Tsunade quickly summoned Katsuyu. After Katsuyu appeared, without needing Tsunade's command, it climbed onto Tatsuma's arm. The special chakra of Katsuyu greatly alleviated Tatsuma's pain. He heaved a sigh of relief, his body no longer tense, and even took the opportunity to wipe away the cold sweat from his forehead. This jutsu is just too dangerous. Don't attempt it again in the future, Jiraiya said very seriously. Even he felt palpitations from that kind of power, a premonition of danger, just like that day in the cave when Orochimaru thrust a kunai towards him. Tatsuma also knew that the Rasen Shuriken should be used in conjunction with Sage Mode, but he relied on his control of chakra and chose to try it anyway, only to realize he had been too arrogant. But he quickly shook his head and said, "No, this jutsu may still be achievable." Hearing this, Tsunade, Dan Kato, and others frowned, wanting to say a few words of comfort, but Tatsuma didn't wait for them to speak and continued, "As long as I can increase the healing speed of my body, as long as my healing speed exceeds the rate of damage to my body, then it won't cause harm to me." Tsunade shook her head and directly rebutted, "Such medical ninjutsu comes with too great a cost, and besides, you're not yet able to learn it." Tsunade thought Tatsuma was referring to her creation rebirth jutsu, but what Tatsuma had in mind was another medical ninjutsu, one that hadn't been created yet. Moreover, the cost of that jutsu was much lower than creation rebirth. It was Yakushi Kabuto's healing wound destruction. By preemptively treating the area that will be injured with medical ninjutsu, when the actual injury occurs, this chakra will quickly heal the body. Perhaps the effect isn't as potent as creation rebirth, but the cost is lower, it's more controllable, and according to Tatsuma's estimation, it's sufficient to complement the Rasen Shuriken. Furthermore, this jutsu can not only be used in conjunction with the Rasen Shuriken but also for anticipating the opponent's attacks. It may seem like exchanging injuries, but one has already prepared a means of self-healing. With Tatsuma's current speed and volume of calculation, he can achieve this as well. However, as a new jutsu, the development of healing wound destruction has many difficult points to overcome, such as storing special chakra in a certain part of the body. After refining chakra, it is continuously consumed along with bodily activity and the passage of time. The body's storage efficiency for chakra isn't very good. Even if healing wound destruction only requires a brief pause, a method still needs to be found. Another aspect is the special medical chakra. Medical ninjutsu chakra is actually transformed from ordinary chakra through jutsu and seal techniques. Unlike elemental chakra, it cannot be directly refined within the body. Therefore, the entire process involves refining chakra, casting the jutsu, converting it into medical chakra, pausing it on the body, and finally waiting for it to take effect after an injury occurs. Unlike the Rasengan, which was trained in secret for a long time before being brought to light today, Tatsuma had not previously attempted to research healing wound destruction, as this jutsu requires too much medical knowledge. And he's lacking in that area. "It's not your jutsu, sensei. I want to develop a new medical ninjutsu." Tatsuma shook his head, earnestly saying to Tsunade, "Sensei, do you have any medical books on the connection between cells and chakra?" "Yes," Tsunade replied without hesitation. Then, she glanced at Tatsuma and said, "Have you come to your senses?" Only in regards to developing this jutsu, Tatsuma shook his head again. Tsunade snorted and said nothing more. Uzumaki Mito, who had been quiet for a while, spoke up at this moment, the nature of wind release chakra is cutting. It's too dangerous to combine it with this jutsu. You can try using chakra with different attributes. Tatsuma nodded. The Rasengan can already incorporate chakra of different attributes, not limited to just the 5 elements. As long as it's energy, you can mix it in. In fact, what he produced couldn't even be called a Rasen Shuriken. It was even lacking compared to the wind release Rasengan sandwiched between the Rasengan and Rasen Shuriken, as wind release Rasengan can also be stably outputted. As for chakra of other attributes, Tatsuma knows a few, such as the Great Flame Rasengan infused with Fire Release Chakra, or the Vanishing Rasengan infused with Lightning Release, and so on. Even during the Fourth Shinobi World War, Naruto showcased various advanced uses of his Rasengan, but Tatsuma couldn't replicate them even if he tried. Even just incorporating the 5 elements chakra into the Rasengan is beyond Tatsuma's abilities. Apart from the Rasen Shuriken, there's no known training process for the other. He knows a bit of Boruto's Vanishing Rasengan training process, but unfortunately, Tatsuma doesn't possess lightning release chakra. He has to rely on his own research. Although wind release is his specialty, it's not currently viable. So, the next best option is water release. Tatsuma's favorite chakra natures are fire release and earth release, and his expertise lies in wind release. But in terms of the training process for chakra nature transformation, wind release and water release take the lead. As for other ways to utilize jutsu, it all boils down to chakra control, chakra form transformation, and the integration of chakra nature transformation. Thinking, Tatsuma suddenly spread open his left hand. His right hand was enveloped by Katsuyu and thus unusable. Hey! Tatsuma, don't do anything reckless. Seeing Tatsuma frown in thought, and then suddenly raise his hand, Jiraiya was startled. He was about to intervene, but he realized that what appeared in Tatsuma's hand wasn't a Rasengan but water. More accurately, it was water created by chakra. Creating water out of thin air is a measure of the proficiency in water release chakra nature transformation training process. Tatsuma's ability to create water with chakra without seals already showcased his prowess in water release, even rivaling some water release jonin. Unlike other ninjas who progress by learning whatever they lack, Tatsuma is an advocate of modular refining. He doesn't need advanced chakra control, form transformation, or nature transformation at the moment. But Tatsuma knows that this is an essential course of training. Therefore, before he excessively needs it, he focuses on this aspect of practice, which has led to his achievements today. Water Prison Jutsu? Watching as the water sphere in Tatsuma's hand grew larger, Jiraiya was somewhat puzzled. But it didn't quite seem like it, as there were no hand seals or jutsu applied to the water sphere. It lacked the restraining effect of the water prison jutsu, it was just a water sphere. Splash, splash. Suddenly, the water sphere began to spin, sinking in the middle while rising around the edges. Its shape transformed from spherical to spiral, no longer resembling a prison. Tatsuma-kun, do you want to test it out? Dankato asked as he observed the water vortex in Tatsuma's hand. But Tatsuma shook his head and said, it's just a minor change in form. The characteristics of water release chakra don't blend with the Rasengan. However, Uzumaki Mito seemed to realize something. Her eyes widened slightly as she said, Tobarama developed a jutsu that allows free movement in water. To achieve this, he studied methods to alter the viscosity of water. Upon hearing this, Tatsuma's eyes also lit up. He dispersed the water vortex in his hand, and the water created by chakra disappeared before it even touched the ground, completely devoid of the uncontrollable nature that came with the infusion of wind release chakra earlier. Tatsuma was about to get up and head towards his own study, which now belonged to him, but he was stopped by Jiraiya. He said, "Are you not interested in these scrolls anymore? These are..." Tatsuma slapped his forehead with his left hand, realizing it. At the same time, he felt somewhat helpless. He had accidentally started too many development projects, and it seemed he would be busy for some time to come. Moreover, while it would be fine if there were no other matters, they were currently in wartime, and he didn't know when he might be called to the front lines. Seeing Tatsuma's distressed expression, Uzumaki Mito shook her head with a smile and said, "You're still so young. You have plenty of time." Tatsuma finally realized that compared to his peers, he had indeed pushed himself too hard. Some things did require patience and dedication. At this moment, Tsunade also checked Tatsuma's right hand and saw that it was recovering quite well. She smiled and said, "Yeah, let's go eat barbecue together. Sensei has finally relented today." "Humph. When he's useful, he's sensei, when he's not, he's just hey. Woman, you should change your name to hypocrisy." After a moment of disdain towards his sensei, Tatsuma also showed a polite smile, nodded, and then glanced at Jiraiya and Dankato. Tsunade was definitely broke, so he wondered who would foot the bill this time. Jiraiya, who had been the scapegoat countless times before, silently exchanged scrolls with his disciple Minato. Dankato, who had never seen the harshness of society, smiled and spoke up, "Why don't I treat you all? I've been on missions outside the village for years, and I'm starting to miss the village's delicacies. But I'll have to bring my niece along." "Your niece? You mentioned her yesterday, didn't you?" Tsunade scratched her head. After the Jonin meeting yesterday, she was thinking about drinking, so she couldn't quite remember what Dankato had said. At Tsunade's words, Dankato's smile stiffened and became somewhat awkward. He nodded, simply saying, "Uh-huh." Tsunade didn't catch on, but sadness appeared on Uzumaki Mito's face. With the characteristic slightly hoarse voice of an elderly person, she asked, "What about the child's parents?" "Not long ago, they had an accident while on a mission up north. They left Shizune behind, so I came back to the village." Dankato's face still held a polite smile, but there was no real warmth in it, just a semblance of courtesy. "Ah." Uzumaki Mito sighed. Tatsuma and the others fell silent. Not all of Konoha's ninjas reside within Konoha, some are stationed on the borders or in other towns or daimyo's residences. Dankato had evidently been on a long-term mission outside the village before returning due to his family's accident. Otherwise, as fellow Jonin, Jiraiya and Tsunade wouldn't be so unfamiliar with him. The sorrow on Uzumaki Mito's face deepened as she asked, "The child's name is Shizune? How old is she?" "It's almost 7 months. Upon hearing this, the group fell into deeper silence. A child of 7 months old, her mother might still be breastfeeding, yet she's already facing the prospect of going to the battlefield. For women, the breastfeeding period is already a time of weakness, but for female ninjas, the impact can be even greater. Tasks that were once considered assured may fail due to physical weakness, and lives may be lost. Bring the child over. I have some experience in taking care of children." Uzumaki Mito sighed again and said. Dankato shook his head, saying, "No need to trouble you. I've already hired a nanny to take care of her. I just wanted to spend more time with Shizune before returning to the battlefield." Seeing Dankato's response, Uzumaki Mito didn't insist. She said, "That's fine. You all go to dinner. I'll stay home. Feel free to come over whenever you have time." After some thought, Uzumaki Mito pointed to the empty fish pond in front of her and said, "There are some things I need your help with." "Okay." Chapter 174, Seals and Ninjutsu Talents. Fire Release. Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. On the training ground, as Minato leaped back, a series of small fireballs were expelled, rushing towards Tatsuma who was approaching him. Bang bang bang. Tatsuma didn't counter with ninjutsu nor did he attempt to dodge. With his hands wrapped in chakra, he directly met the fireballs, and at the moment of collision, the chakra on his palms exploded, shattering the fireballs. Combining techniques of enhanced strength and vacuum palm, these low-power ninjutsu were rendered ineffective, allowing Tatsuma to quickly close the distance between him and Minato. At such a short distance, Minato couldn't even form hand seals in time. His hands brushed past the outer side of his thighs, and 2 shurikens were thrown out by him. Facing the shurikens, Tatsuma slightly slowed down, then proceeded to deflect them. After all, Minato's skill in ninja tool throwing was also extremely high, and there was a real possibility of being injured by his endlessly changing trajectories of ninja tools if one wasn't careful. Minato, who had widened the distance once again, quickly landed. Unable to adjust his posture in the air or exert a second burst of power, his speed advantage was completely nullified. Seeing Minato trying to slip away again, Tatsuma's face darkened. He now detested Minato's astonishing speed talent. With one hand, he threw ninja tools to block Minato's path, forcing him to constantly change speed and slow down. With the other hand, he began forming hand seals, a jutsu he rarely used in real combat. Ninja art. Bringer of darkness jutsu. In an instant, Minato felt his field of vision closing in as if two curtains were slowly drawing together, leaving nothing but pitch-black darkness in front of him. He quickly overflowed his chakra, sensing the chakra fluctuations around him. However, he dared not use Jinjutsu release to dispel it, as it would disrupt his own chakra. Tatsuma was too familiar with him, any disruption to his chakra would give him the opportunity to defeat him. Though in darkness, Minato's chakra sensing still allowed him to maintain distance from Tatsuma. Suddenly, Minato sensed chakra ahead of him, evidence of ninjutsu. This chakra is Earth-style wall. Minato quickly assessed the situation and swiftly veered to the right, attempting to evade the obstruction of the Earth-style wall. Thunk! Suddenly, Minato felt everything spinning, and the darkness in front of him gradually disappeared. Minato faintly saw, beside the Earth-style wall, a towering tree. There was still a not-so-shallow dent on the trunk, evidently caused by Minato's iron head technique. Chakra sensing could detect chakra and discern enemy numbers and movements, but it couldn't sense naturally occurring objects. Perhaps there were more sophisticated sensory jutsu that could achieve this, but clearly Minato didn't possess them. Minato, is this the 5th time you've fallen for this? Ting Tatsuma, with a kunai held against Minato's neck, smiled. Minato, upon hearing this, gave a resigned smile. Indeed, he had fallen for it 5 times, the same trick every time. No matter if he went left or right, he would collide. Even on the 3rd attempt, when he chose to jump to avoid, little did he know that above the Earth-style wall was the canopy of a large tree, and he ended up crashing into the protruding branches. Minato, with his vision restored, rubbed his head and asked, "How did you predict the direction of my change?" Tatsuma, who had retrieved the kunai, shrugged and said, "At the moment when your line of sight was blocked, your brain memorizes the surrounding terrain. You instinctively dodge in the direction without obstacles according to your memory. But here in the forest, it's impossible for any direction to be consistently clear. Look!" Tatsuma pointed behind him, several dozen meters away, where there was open ground to the right. Minato could have dodged there at any time. The large tree in front of them was the first obstacle. Realizing this, Minato sighed helplessly and said, "I see. It seems my memory of the terrain isn't quick enough. I overlooked the location of obstacles and didn't calculate properly." Tatsuma stretched his legs and asked, "Have you received any summons from the village?" Shifting the topic, Tatsuma continued, and Minato followed suit, shaking his head. "No, what about you?" "Neither have I." Tatsuma shrugged in resignation. Since they returned last time, more than 4 months had passed, and neither he nor Minato had received any new missions. To be honest, they were starving. With minimal savings, they couldn't convert their merits, the number of completed missions, into money. There were no new commission tasks available either. Even though they were eating at Uzumaki Mito's house, they were running out of money. Fortunately, Minato's current apartment was exempt from water, electricity, and rent due to the wartime situation. Otherwise, he would probably have had to move to the Senju clan's area. But even with free food and lodging, they still had expenses. For instance, Minato occasionally brought breakfast to the Senju clan's area, and Tatsuma sometimes treated Minato, Nawaki, Kushina, and others to desserts. Moreover, they needed to buy clothes. Although as Chunin they could receive uniforms for free, they couldn't wear uniforms every day. Plus, the village didn't supply underwear, they had to pay for that themselves. In fact, these past few days, Kushina had already started treating them because Tatsuma and Minato were completely broke. Tatsuma scratched his head, letting out another sigh. His hair had grown, and it was time to go find Tony-sensei. But Tony-sensei also needed to earn a living to support himself. He had thought that after becoming a ninja, he wouldn't worry about money like his previous life. But now, with their savings completely depleted and the joy of activating 2 additional amplifications fading away, he couldn't help but worry. Even though Tatsuma intentionally restrained himself slightly from grinding and instead focused on consolidating his existing power, he still reached 10,000 points through daily matches in ninjutsu and seals. Naturally, Tatsuma activated the additional amplifications once his talents reached the standard. Ninjutsu, 3,695 out of 10,007, additional amplification, pending activation, available directions for. Additional amplification, see overturning, upon activation, enhances the destructive power of area of effect of ninjutsu. The amplification gradually increases with the progress of this talent realization. It allows the host to input more chakra when casting ranged ninjutsu, and the effect depends on the chakra consumption during the casting. Stone piercing, upon activation, amplifies the damage power of single target ninjutsu. The amplification gradually increases with the progress of this talent realization. It enables the host to expedite the development and application of single-target ninjutsu, and the effect depends on the host's skilled mastery of ninjutsu during casting. Seals, 4,005 out of 10,004, additional amplification, pending activation, available directions for additional amplification, hand mastery, upon activation, enhances the speed and rhythm of seal formation. The amplification gradually increases with the progress of this talent realization, allowing faster seal formation and significantly reducing the impact of external interference on seal effectiveness. Return to origins, upon activation, simplifies the hand seals. The amplification gradually increases with the progress of this talent realization, allowing the host to find hand seals that are more suited to oneself to replace the original seals, achieving multiple seals into one or even no seal casting. For the additional amplification direction of ninjutsu, Tatsuma chose see overturning. After all, see overturning can match with expand, allowing his proficiency in ranged ninjutsu to experience a breakthrough. It's like the common joke among Naruto fans in my previous life about Uchiha Madara turning rank fire release into S rank. Although the level of ninjutsu represents the difficulty of learning, it also shows Uchiha Madara's extraordinary talent. Similarly, there's Senju Tobirama's mastery of water release, etc. Ranged ninjutsu doesn't just increase with more chakra input. Even if you give others the same amount of chakra as Uchiha Madara, they can't perform the same great fire annihilation as him because Uchiha Madara's mastery of the entire technique is unmatched. Of course, most people spend their entire lives spending the same or even more time than Uchiha Madara, but still can't reach his level. Therefore, it can be considered as a hidden talent. And with Tatsuma, who already had no shortage of chakra, naturally choosing sea overturning, he also wanted to experience the feeling of turning water release into sea release. Previously, Tatsuma might have been hesitant to squander chakra due to the slow chakra refining speed. However, the additional amplification effect of the wisdom value compensated for this. As for seals, there was no need to hesitate. It was undoubtedly returned to origins. In the ninja world, there's no future for honest people. Those truly powerful enemies are much faster than Mifune, who claims to be able to neutralize ninjutsu. Simply sticking to seal formations will only harm oneself. The effect of sea overturning is very noticeable. Tatsuma could almost feel the change as soon as it was activated. Now, when he unleashes a big flame bullet, the effect rivals even that of Jiraiya the Toad Sage. It's just that chakra consumption is a bit faster, like pumping water with a water pump. The effect of return to origins isn't as immediately apparent. Although occasionally, during the seal formation process, flashes of inspiration would occur. That spontaneous feeling would make Tatsuma involuntarily change his own hand seals. But for now, It's just one change at a time, making himself more comfortable. To achieve the effect of multiple seals into one or even no seal, he still needs to gradually explore during training. At this point, except for illusions, Tatsuma's other talents have all reached the minimum requirement for Jonin. Moreover, with the effects of each amplification and their coordination, his strength is much greater than the base numerical values suggest. It's like strength. Tatsuma's conventional strength might only be considered above average among Chunin, but when it comes to explosive power, he meets the requirements of Jonin. And with the enhanced strength technique, he becomes even more formidable. Even if he trains diligently like a hermit, Tatsuma believes he only needs 2 years to meet the strength requirements for the Jonin title in the eyes of others, excluding the assessment of Jinjutsu, of course. However, being a Jonin isn't like being a Chunin or Jinin. There isn't a perfect assessment process. It mainly relies on 3 factors: senior Jonin recommendations, past performance evaluations, and the number of missions completed. At most, they might assess leadership abilities or team leading skills, but there's no need to participate in specific tests. Tatsuma speculated that perhaps when Kakashi became a Jonin at the age of 12, not all of his skills met the requirements of a Jonin, but his performance and effectiveness were already comparable to that of a Jonin. After all, Kakashi should also have hidden talents, similar to Minato's speed or Senju Tobarama's ninjutsu prowess. Kakashi's hidden talents might be evenly matched. Because he could go toe-to-toe with opposing Jonin, he naturally would be considered a Jonin, right? As Minato and Tatsuma sat on the grass taking a brief rest, suddenly, a piercing cry of a hawk echoed across the sky. The two exchanged glances and instantly stood up. Although it was a Jonin hawk delivering the message, they both had a premonition. Something big was about to happen. Chapter 175, Race and Hokage's Summoning. For the past 4 months, though Tatsuma hasn't been assigned any missions, the ninja world hasn't stopped turning, and the wars have not ceased. In the north, led by the Uchiha, the front line is split into 2 by the Konoha ninja. One group frequently sails to the Land of Lightning for reconnaissance missions, albeit with a very low survival rate. However, this greatly disrupts the Cloud Ninja's actions, preventing them from moving the front line out of the Land of Lightning under stealth. The other group, meanwhile, passes through the Land of Frost, reaching the northeastern border of the Land of Frost to station troops, effectively cutting off the land route for Cloud Ninja to leave the Land of Lightning. The Uchiha on duty are constantly engaging in skirmishes with the Cloud Ninja, resulting in casualties after casualties, but the Konoha elders don't seem to care, nor do the Uchiha themselves, who even seem somewhat excited. In the northwest direction, the Konoha ninjas who were called back have formed multiple teams and entered smaller countries like the Land of Rivers and the Land of Fields, assisting them in clearing out the unidentified ninjas within their borders. Though they're called unidentified ninjas, Konoha has long known their identities. They are not just ninjas from small villages or rogue ninja, but rather ninja from the Land of Rain, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Lightning. At the same time, Orochimaru, under disguise, has been active between the countries of Earth, Rain, Rivers, and Fields, disrupting the ninja tool trades of Earth and Rain more than once. In one particularly brutal incident, the explosive tags handed over by the Rock Ninjas to the Rain Ninjas detonated without reason, causing an entire warehouse of explosive tags, throwing weapons, armor, military rations, pills, smoke bombs, and more to be burned to ashes, and dozens of Rain Ninjas lost their lives. All of this was told to Tatsuma by Tsunade and Jiraiya upon their return from missions. Orochimaru's current missions are ones that will never see the light of day. Meanwhile, the ANBU Black Ops, temporarily separated from the main branch, led by Sakumo Hatake, are carrying out assassination operations against key figures in ninja organizations of various countries, while another part is returning to their old ways of conducting this war. Rooted in the lands of Earth and Rain, continuously spreading various achievements of Inoki, due to these remarks, and the repeated incidents with exchanged ninja tools, Hanzo and Inoki began negotiations several days ago. As for the outcome of the negotiations, perhaps it hasn't been reached yet. After all, Tsunade left the village again to carry out missions right after delivering this news. Actually, Both Hanzo and Inoki can definitely see that these two incidents must have been caused by someone, and it's likely they've already pinned it on Konoha. After all, the direct beneficiary is the Land of Fire, and Konoha has gone through this process before. But without evidence, they can't accuse Konoha openly, and they might even be thinking about using this as an opportunity to cause trouble. For Hanzo, the repeated problems with ninja tools can serve as an excuse for him to push for lower prices, or even more ruthlessly, demand that all defective ninja tools be replaced and supplemented, and demand compensation from the Land of Earth for the losses incurred by the Land of Rain. As for Inoki, the increasingly booming reputation is more advantageous for him to further control both inside and outside the Hidden Rock Village. After all, the people of the country and even other nations are all praising Inoki. At this point, how dare the other ninjas who are dissatisfied with Inoki show their faces? Inoki can use this turmoil to sweep away some stubborn elements within the village. With this public support as backing, even if he does something unreasonable, he will be forgiven. On the other hand, the Hidden Sand Village, which was most active in the early stages of the war, suddenly went silent. The Sand Ninjas, who had only withdrawn to the borders of the Land of Wind, also returned to the village in batches due to the large number of casualties. The Hidden Sand Village now appears to have withdrawn from the war, but the third Kazekage has not issued a formal declaration, which puzzles Tatsuma. Since the daimyo of the Land of Wind has refused funding more than once since Chiyo's major defeat, without financial support, no matter how talented the third Kazekage is, they cannot continue supporting the war. Now, the most sensible approach for the Hidden Sand Village is to announce their withdrawal from the war, cancel the state of readiness, show sincerity, and even take the lead in calling for a ceasefire with other countries. By doing so, the Hidden Sand Village can salvage some of its reputation, allowing smaller countries to see its peace-loving side and continue entrusting missions to the Hidden Sand Village. Sakamoto Tatsuma, Minato Namikaze. Hokage-sama has summoned you to the Hokage building. Just as Tatsuma was quickly reviewing the intelligence of the past few months in his mind, an ANBU-clad ninja wearing a mask landed not far from them and addressed the two. Seeing the arrival of the ANBU ninja, both Tatsuma and Minato quickly got up, nodding in acknowledgement. Yes, they replied in unison. After their agreement, the ANBU ninja disappeared once again, but now, under Tatsuma's chakra sensing, the ANBU's movements were no longer as mysterious. After briefly considering the route taken by the ANBU upon leaving, Tatsuma quickly calculated 3 alternative, more discreet routes. He shook his head slightly and looked at Minato. Minato, now somewhat puzzled, met Tatsuma's gaze. I understand why Hokage-sama would summon you, but I'm not sure why they called for me, he remarked. The summoning of Jonin Hawks had just occurred, indicating that there would be a Jonin meeting at the Hokage building. Although the village wasn't in the same state as before, unable to gather as many Jonin, it didn't involve Chunin at all. Summoning Tatsuma seemed normal to Minato, as Tatsuma had already demonstrated political skills that were not inferior, or one might say, even surpassed those of most Jonin. Many recent actions of the village in the past few months had been initiated based on Tatsuma's previous speculations, and Tatsuma's speculations had been gradually confirmed step by step. However, Minato truly couldn't fathom the necessity of him going to the Hokage building. Right now, he could only understand the contents of Tatsuma's speculations, but he still couldn't speculate like Tatsuma. Don't underestimate yourself, Tatsuma lightly patted Minato's shoulder and said, with your abilities, attending the Jonin meeting will be no problem. Let's compare and see who can reach the Hokage building faster. All right. Hearing that Tatsuma was once again going to compare their speed, Minato, in a rare moment, showed a smile on his face that was not so gentle but rather filled with confidence. Begin! As Tatsuma's words rang out, Minato was about to start running, but the hand Tatsuma had placed on his shoulder suddenly exerted force, and Minato felt everything in front of him suddenly become towering and immense. By the time he realized it, only his shoulders and head were still above the ground, with the rest buried beneath, while Tatsuma had already swiftly moved his legs and headed towards the Hokage building. Sakamoto Tatsuma. Minato shouted loudly, hastily freeing himself from the ground, then rushing towards the direction where Tatsuma had left. His speed was faster than Tatsuma's, and the distance between them was getting shorter. Along the way, Tatsuma kept setting obstacles, making it impossible for Minato to catch up, let alone surpass him. When the two arrived at the Hokage building, Tatsuma's speed suddenly slowed down slightly. Minato seized the opportunity to surpass Tatsuma, stepping into the Hokage building ahead of him. Minato turned around, looking somewhat puzzled at Tatsuma. After all, with Tatsuma's competitiveness, it was surprising that he would give up victory at the last moment. Tatsuma just smiled and said, "Rare to see you so eager." Upon hearing this, Minato finally realized that Tatsuma had intentionally tricked him into exerting himself and focusing on running, rather than getting lost in his thoughts along the way. After all, with his personality, Minato would surely ponder the reasons why the Hokages summoned the Jonin, as well as the specific reason for the Hokages summoning the two of them. However, the more he thought about it, the more it just added to his distress. Once he came to terms with it, Minato reluctantly smiled. Sometimes, overthinking didn't help at all. The truth was right in front of him, yet he still found himself habitually entangled in reaching it. His tendency to worry excessively was his flaw, and this flaw in his character was the most difficult to correct, especially in the past year or so, where Tatsuma's excellence had made Minato constantly measure himself against Tatsuma, exacerbating his condition. "Tatsuma, Minato, please come to the Hokage's office. The meeting will be delayed," a ninja said to them at that moment. Tatsuma nodded, leading Minato upstairs to the Hokage's office. "That damn Mifune. He calls himself a samurai, but in my eyes, he's just a coward who fears death." Before even entering the Hokage's office, Tatsuma heard the furious voice inside, not Sarutobi Hiruzen's, but Shimura Danzo's. "All right, Danzo, we have no reason to stop Mifune from withdrawing his troops. If you have any suggestions, save them for the later meeting." Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rang out, not as agitated as Danzo's, but carrying a sense of sorrow. Tatsuma and Minato exchanged a glance. Tatsuma didn't immediately approach the door. Instead, he waited for a moment, making sure there were no more loud outbursts from inside before lightly knocking on the office door. "Come in," Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came from inside. At this moment, Tatsuma slowly and smoothly opened the office door. Inside, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo had already composed themselves, sitting upright in their seats. Hokage-sama, Danzo-sama, Tatsuma and Minato bowed respectfully. This gesture earned nods of approval from Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. With their abilities, they could sense, or even hear, Tatsuma and Minato waiting outside, giving them time to regain their composure. "Come closer," Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, beckoning the two over. Once they were nearby, he asked in a probing tone, "Mifune has withdrawn with the samurai from the Land of Iron. What are your thoughts?" "I'll just watch," Tatsuma thought of a somewhat unconventional answer, but he didn't say it aloud. Instead, he looked to Minato. After pondering for a moment, Minato asked, "Did the Cloud Ninja break through our Konoha blockade?" Sarutobi Hiruzen remained composed, looking to Tatsuma, clearly waiting for his response. Danzo subtly closed his eyes, and the duration of his closure seemed a bit prolonged. Tatsuma knew the answer, but he deliberately pondered for a moment before saying, "Did Hanzo personally intervene?" Sarutobi Hiruzen remained calm, but Danzo's lips curved into a smile. Chapter 176, New Strategy. "Tatsuma, tell us your thoughts." Though Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't directly reveal the correct answer, Minato's intelligence was enough to make him realize he had guessed wrong, while Tatsuma guessed right. Feeling increasingly amazed at his own inadequacy compared to Tatsuma, he also perked up his ears, wanting to hear what Tatsuma relied on to deduce the truth. Tatsuma nodded and said, "The Uchiha clan holds the northern front. In terms of combat, the Uchiha's abilities are unmatched by anyone. Even facing a larger number of enemies, they cannot be easily breached. At the same time, there are plenty of Konoha ninjas guarding and patrolling the Gulf side. Even if the Cloud Ninjas change direction and launch their operation against the Land of Iron by sea, they cannot deceive us in Konoha. And Mifyun's withdrawal of troops should be a spur-of-the-moment decision or a choice made out of necessity. Both routes of the Cloud Ninjas will give us and the Land of Iron enough time for deliberation, so I don't think it's the result of the Cloud Ninjas' actions. Mifyun received the most immediate news that prompted him to withdraw troops, and the most likely scenario is the samurai group's frontal battlefield, which is the war against the Rain Ninja. If it were the usual situation, with the assistance of Konoha ninjas, the samurai led by Mifyun wouldn't lose to the Rain Ninja. It must be an accident, such as Hanzo, who has never been involved in the Rain Iron's frontal battles. At this point, Tatsuma paused, leaving room for others to interject. Danzo immediately spoke up, saying, "Then why must it be Hanzo? Anoki can also do it, and the Seven Tails from the Waterfall Ninja Village can as well. The secrecy level of the tailed beast is extremely high. Now that the village has been established for a third generation, the existence of the tailed beasts has been gradually decreasing. Most of Tatsuma's peers don't even know about the tailed beast's existence. However, Tatsuma and Minato are too close to the elders. Even if they don't actively inquire, they would hear many rumors. Therefore, Danzo also knows that the two are aware of the tailed beast's existence, and even know the distribution of the tailed beasts. Therefore, Danzo was merely using the tailed beasts to disrupt Tatsuma's judgment, wanting to see if Tatsuma had overlooked it or if he truly had an answer. And Tatsuma did not disappoint Danzo. Without needing to think further, Tatsuma spoke. Since the outbreak of the war, it has been a year and a half. If we include the prelude, it's close to 2 years now. Anoki and the Hidden Rock Village, however, have never directly participated. This indicates that they lack the conditions for involvement, be it money or public support. And the Land of Rain, with whom they have only slight interests, isn't worth their intervention at this time. Even if the Hidden Rock Village were to engage at such a dire moment, it wouldn't be Anoki who acts. The Hidden Rock Village might dispatch a ninja corps, but not Anoki himself. At this point, Tatsuma shook his head, indicating that further explanation was unnecessary. He continued, "As for the Seven Tails, if it were truly running amok, the message wouldn't be about withdrawal of troops, but rather a call for help." After finishing, Tatsuma shrugged, as if indicating that such questions were too amateurish. His attitude didn't anger Danzo, instead, it further impressed him. Minato kept nodding continuously. Compared to Tatsuma, he had overlooked too many things in his recent thoughts. Indeed, it had to be Tatsuma. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen unconsciously began to prepare his pipe, lighting the tobacco inside and taking a deep drag. He nodded in satisfaction and then asked, "So, what do you think we should do, Konoha?" Upon hearing this, Tatsuma glanced at Minato, silently asking if he wanted to answer first. However, Minato slightly shook his head. He still had much to learn in this regard. If it were just the two of them in private, he could express his own humble opinions and let Tatsuma correct him. But in front of the Hokage and Danzo, it was better not to, lest his inexperienced views waste time and disrupt the proceedings. Seeing this, Tatsuma didn't insist further. He withdrew his gaze and said, "The first step, we should support the withdrawal of troops from the Land of Iron." As soon as these words were spoken, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo frowned. But before they could speak, Tatsuma continued, "However, there must be conditions. That is, the ninja corps stationed on the northern front line must have their roles exchanged with us. They can withdraw from the Land of Waves and return to their Land of Iron, but they must ensure that the Land of Lightning Ninja won't invade our Land of Fire. At the same time, all liberated ninja from the northern front line, as reinforcements for the samurai, will start from the Land of Frost, assist in driving out Rain Ninja from various countries along the way, and then arrive in the Land of Waves for support. This is fundamentally useless, and the time consumed in the transition between the two armies will only allow the Rain Ninjas to ravage and plunder resources among the various countries." Danzo interjected, his face showing a slight disappointment. But Sarutobi Hiruzen wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he smiled at Tatsuma and said, "Continue." Tatsuma nodded and said, The key to the first step is actually what Danzo-sama mentioned, allowing the land of rain to ravage the various countries. Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted but didn't interrupt, and Tatsuma continued, "The purpose of the Northern Army heading west is not to help the countries defend their resources but to ensure that the rain ninjas return with a bountiful harvest. During this period, we also need to explain to the various countries that it's not that Konoha is turning a blind eye to the rain ninjas' misconduct in their territories, it's just that the decision of the Land of Iron forces us to resort to such inefficient measures. This step is not for profit but to shift the conflict, transferring the conflict between Konoha and the Cloud Ninja to the warriors of the Land of Iron and shifting the dissatisfaction of the various countries onto the Land of Iron." With this, the first step became clear, and Danzo, who had originally shown disappointment, began to look at Tatsuma with renewed appreciation. However, Tatsuma paid no attention and continued, "As for the second step, it is to exaggerate Hanzo's gains, letting all the people of the Land of Rain know that their leader, Hanzo, has obtained enough resources to ensure their victory. The Land of Rain, which has been affected by war for over a year, is now in dire straits. Once they know that Hanzo has obtained a large amount of resources, Hanzo will only have two choices left. One is to use the resources for the reconstruction of the Land of Rain, but this will consume all of Hanzo's acquired resources, and it may not even be enough. The other option is to sustain the war with these resources and exchange them for even greater benefits. The crucial point is to ensure that the resources obtained by Hanzo are returned in a short period. With Hanzo's ambition, he will definitely not prioritize the former." Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. He knew the extent of Hanzo's ambition, and acquiring resources for the reconstruction of the Land of Rain would not satisfy him. Therefore, he would only choose to use these resources to exchange for greater benefits. Tatsuma adjusted his wording slightly and continued, "The third step involves besieging the Rain Ninjas on multiple fronts, even more than 3 if possible, to force them into a decisive battle with us. We are different from over 4 months ago, we have overcome the effects of battlefield losses, and the ninjas have all had sufficient time to rest and recuperate." "Humph." Danzo suddenly snorted, evidently feeling stung by Tatsuma's words, as he was the one who led the team to defeat. Tatsuma also paused for a moment before realizing. He was about to offer some explanation for his remarks, but Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, indicating for him not to worry about it. Seeing this, Tatsuma ignored Danzo's mood and continued, "As for the Rain Ninjas, they have been fighting repeatedly and are already worn out. If a war breaks out, Konoha will surely emerge victorious. On the battlefield, perhaps as you say, but what about Hanzo? His poison can change the entire course of the battle." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a drag of his pipe, exhaling smoke as he spoke. "Although he's the leader of a small country's ninja, Hanzo's strength is not as weak as the Land of Rain's national power compared to our Land of Fire. In fact, Hanzo's strength is comparable to that of the 5 Kage. Even if Sakuma were to intervene, he wouldn't dare guarantee victory against Hanzo. How do you propose to handle him?" The best way, of course, is for Sarutobi Hiruzen to personally intervene. Tatsuma also eagerly wants to witness the strength of this third Hokage, who is still in his prime. But Tatsuma knows this isn't practical. Sarutobi Hiruzen is someone who dislikes being talked about, and if one wants him to truly intervene, they must force him to, just like Orochimaru did in the original series with the Konoha Crush plan. As long as we can restrain Hanzo and let the two armies on the battlefield determine the outcome, I believe there are many suitable candidates for this task, such as your 3 disciples. Upon hearing Tatsuma's proposed solution, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded at first, then furrowed his brows. After a moment, his expression relaxed, and he smiled, saying, "While Hanzo takes away victory in battle, we'll claim the fruits of war for Konoha. However, I still want to hear why you chose to send Tsunade and them, rather than Sakuma or others. Because if others fail, they may die. And even if it were Sakuma-sama, if he were to make a mistake and Hanzo kills him, the other 4 great nations would likely offer support, or even intervene, for the Land of Rain. Haha, if Tsunade were to hear you, her disciple, say such things about her, she would definitely lose control of her temper, give you a good beating, and then make you admit that she's definitely stronger than Hanzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a laugh, then his smile slightly faded, but he glanced triumphantly at Danzo. Excellent, isn't it? My grandchildren! Danzo was so enraged that he clenched his teeth, wishing he could snatch Tatsuma away on the spot. This three-step strategy, with its hidden darkness and manipulation of people's hearts, was perfectly suited for his roots. Oh, wait, he no longer had roots. His roots were now in the hands of Sakamoto Hatake. Damn Sakamoto Hatake! After enjoying the silent performance of his old friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Tatsuma and Minato and said, in the upcoming meeting, the two of you will participate as secretaries. Upon hearing this, Tatsuma and Minato both startled. Though they were just secretaries, this marked the first time Chunin would participate in a Jonin meeting, right? The confidentiality requirements of Jonin meetings are very strict. Even the task of pouring tea or water must be done by Jonin because only Jonin can be trusted by the village to relay confidential information to them. Although Jonin might also leak secrets, or might reveal them under enemy interrogation, the likelihood is much smaller compared to Chunin or Jinin. However, Tatsuma quickly realized that if he were a secretary, then who would convey all the information he discussed here today to the meeting? Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's unyielding smirk, Tatsuma understood. Indeed, employees working hard to ensure the boss gets a new car isn't just a joke. Chapter 177, Shameless Hokage. Indeed worthy of Hokage-sama, the news has just arrived, and there is already a strategy in place. Yes, I was wondering with my limited intelligence, what help could I possibly provide here? So, Hokage-sama didn't intend for me to come up with strategies. Haha, your Inuzuka clan has an extra brain compared to the rest of us, you should definitely think more. Inside the meeting room, a group of Jonin now wore relieved smiles. They had thought they were summoned today to devise a solution to Hanzo's problem. Normally, in such meetings, if they didn't come up with good solutions, even the usually amiable Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would become visibly agitated. And if they proposed foolish ideas, Sarutobi Hiruzen would greet them with anger. It could be said that these were the meetings they least wanted to attend. However, as they nervously entered the meeting room, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was not as grim as they had imagined. In fact, he wore a confident smile as if he had everything under control. Once the meeting began and Shukato clarified the agenda and direction, Sarutobi Hiruzen started his performance. In no time, he had analyzed the entire situation, presented various interests at play, and even outlined a three-step solution, albeit in broad strokes. Yet sometimes, all that's lacking is a general direction. Details can always be negotiated, but without a clear overarching direction, subsequent arrangements would be futile. Seeing the smiles on the faces of the village's Jonin, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth from lifting, and the wrinkles around his eyes deepened a bit due to the muscles involved in smiling. Only Danzo remained, looking coldly at his old friend. Since the last defeat in battle, Danzo had been absent for too long. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had hinted to him that he was only to make an appearance and refrain from speaking. It was a gradual process for the villagers to adapt to Danzo's return, and initially, Danzo had no objections. But watching Sarutobi Hiruzen confidently discussing Tatsuma's ideas in front of others made him feel stifled. If only he had brought Tatsuma into his route earlier, perhaps today it would be Shimura Danzo who would be receiving everyone's admiration and applause. Even the previous defeat could have been avoided if Tatsuma had been promptly brought into his fold, enabling him to foresee and prevent the humiliating defeat that not only tarnished his reputation but also made Sarutobi Hiruzen accuse him of betraying his sensei. Danzo no longer looked at this old friend who made him extremely uncomfortable. He tilted his head slightly and glanced at Tatsuma sitting behind Shukato, sorting out the meeting notes. Seeing no hint of dissatisfaction on Tatsuma's face only increased Danzo's admiration. A true ninja should have the resolve to hide in the darkness, even without flowers and applause, they should still uphold the ninja way. Who says only those standing in the light are heroes? Tatsuma wasn't truly indifferent to efforts without rewards, he just knew he was taking shortcuts. He approached problem-solving with answers in hand. While he had many of his own ideas, he wouldn't dare to assert his approach was correct without knowing the answer. The solution he provided was merely the general direction for this operation. Even without his involvement, Konoha would have eventually settled on a plan through ongoing discussions and collisions of ideas. He simply accelerated the process briefly and offered some of his suggestions. Sarutobi Hiruzen deprived him of the opportunity to shine, but to Tatsuma himself, this might not necessarily be a bad thing. If people were to mistakenly believe he had the ability to solve such problems and were to entrust him with similar challenges of the same level, but Tatsuma didn't know the answers and couldn't deduce them as he did this time. After Sarutobi Hiruzen's moment of joy, he glanced somewhat guiltily in Tatsuma's direction. Upon seeing Tatsuma's still infectious smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twinge of guilt in his heart. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen had intended to elaborate on the profound meaning behind his ideas, but now he lost interest. He slightly restrained his smile and became serious again. None of the numerous jonin in the meeting room had ineffective eyesight. Even the Aburame jonin wearing sunglasses at this moment tightened their expressions and looked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing the room return to a serious atmosphere, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly and turned to Shukato Nara, saying, "Shukato, do you have anything to add?" "Hokage-sama, I believe this plan is feasible, but some aspects still need to be discussed." Shukato didn't say your plan or similar words. With his intelligence and understanding of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he knew that such a plan couldn't have been devised by Sarutobi Hiruzen, at least not within such a short time frame. Moreover, he understood that Hokage-sama was too lenient both internally and externally. The viciousness and malice within this plan were not in line with Sarutobi Hiruzen's style. Such a style was more akin to Danzo, but even Danzo would only take it to bigger extremes. His plans would be all about darkness, sacrificing reputation and righteousness. This plan intertwined shades of light and darkness, advancing both righteousness and darkness simultaneously, seeking both reputation and profit. This style was only seen in the handwriting of the Lord Second he encountered in his youth. In this current era, Shukato already had an answer in his mind. After all, the two young men behind him couldn't have gained eligibility to attend the jonin meeting for no reason. Especially Sakamoto Tatsuma, his previous actions had earned admiration even from Shukato, who had been serving as a strategist for many years. Thinking about the true planner behind this plan, Shukato didn't delay his thoughts on the plan's contents. He spoke up, saying, for example, enlisting the Land of Iron's warriors to assist us against the Cloud Ninja. Just before the meeting began, I received updated reports. After being defeated by Hanzo, Mifune not only promised to withdraw from this war but also pledged to no longer interfere in conflicts between ninjas. Bam! Danzo, who had been silent all along, slammed his hand hard on the table, his anger evident on his face without any attempt to conceal it. The faces of the other jonin fell as well. The first step of the plan was to coordinate with the Land of Iron, exchanging roles with each other. Konoha ninjas would combat the Rain ninjas, while the Cloud ninjas, originally to be handled by Konoha, would be left to the Land of Iron warriors. But Mifune's move completely threw off the entire plan. How could the plan be implemented and carried out now? At this moment, each ninja turned to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, wanting to see if the Hokage-sama, who had quickly devised countermeasures, could adjust or modify this plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Adjust? How could he adjust anything now? Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Shukato a fierce glare, blaming him for not informing him of such crucial information before the meeting. Shukato wore a pained expression. After all, he had only learned about it on his way from his office to the meeting room. By the time he arrived at the meeting room and understood the situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already seated and ready to begin the meeting. Moreover, in the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen would first listen to the opinions of his strategist and advisory team, then allow other jonin to speak freely. Sarutobi Hiruzen took on the responsibility of pinpointing flaws in others' ideas. Only after integrating these ideas would the plan be implemented. There had never been a situation where Sarutobi Hiruzen solved the problem as soon as he arrived. How could Shukato predict this? Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen truly had no ideas, Shukato sighed helplessly. He was about to speak about his original plan, hoping to find a better solution through comparison and verification. Hokage-sama, I have an idea. Before Shukato could speak, a voice came from behind him. Shukato turned around to see Tatsuma. For some reason, he suddenly felt relieved. While Shukato privately breathed a sigh of relief, Sarutobi Hiruzen genuinely felt relieved. However, at this moment, the attention of many jonin was drawn to Tatsuma, a chunin rarely seen in jonin meetings, so they didn't notice his awkwardness. Some jonin frowned, intending to reprimand Tatsuma, but Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly interjected, saying, "Tatsuma, come and share your thoughts." Upon hearing this, other jonin looked puzzled. Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling much more at ease, smiled and said, "Young people are the future of the village. The village will eventually be entrusted to the hands of the young. So, it's not wrong to listen to the ideas of the younger generation." Although this reasoning seemed somewhat vague, because it came from the Hokage's mouth, those who had initially intended to oppose it remained silent. Tatsuma stood up and said, "In today's world, it's a ninja's world. As the land of iron, wanting to stay out of ninja conflicts isn't something they can decide, it's determined by the ninjas. We can negotiate with Mifune. As long as they act according to our plan, after the war, we can, on behalf of Konoha and even the land of fire, recognize the land of iron as a neutral country. We promise to respect their choice and serve as advocates and supervisors, urging and uniting other nations to recognize the land of iron as a neutral country. We will condemn and take action against any ninja who violates this agreement." "Good!" Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, and Danzo, who had been nodding slightly, saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's smug expression after narrowly avoiding a crisis. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He asked sarcastically, "May I ask, Hokage-sama, what's good about it?" Caught off guard by Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face flushed red. Currently, Tatsuma's good had saved him from the embarrassment of being the Hokage. But could he say that? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having served as Hokage for so many years, was not clueless. After pondering Tatsuma's recent remarks, he spoke up, saying, "Tatsuma's proposal firstly provides the plan with a possibility for continued implementation. Secondly, it further deepens the friendship between the land of fire and the land of iron. At the same time, it demonstrates the responsibility of the land of fire as a leader in the ninja world. As the head of the 5 great nations, we in Konoha have a responsibility and obligation to maintain the stability of the ninja world and the interests of all nations. How about it, Danzo? Can't you see this now?" Applause as a string of eloquent words was spoken, the meeting room filled with applause once again. This time, Danzo turned red with anger. He stood up directly, waved his sleeve, and walked out of the meeting room. Bam! Danzo slammed the door shut as he left. Humph. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted lightly. Initially, he was somewhat satisfied with Danzo's performance in today's meeting. He had refrained from speaking, as Sarutobi Hiruzen had requested. However, towards the end of the meeting, Danzo couldn't hold back and wanted to make a speech that would leave Sarutobi Hiruzen in an awkward position. Seeing this scene, the jonin no longer applauded or cheered, and the room fell silent once again. Sarutobi Hiruzen withdrew his gaze from the door and refocused on Tatsuma, nodding with an encouraging smile. Tatsuma returned the gesture with an infectious smile. Only then did Sarutobi Hiruzen turn to Shukato and ask, "Are there any other questions?" Shukato shook his head and said, "Just some practical details. I'll discuss them with a few members of the advisory team and compile a report for you afterward." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, "In that case, let's conclude this meeting for now. Everyone, go back and reflect, and be prepared to respond to any signs from the village. Tatsuma, Minato, come to my office." Chapter 178, Hiruzen's Rewards. Hokage-sama, these are the notes from the recent meeting. Please have a look, Tatsuma said as he handed over the notes from the meeting he and Minato attended. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a smile as he accepted them and said, "Please, have a seat." Tatsuma was taken aback. It seemed like the first time Sarutobi Hiruzen had ever allowed him to sit in the Hokage's office. Getting a seat in the Hokage's office wasn't an easy feat even during their debriefings with Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen never allowed them to sit. Only Jiraiya and Tsunade dared to sit directly, while Orochimaru generally stood. Even Tsukumo Hatake stood during his debriefings. Tatsuma nodded without hesitation and took a seat, without the same audacity as Jiraiya and Tsunade. He sat upright, much like Minato, who also appeared somewhat honored and nervous. "You both did very well today," Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile after they had both taken their seats. Tatsuma knew what he was referring to and responded with a slightly shy smile, while Minato seemed somewhat uncomfortable, considering he was just there as a scribe. Since today's Jonin meeting was exceptionally short, the notes were also brief. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced through them before setting them aside and then looked at the two of them, asking with a smile, "How has your progress been with the fire dragon bullet I assigned you earlier?" Minato didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Tatsuma, who nodded gently and replied, "We haven't disappointed your trust. I've reached the novice level, and Minato has delved even deeper." It wasn't false modesty on Tatsuma's part. He had spent most of his time studying Tobirama's notes, focusing on various summoning techniques and, more importantly, wind release and water release ninjutsu. As for the fire dragon bullet Sarutobi Hiruzen had previously rewarded them with, Tatsuma had merely learned it and hadn't continued to explore it further. Although, given his proficiency in fire release ninjutsu, he couldn't be considered a true novice. However, compared to other ninjutsu he mastered, the fire dragon bullet was indeed one of the least skilled. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't mind and continued, "Learning it is good. If you can't master the fire dragon bullet, then you won't find the key to learning the fire dragon flame bullet." Upon hearing this, Tatsuma's eyes widened slightly. It seemed like the leader was about to give them a reward. Sure enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen got up, browsed through the nearby bookshelf, and then selected a scroll. He handed it to Tatsuma, saying, "Take this and study it well. This is considered the ultimate application of fire release within the Sarutobi clan." The Sarutobi clan was already proficient in fire release, and they had a systematic set of fire release ninjutsu within the clan. Apart from the fire dragon bullet that Tatsuma and Minato had already learned, there was also the great flame jutsu before it, and then the fire dragon flame bullet that Sarutobi Hiruzen held in his hands at the moment. Unlike the Uchiha clan, known for their vast chakra reserves, the Sarutobi clan's fire release focuses not on the extent of flame coverage but on precise manipulation of the technique. Even with the fire dragon flame bullet, the damage radius isn't too large, but the temperature of the flames and the control over the technique surpasses that of the Uchiha clan's Great Flame series ninjutsu. Of course, this judgment is made under equal casting conditions. If compared between Uchiha Madara and Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Madara's Great Flame series ninjutsu not only possesses greater power but also comparable control. However, for Tatsuma, the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet is more suitable because of his talent, see Overturning, which compensates for the slightly insufficient destructive power of the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Additionally, the more controllable technique allows for more versatile attacks. Seeing the joy on the faces of the two, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also extremely satisfied. The worst thing about giving gifts is when the recipients don't appreciate or value them. Tatsuma accepted the scroll of the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet and said, "Thank you, Hokage-sama. After Minato and I transcribe it, we'll return it to you." "No need to rush, it's not like it's the only copy." Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and then continued, "By the way, Tatsuma, in the battle with the sand ninjas alongside your sensei before, you used up all your ninja tools, right?" "Yeah." "In that case, make a list and hand it over to logistics. I'll have them replenish it for you." If the earlier gift was somewhat within Tatsuma's expectations, then this was a pleasant surprise. one that made Tatsuma even happier. Ninjutsu is knowledge, an intangible asset. Even though its importance is known, tangible assets like ninja tools provide a sense of satisfaction that cannot be compared to intangible ones. And most importantly, now Tatsuma wouldn't have to borrow ninja tools from Minato anymore. Though Minato didn't mind at all and even offered to give Tatsuma half of his ninja tools voluntarily, Tatsuma couldn't accept it with a clear conscience. Having the village replenish these consumables made Tatsuma, who no longer had money to buy ninja tools, almost laugh with excitement. Of course, if Sarutobi Hiruzen could exchange the missions he completed for money, Tatsuma reckoned he would genuinely burst out laughing. Unfortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't seem to mention anything about money. Sarutobi Hiruzen just asked, "Do you two want to participate in this operation?" Although there was a hint of disappointment in his heart, Tatsuma still nodded. Despite the significant risks on the battlefield, for Tatsuma, the potential gains hidden within it outweighed the threats. As for Minato, it goes without saying. His mind was set on fighting for the village. Even if he knew the dangers, he would charge forward without hesitation. Seeing that the courage of these two wasn't dampened by the battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction and said, "The detailed planning, implementation, and execution of the plan will take approximately a week to 10 days. In the best-case scenario, you might depart 4 days from now. If there's too much coordination needed, it will likely be around a week before you depart. You can go back and make some more preparations." At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a moment and then continued, "The war has been going on for almost 2 years now, and every nation has had enough of its hardships. It's time for it to end." Minato's eyes were already filled with excitement and agreement, while Tatsuma simply pursed his lips and nodded solemnly. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed inwardly, realizing that this topic wasn't one where Tatsuma and Minato could interject. He composed himself and continued, "All right, go back and prepare. Make sure to give the list to logistics." "Yes, Hokage-sama." X2 Tatsuma and Minato stood up, bowed, and left. Tatsuma didn't even leave the Hokage building. Instead, he went straight to the logistics office. After explaining his purpose, he borrowed their paper and pen to write down his requirements. Afterward, as they left the Hokage building and walked along the streets of Konoha, observing how the once bustling streets now seemed somewhat desolate compared to 2 years ago, Tatsuma handed the scroll to Minato and said, "Minato, you should be able to learn faster. Take it back and study first." Minato hesitated for a moment, feeling conflicted. He knew that being able to obtain this scroll was all thanks to Tatsuma's efforts, so he shouldn't be the one to study it first. However, Minato understood Tatsuma's personality. If he wanted to refuse, he'd need a convincing reason. Seeing the expression on Minato's face, Tatsuma smiled and said, "Don't hesitate. I'm not just being polite with you. I understand. Then I'll take it back first to transcribe it. I'll transcribe a copy for you too." Minato still accepted the scroll. Tatsuma didn't refuse Minato's help. After all, most people wouldn't feel at ease without contributing something in return. After walking along the street for a while, Minato suddenly turned a corner and said, "Tatsuma, I'll head back first." However, Tatsuma grabbed his hand. Seeing Minato's puzzled expression, Tatsuma said, "Do you have any money left?" "No, I don't." "Do you need some? I can sell some ninja tools." "No, I mean, you're out of money, so where else can you eat if not at Grandma Mito's?" Upon hearing this, Minato suddenly realized he had been lost in his thoughts and completely forgot about it. He flashed an embarrassed smile, scratching his head as he said, "I forgot." He had been so focused on transcribing the scroll and delivering it to Tatsuma and Sarutobi Hiruzen that he forgot about the need to eat. Tatsuma also chuckled and shook his head. Both he and Minato were very focused individuals, and sometimes when they were preoccupied with something, they tended to forget about the mundane aspects of life, even essential activities like eating and sleeping. As the Jonin meeting ended much sooner than expected, when the two returned to Uzumaki Mito's house, she was already preparing lunch. As she served them and complained about the missing breakfast, Tatsuma and Minato explained briefly about being called away by Sarutobi Hiruzen in the middle of their morning training and attending the Jonin meeting. Upon hearing that the two would be heading back to the battlefield, Kushina snorted discontentedly. She had expressed her desire to join the battlefield more than once, but it seemed like the village turned a deaf ear to her requests. Initially, Kushina had found some semblance of balance in her heart when she thought that the two, who hadn't been to the battlefield for months, had become non-combatants. There was a hint of emotion within her that she couldn't quite comprehend. But now, the two were going back to the battlefield. Minato, seeing Kushina snort, looked at her helplessly, feeling the urge to explain himself. However, Uzumaki Mito calmly interjected, "Let's eat first." "Yes." Minato could only nod and start eating lunch. As they ate, Nawaki began asking about the timing of their return to the battlefield, saying something about preparing himself as well. This made Kushina so angry that she nearly chewed the bones she was eating into pieces. Like Kushina, Minato found this meal tasteless and bland. He tried to answer Nawaki's questions while also worrying about Kushina's emotions. In contrast, Tatsuma had quite the appetite. After all, he hadn't eaten breakfast, and with the energy he had consumed from thinking too much, he devoured all the dishes that Kushina and Minato had forgotten to eat due to their lack of appetite and Nawaki's persistent inquiries about returning to the battlefield. After the meal, Nawaki pulled Minato aside for a conversation, with Kushina following suit. Tatsuma, on the other hand, tidied up the table, while Uzumaki Mito calmly observed everything, her face devoid of any emotion. Once Tatsuma finished cleaning up, she finally asked, "This time, it should be the final battle, right?" Tatsuma nodded and replied, "It's the decisive battle. If the plan goes smoothly, the Land of Rain will withdraw from the war, and what remains will be post-war cleanup and arranging scouts to various countries and from various countries to Konoha. It's time to end it." Uzumaki Mito murmured a few words, her eyelids drooping as she seemed lost in thought. After a while, she looked up and said to Tatsuma, "Come along with this old lady for a trip." "Sure." Tatsuma couldn't quite put his finger on it, but he felt like he had heard that phrase quite a lot today. Chapter 179, Mito's Intentions. "Tatsuma, do you know what a tailed beast is?" In the study, Mito asked Tatsuma. Tatsuma nodded, and seeing this, Mito continued, "According to legend, with the birth of Chakra, 9-tailed beasts also came into existence in this world. 1,000 years ago, in that desolate age, humans had no interaction with the tailed beasts. But as humans began to expand and explore, conflicts between humans and tailed beasts emerged. Humans and tailed beasts fought continuously for hundreds of years. Time and again, the tailed beasts proved their strength to humans, and in every era, countless fearless warriors challenged the tailed beasts. Some sought fame, some desired the power of the tailed beasts, and some even wanted to enslave the tailed beasts for their own purposes. Mito paused here, looked at Tatsuma, and asked, "You should know who founded this village, right?" "Senju Hashirama-sama." Tatsuma gave the standard answer for Konoha. Mito nodded, then shook her head, and said, "There was another person at that time, named Uchiha Madara, the strongest ninja to ever come from the Uchiha clan. He and my husband together founded this village. But later, their friendship broke down, and Uchiha Madara left the village. Eventually, he came back with the strongest tailed beast, the 9 tails. Uchiha Madara failed. He died in a great battle with his best friend, leaving behind the rampaging 9 tails. Unlike Uchiha Madara, who saw the tailed beasts as slaves and pets, my husband proposed the idea of coexistence between humans and tailed beasts. He scoured ancient texts and consulted everyone who had ever interacted with a tailed beast. He even communicated face-to-face with the tailed beasts and finally found a method, the Jinchuriki, to seal the tailed beasts within human bodies." Mito paused, placing her hands gently on her lap, and lightly pressed her abdomen, as if soothing a baby. Then, Mito looked back at Tatsuma and asked, "Do you know who the 9 tails Jinchuriki is?" Tatsuma did not answer, merely looking at Mito. Mito nodded and said, "Perhaps you have already guessed it, ever since you used that power. I am the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the first Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and the first-tailed beast Jinchuriki." Of course, Tatsuma could not reveal that he had known this from a past life, so he just waited for Mito to continue. Mito shook her head and said, "But I have not lived in harmony with the Nine-Tails. Controlled by Uchiha Madara and then sealed by my husband, the Nine-Tails, which was eventually transferred to me, could not communicate with me. This is one aspect. On the other hand, I have also resisted the Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails did not want to communicate with me, and I never tried to connect with it sincerely. Over the years, I have merely used my power to suppress it, preventing it from causing trouble." During this conversation, Mito spoke in a very personal tone. She even reverted to referring to herself as I, dropping her usual dignified demeanor. She expressed her worries and sighed openly. Faced with this side of Mito, Tatsuma did not know how to respond and could only listen quietly. After a moment of silence, Mito spoke again, "I cannot live forever. In fact, I might have less than 4 years left. Beyond that, I won't be able to maintain the seal on the Nine-Tails within me. For the sake of the village and the ninja world, there must be a second Jinchuriki. But I am afraid. I am afraid the next Nine-Tails Jinchuriki will not be able to suppress its power, and even more so, I fear the next Jinchuriki will follow my path, spending their life battling the tailed beast without ever opening their hearts to each other. Tatsuma, can you answer a question for me?" Tatsuma nodded, and Mito also nodded in response before asking, "What do you think the tailed beasts are?" "I think the tailed beasts are extremely dangerous. Using a person's entire life to gamble on whether or not they can coexist peacefully with a tailed beast, or even more uncertainly, connect with them heart to heart, is too unfair for a Jinchuriki." After pondering for a long time, Tatsuma finally expressed his honest opinion. He then looked earnestly at Mito and asked, "Grandma Mito, if there were no tailed beasts, how long could you live?" "Child, the value of life isn't measured by its length." Mito said this, but seeing Tatsuma's serious expression, she averted her gaze, unwilling to answer the question directly. She only added, "There are always some responsibilities that certain people must bear." Despite her words, Mito's eyes grew dim, as Tatsuma's stance meant he wouldn't choose to coexist peacefully with the tailed beasts. Not even to try. Tatsuma could treat her and others equally, but he couldn't see the tailed beasts as being on the same level as humans. In fact, Mito had long been aware of this. When Tatsuma went with Jiraiya to carry out the mission of sealing the Tanuki, Kincho, it was clearly evident in his report. At that time, Mito didn't pay much attention to it. First, Tatsuma hadn't shown the potential to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Second, people's perspectives always change over time. But now she saw that, unlike his peers, Tatsuma's understanding and beliefs were much more developed and steadfast, making them difficult to change. If Tatsuma were forced to become the second Jinchuriki, it would likely be another decades-long mistake. Mito felt some regret and disappointment, but she wasn't angry or upset. She refocused her gaze on Tatsuma and asked, "Are you confident in this upcoming battle?" "Who can say for sure on the battlefield? All we can do is our best." Seeing Mito shift the topic, Tatsuma went along with it. Mito then asked, "Would you be willing to give the Nine-Tails another chance?" Tatsuma was taken aback, then pursed his lips and asked, "That feeling of being controlled by emotions last time still bothers me." He was a rational person, both in his past life and this one, rarely allowing emotions to dictate his actions, whether in childhood or adulthood. Even when extremely angry or heartbroken, he could regain his composure with something as simple as a deep breath. He always experienced emotions lightly, never deeply immersing himself in them. Therefore, the state induced by the Nine-Tails chakra made Tatsuma very uncomfortable, or rather resistant. Although it provided greater power, he always felt it wasn't worth it. Experiences on the battlefield temper one's character the most. Perhaps now you might be able to control that power freely? Mito didn't give up. Seeing her ask a second time, Tatsuma couldn't refuse and simply nodded. Seeing this, Mito extended her hand, palm up, indicating for Tatsuma to place his hand on hers. With the experience from last time, Tatsuma did not need Mito to say more and placed his left hand on Mito's right hand. Gently squeezing the arm that had gained some muscle since last year, Mito's face showed the joy and satisfaction that every grandmother feels when seeing a village child grow up. Holding Tatsuma's left hand lightly with her right hand, Mito's left fingertips grazed the inside of Tatsuma's arm. Although her fingernails were rounded and smooth, they cut through Tatsuma's skin like a blade slicing through iron. In the next moment, fiery red chakra surged from Mito's body and entered Tatsuma's wound. As the chakra was injected, the edges of Tatsuma's wound turned slightly blackened, and a wisp of white smoke rose, as if the flesh were being seared on a hot iron plate. Tatsuma bit down hard, his face flushing instantly. This time, the Ninetales chakra was much more intense than the last. His hand instinctively tried to pull back, but Mito's right hand, which had been gently holding his arm, tightened its grip to hold him in place. Tatsuma's feeling was not mistaken. The Ninetales chakra that Mito injected this time was much more than before. The chakra even began to overflow from Tatsuma's body. Fiery red chakra covered his skin, and something resembling horns or ears emerged from his forehead. Chakra tails appeared behind him, 1, 2. Just as the third tail emerged, Mito stopped injecting chakra. Her left hand, stained with Tatsuma's blood, quickly inscribed a sealing jutsu on his arm. As the inscription was completed, the seal glowed, and the chakra on Tatsuma's body was drawn back inside, then concentrated towards his left hand. The cut on his skin began to heal rapidly. Feeling as though he had just undergone torture, Tatsuma collapsed to the ground. Mito released his hand, and Tatsuma touched his left hand. The charred area flaked off at a touch, leaving no sign of burns on the ground. However, the heavy sensation in his left hand was something Tatsuma found very uncomfortable. Unlike the previous seal, this one is the 4-symbol seal. You can release it whenever you need to, Mito said, looking at the exhausted Tatsuma. He nodded and tried to stand up, but his left hand felt so heavy that he involuntarily stood with a slight tilt, looking at his left hand with some disdain. Mito's face took on an inexplicable expression as she then said, "The Ninetales spoke up. It said you are the 4th most annoying person it's ever met, even more detestable than those who have previously devoured it." Huh? Tatsuma was bewildered. How had he offended the Ninetales? It was clearly Mito who forcibly infused him with the Ninetales chakra. Are you disparaging it? No, are you disparaging me? As Mito's tone suddenly changed, Tatsuma was reminded of the night 4 months ago when Mito had hung Tsunade up and beaten her. Gulp. Tatsuma unconsciously swallowed, but in an instant, Mito's face softened into an indulgent expression as she said, "Just kidding. I value you, and you will never be treated differently from others by me." But Tatsuma still dared not relax. Mito waved her hand and said, "Go have fun. Don't forget to come back for dinner." Yes. After leaving Mito's study, Tatsuma headed towards his own study, or rather Tobarama's study, but found Minato there. He was transcribing the scroll of the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Seeing Tatsuma approach, Minato smiled and said, "Tatsuma, I've finished transcribing a copy. Take a look first. Once you're done, I'll return the scroll to Hokage-sama." "Okay." Tatsuma nodded and said, "No wonder Kushina gave me a glare when I came over. It turns out you left her behind to transcribe the scroll." Hearing Tatsuma's jest, Minato, who had been puzzled by Tatsuma's odd behavior, forgot to inquire further. He scratched his head, chuckled foolishly, wanting to deny it, yet enjoying the banter. Seeing Minato's attention diverted, Tatsuma prepared to speak again, intending to completely distract Minato from his earlier behavior. "Minato, did you succeed in mastering the Rasengan?" At the mention of it, Minato stopped his foolish grin, adopting a shy smile instead, and said, "I've barely managed to learn it. I'm still not very skilled." With that, he spread his hands, and a brightly glowing chakra sphere hovered above his palm. Tatsuma twitched his eye corner. Wow, he's really putting on a show, isn't he? Chapter 180, Time to End the War. Sensei, it's been a long time. At the border between the Rain and Fire countries, the Ninja Corps of Konoha finally met with the Western Expedition Corps. Meanwhile, Tsunade and others who had been active on the battlefield also arrived at the main camp. Long time no see. Did you bring the cards? I haven't played in ages. Tsunade's mood was quite good because she had received orders from the village to engage in a decisive battle with the Land of Rain to end the war. Furthermore, she had been appointed as the Supreme Commander and was going to battle Hanzo. Thinking about defeating Hanzo and proving that medical ninjas also have a place in combat, Tsunade couldn't be happier. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was also smiling. As one of the most outstanding of his generation, it was his wish to confront veteran strongmen like Hanzo. Only Orochimaru, at this moment, frowned and looked strangely at Tatsuma, who was being dragged around by Tsunade by his hair. The village's orders were for him, Jiraiya, and Tsunade to serve as the main commanders for this operation to defeat Hanzo. Such a task sounded exhilarating. Jiraiya and Tsunade had even begun discussing what ninjutsu to use to defeat Hanzo. But Orochimaru felt that Hanzo was not someone the three of them could deal with, not out of self-doubt, but because he knew how powerful Hanzo was. In the past few months, he had been active between the four countries and had witnessed Mifune's strength. Honestly, Orochimaru didn't have much confidence. His most adept ninjutsu was too difficult to use against Mifune's speed and kenjutsu. Yet, even with Mifune leading a group of elite warriors, he was easily defeated by Hanzo. According to the post-war dejected Mifune, they couldn't even inflict any damage on Hanzo. They were completely overwhelmed by Hanzo in a single battle. Because Orochimaru wasn't as optimistic as his two teammates about whether they could defeat Hanzo, he even felt that there were problems with the arrangement of this mission. So he repeatedly reviewed the village's plan until he finally felt a sense of familiarity from the plan. The style of seeking the greatest victory with the fewest sacrifices reminded him of the boy who had been begging for mercy repeatedly just now. With Orochimaru's talent, he quickly deduced the reasons behind the village's or perhaps Tatsuma's scheming, but he was still very unhappy. He had always been the one calculating others, but suddenly, one day, he found himself being calculated against. This kind of disparity made Orochimaru very uncomfortable. He even wanted to replace Tsunade and ruthlessly drag Tatsuma by his hair. After Tsunade finished scolding this disciple who dared to go to the battlefield without cards, she finally let go. Jiraiya took the torch, put his arm around Tatsuma's shoulder, and lowered his voice, saying, "Tatsuma, let's discuss. You teach me Rasengan, and I'll teach you a very powerful jutsu." "How powerful? How strong is it?" Running his fingers through his hair, Tatsuma asked with great interest. Jiraiya chuckled and replied, "You promise first. Once you agree, when I learn that jutsu, I'll show it to you." Upon hearing this, Tatsuma had a general idea of what Jiraiya was talking about. His eyes instantly became alert. He distanced himself from Jiraiya, scrutinizing him. Jiraiya was planning to play a trick. He would learn the Rasengan from Tatsuma, and then when Tatsuma wants to learn Sage Mode from Mount Maiboku, Jiraiya would probably regretfully say, "Oops. I just found out that only the contractors of Mount Maiboku can learn this jutsu." Having known Jiraiya for several years, and even more intimately in a past life, Tatsuma understood Jiraiya's cunning nature very well. Seeing Tatsuma's cautious demeanor, Jiraiya felt a pang of anxiety. He wondered if Tatsuma had seen through his plan. Nonetheless, he maintained his stern facade and pretended to be displeased. "What's wrong? Do you think I'm deceiving you?" At this moment, Orochimaru, who was slowly approaching, also became curious about the sudden change in attitude between the two. Tatsuma furrowed his brows and scrutinized Jiraiya before saying, "Can you guarantee that I can learn the jutsu you mentioned?" "If you can guarantee that, then I'll teach you Rasengan." "That jutsu? Rasengan?" Orochimaru frowned, not understanding what Tatsuma was talking about. He probably knew about the jutsu Jiraiya mentioned, but Rasengan? What was that? Was it a jutsu Tatsuma created? Could Tatsuma have developed a jutsu that even made Jiraiya envious? Orochimaru found it somewhat unbelievable, but if it was something Jiraiya wanted to learn, it might not be a serious jutsu, right? Rasengan, the pronunciation and meaning kept shifting in Orochimaru's mind. His expression became increasingly strange as he looked at this young ninja who had already made a name for himself as the Jewel Crusher. He wondered if Rasengan was some kind of jutsu that manipulated jewels. A gust of wind blew at that moment, the early autumn breeze not yet cold but enough to send a shiver down Orochimaru's spine. His steps, originally headed towards the two, came to a halt. He wondered if Tatsuma had developed a jutsu so tasteless that even Jiraiya was interested. What was his motive? To once again solidify his name as the Jewel Crusher? Unaware of Orochimaru's inner thoughts about Tatsuma, he merely looked at Jiraiya with a gaze that seemed to say, "I see through you." Jiraiya, in turn, became increasingly flustered. Jiraiya could now be certain that Tatsuma had indeed seen through his intentions. He hadn't explicitly discussed Sage Mode with anyone, so how did Tatsuma know? Could it be? Jiraiya's wary gaze shifted towards his legitimate disciple. At that moment, Minato was smiling, looking at his sensei and his friend. Under Jiraiya's scrutinizing stare, Minato also became somewhat confused. After much deliberation, Jiraiya could only come up with a somewhat reasonable explanation. That is, after Minato summoned the toads, perhaps one of the toads from Mount Maiboku accidentally leaked information. However, the number of toads who knew about the Sage Mode training is very limited. Could it be that Minato, without his knowledge, had gained the approval of the two toad sages, Shima and Fukasaku, and could now summon them? Minato, have you mastered Rasengan? Jiraiya suddenly asked. Minato instinctively nodded. In that moment, Jiraiya felt his heart ache. His own disciple had betrayed him. Orochimaru, who had been listening to all of this, cast a peculiar gaze at Minato. This cheerful, sunny boy had actually learned such a distasteful ninjutsu? Wait, why did he automatically assume Minato was a cheerful, sunny boy? Remembering how ruthless Minato could be in battle, even more so than himself, Orochimaru hesitated in his steps and began to retreat. None of them were good guys after all. Indeed, considering they were all taught by Jiraiya, what good could they possibly be? Especially that Sakamoto Tatsuma, not only deceiving enemies but also his own allies. Sensei. Just as Orochimaru was speculating with the utmost malice about Jiraiya and the others, a green figure suddenly crashed into his arms, startling Orochimaru so much that his face lost color, and he almost used the body flicker jutsu to escape. What kind of monster? Although he had reluctantly accepted Nawaki's skewed sense of aesthetics, the sudden appearance of his disciple after such a long absence still shocked Orochimaru. Sensei. Are you okay? You're sweating a lot. Seeing Orochimaru's panicked expression and the sweat on his forehead, Nawaki suddenly asked with concern. He was worried that his sensei might be injured, and his collision might have aggravated his condition. Before Orochimaru could respond, Tsunade rolled her eyes and said, "Ignore him. He's been acting weird these days for some reason." As teammates and longtime friends, Tsunade naturally noticed Orochimaru's abnormal behavior in recent days. She just hadn't expected that his symptoms not only hadn't improved after seeing so many companions but seemed to have worsened. If Tsunade didn't know Orochimaru well enough, she would have suspected that the Orochimaru before her was an imposter. But if it wasn't an imposter, then could Orochimaru be suffering from a psychological illness? Tsunade's gaze also became serious. With the impending battle, if Orochimaru did indeed have a psychological illness that could affect the outcome of the battle. Orochimaru also understood the scrutiny in Tsunade's eyes. His expression darkened as he pushed Nawaki aside and coldly said, "I'm fine." With that, Orochimaru turned and walked away. Tsunade still harbored some doubts in her eyes, but psychological illnesses required the cooperation of the patient. If Orochimaru refused to cooperate, there wasn't much she could do, even as a medic. The camp was quickly set up, and Orochimaru remained inside the command tent. After some discussion among Tsunade and the others, they also headed towards the command tent. Since there weren't any confidential documents inside yet, Tatsuma, Nawaki, and the others didn't hesitate to follow inside. As they entered the command tent, they saw Orochimaru's serious expression. I believe that with the decisive battle approaching, we need to take it very seriously. At the same time, we need to equip ourselves with the best gear to reduce casualties. I propose that all ninjas participating in the decisive battle must wear Jonin battle armor. As he spoke, Orochimaru took out his own battle armor from a sealing scroll. The gray metal plates, black lining, and thick plates extending to the crotch satisfied Orochimaru greatly. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya, who enjoyed going against Orochimaru, didn't refuse and nodded. The others followed suit, except for Nawaki, who pointed to himself and said somewhat helplessly, "Sensei, I'm still a genin. I don't have this kind of battle armor." Ah. Watching Nawaki's conspicuous green outfit, Orochimaru's lips moved a few times before saying, "Take mine and alter it. Otherwise, you won't go to the battlefield." Originally thinking it wouldn't be a problem to wear his own clothes, Nawaki looked at Orochimaru's unmistakable expression and could only nod. Compared to briefly indulging in his green attire, serving the village on the battlefield was more important. Satisfied, Orochimaru nodded and then took out a map of the Land of Rain and its surroundings, laying it out on the table. He said, "Next, let's discuss the attack route. The others can rest up. We depart the day after tomorrow and commence the decisive battle." The day after tomorrow? Isn't that too soon? Too soon? In my mind, the countdown to returning home has already begun. Orochimaru showed a firmness that was completely different from before. He didn't want to spend another minute with these people. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 7. Peace.